order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. A quorum being present, we will now proceed to today's business. I'd like to set out the schedule today so that everybody can plan accordingly. It's my intention to finish this markup in one day. We will begin this morning and continue until debate concludes. We'll then recess briefly and reconvene for recorded votes. We will go until we finish our work. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. Thanks all on both sides of the aisle for joining us today. Today we are undertaking the work assigned to us under the FY25 budget resolution that Congress adopted earlier this month. The resolution asks for us to find cost savings across our jurisdiction of no less than $1 billion. If the past is any evidence of prologue, we're going to be together for a while today. It's my hope that we can move through today as expeditiously as possible. But no matter how long it takes, we must remember why we are here. In a little over 8 months, Americans are facing a looming tax increase. This is an irrefutable fact. If Congress fails to act, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions will expire. And when those expire, tens of millions of Americans, 62% of tax filers, according to a recent study, will see their tax liability increase and their take-home pay decrease. In order to do this, Congress has assessed the fiscal position of our nation and found it wanting. As of today, we have $37 trillion in debt and paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. In 2025, we'll spend almost $1 trillion in total interest. This, too, is an indisputable fact. If Congress fails to act, our debt will continue to grow exponentially and spiral out of control. For too long, government spending has always been a one-way ticket. At every opportunity, Congress has failed to make tough choices to manage our debt and get our fiscal house in order. For as long as I can remember, members of Congress have talked about managing the nation's fiscal situation so that they could pass off a healthy nation to their children and grandchildren. Well, I've got some bad news. The kids grew up and they are us. The crisis is no longer theoretical, off in some distant future. Past Congresses have failed to make tough decisions, so now the crisis is here, confronting the very Americans that they failed to help. While almost every lawmaker bears some responsibility for our present predicament, the reckless, wasteful spending of the recent Biden-Harris administration was a tipping point. Post-COVID, we've had the opportunity to rein in federal spending and promote pro-growth policies. Instead, the prior administration, believing it was heir to the FDR legacy, piled on trillions of dollars of new spending, new policies, new activities, and resulting debt onto the public ledger. They did this ironically, perhaps, by using the very same process that today we're trying to use to undo that damage, that is, budget reconciliation. So we're here today to finally do the difficult work of extracting our nation from this fiscal predicament. The committee will do its part today to reduce the deficit and decrease direct spending so that Congress can enact pro-growth tax policies. I'm eager to get to work and finally tackle these issues. And remember, today we're here with one purpose: to do our part to put the nation back on a more sustainable, responsible fiscal trajectory. I yield back, and I now recognize the ranking member, Representative Waters, for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the survival kits that you have given to all of us this morning. We're all going to need it after today's hearing. Good morning. This week marks 100 days under the Trump regime, and it is impossible to ignore how badly Trump has tanked the economy. It was just reported that the American economy shrank 0.3% last quarter, while Canada, Europe, and China all grew. President Biden handed Trump a booming economy that was growing at 2.4%. American families are feeling it too. According to polling, 59% of Americans think Trump is worsening economic conditions. 60% think Trump's policies have increased the cost of living, and 70% are bracing for a recession. And as a result of Trump's tariff tax, which 64% of Americans disapprove of, we are indeed nearing a disastrous recession. Inflation is rising. Housing costs are soaring. The cost of living is skyrocketing, and families are taking out short-term loans to put food on the table. My Republican colleagues are feeling anxiety at town halls from constituents who are angry that Trump and Republicans have broken their promises. Unlike some, I'm not afraid to hear from my own constituents. Over the April recess, I held 4 town halls, and the message was clear. Trump's administration is a disaster. Enough is enough. Now is the time for Congress to step up. Instead, committee Republicans are co-signing this destruction and helping Trump and co-president Elon Musk dismantle the agencies responsible for helping bring down costs, including the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Today, they are slashing the Bureau's budget by 70%. This is ridiculous because the Bureau has saved American consumers $21 billion by returning to them funds that big banks and predatory lenders swindle out of them. From cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing, and protecting service members and students from scams, the Bureau and its hardworking employees work. The Republican attack on the CFPB is about tax breaks for the billionaires who put Trump in office, just like Republicans who will be cutting Medicaid to lower taxes for Mark Zuckerberg. We're cutting our financial regulators to help out Jeff Bezos. It would be comical if it wasn't true. What is funny is the utter lack of accountability that Republicans are demanding. If Obama had pulled 1% of what Trump has, subpoenas would be flying left and right. Instead, Chairman Hill has refused to require acting CFPB Director Vaught to get answers. This is basic oversight. That's why last month, I led committee Democrats in introducing a resolution of inquiry to investigate the CFPB shutdown. Unfortunately, House Republicans were so scared to hold Trump accountable that they changed the rules, and Chairman Hill won't bring up my resolution today. Republicans are also pushing to gut the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Treasury's Office of Financial Research, agencies designed to prevent another financial crisis like in 2008. They are eliminating funding for affordable housing construction despite a national homelessness crisis. And they are so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by Chinese Communist Party are on the up and up. But as we discuss the horrible state of the economy under Trump, we cannot ignore how he is dismantling our democracy. He's arresting judges, disappearing legal residents, deporting American citizens, even children, targeting universities and law firms, weaponizing government agencies, and attacking the free press and free speech itself. We've got to call this what it is, a coup d'etat and the makings of an authoritarian government, and act now to stop it. I yield back the balance of my time, and I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman's recognized for her parliamentary inquiry.
I would like to inquire as to when you plan to bring up my resolution of inquiry, H.Res 259, for consideration before the committee. As you know, you have postponed consideration of the resolution for two markups now. My resolution seeks basic information about Elon Musk.
What's your parliamentary inquiry?
My resolution seeks basic information about Elon Musk's Doge, Minions, CFPB systems, and data access.
What's the gentlewoman's parliamentary inquiry, please?
Which includes the most personal and sensitive data on Americans and American businesses, whether any of the statutory requirements to provide them with that access.
Order.
And what
Yep. The
conflicts.
gentlewoman is out of order. The gentlewoman has asked a parliamentary inquiry. We don't need a talk. We need you to put in the right format your parliamentary inquiry, please.
I move to postpone consideration of the resolution of inquiry until the next markup scheduled by the chair.
Is that a parliamentary inquiry?
I move, it's a motion, to postpone consideration of the resolution of inquiry until the next markup scheduled by the chair.
I don't believe that's a motion that is appropriate, so
Mr. Chair, could I move to table that
Mr.
motion,
Chair,
please?
I will challenge your conclusion that the motion is not in order. I move to postpone consideration of the resolution of inquiry
Is there a
until the
second?
next markup scheduled by the chair.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I did.
It has been moved
I
and
did-
seconded.
the gentleman, Vice Chairman.
I have moved to request a table of that motion.
Gentleman moves to table the motion of Mrs. Waters. The motion to table is in order, and it's not debatable. The question now should be the committee to table Mrs. Waters' motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The motion to table is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. The question is on the motion to table. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas? Yes. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Huizinga? Yes. Mrs. Wagner? Aye. Mr. Barr? Mr. Williams? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Aye. Mr. Davidson? Aye. Mr. Rose? Yes. Mr. Stile? Aye. Mr. Timmons? Aye. Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Norman? Aye. Mr. Muser? Aye. Mrs. Kim? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Fitzgerald? Aye. Mr. Flood? Aye. Mr. Lawler? Aye. Miss De La Cruz? Mr. Ogles? Aye. Mr. Nunn? Aye. Mrs. McLean? Ms. Salazar? Aye. Mr. Downing? Aye. Mr. Herodopoulos? Mr. Moore? Aye. Ranking Member Waters? Ranking Member Waters? No. Ms. Velasquez? No. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Lynch? Mr. Green? Nay. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Himes? Mr. Foster? Nay. Mrs. Beatty? Mr. Vargas? No. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Caston? Ms. Presley? Ms. Talib? Mr. Torres? Ms. Garcia? No. Ms. Williams of Georgia? No. Ms. Pedersen? Mr. Fields? Ms. Bynum? Mr. Liccardo? No. Mr. Chairman? Aye. Mr. Sherman has not yet been recorded. Mr. Sherman has no.
Ask who's not voted.
Who has not yet been voted? Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr, aye.
Mr. Garbarino.
Aye.
Mr. Himes.
Nay.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 10.
The ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. Pursuant to notice, I call up the committee print. The clerk will report the print, copies of which were distributed in advance.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation.
Without objection, the print is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute designated as Reconciliation ANS 01,
object.
copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Object.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas, designated as REC ANS 01.
Without objection,
I
the amendment
object.
is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of the amendment. Mrs. Waters, you've objected?
I object. Mr. Chairman, given that you have not convened any hearings on several of the items being considered in the committee print one, I move to postpone consideration until the next markup.
Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Is there a motion to table?
Mr. Chair, I
Vice Chairman.
motion to table.
Vice Chairman makes a motion to table. All those in favor of tabling Mrs. Waters' motion should say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed?
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and a motion to table is
I
agreed
request
to.
a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. The question is now on the motion to table. The clerk shall cause the roll. But let's pause while the clerk loads the vote. We're going to vote electronically.
Second bill. Object. Is it second reading? After this, is there a second reading?
They need to read it, but they haven't read it yet.
So what?
They haven't read it yet.
I know, but I'm asking.
So first,
After. The second reading is in order, and then object.
you object to the first and second reading.
All I want is an answer.
You object to the first and second.
Are you ready? We'll proceed to a vote. We'll be voting electronically. This is the motion to table Mrs. Waters' objection to the reading. And stand by here. The clerk will open the vote. All right, members may vote.
It's a point of order. They can't object to the table of the waiving of the reading. We should do a point of order. That's what they did is wrong.
I don't know what you
So Mr. Huizenga, he did a motion to table the waiving of the reading.
That's right.
That's not the correct. He cannot do that. That's out of order. So this whole vote shouldn't even happen.
So what do
So
we
you
do
would
now?
be raising a point of order and saying this is
Right now.
Right now. That's not possible. The motion to table is not possible.
Well, I'm trying to vote here. Mr. Chairman,
Don't vote.
parliamentary inquiry,
Point of order. Point of order.
point of order, point of order.
The motion to table is not in order.
Then we have to rescind this vote?
No, yeah, this vote should not be happening.
A motion to table?
It's not in order.
A motion?
You're objecting because this motion to table is not in order, and their parliamentarian agrees.
Mr. Chairman, I object.
Gentlewoman objects to this vote, but the chair rules out of order. We're going to continue with this vote.
Mr. Huizenga's motion to table is not in order.
Okay, Mr. Huizenga's table to motion is not in order.
It's not. It's not appropriate.
Let's pause.
They have to rescind this vote.
That's right. It's not proper. Yeah, you have your. It's his. It's still not in order.
Again, let me overrule the gentlewoman's objection, and we'll proceed with this vote. If you have not voted, we please invite you to vote now. This is the motion to table. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24 and the
This is
nays
out
are
of order.
13.
The motion to table is successful. It's not agreed, is agreed to.
you need unanimous consent to overrule. I don't like this.
The ayes have it. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the committee A&S. I urge my colleagues to support the committee print before us. We're taking a strong step towards restoring fiscal discipline and ensuring government funding is used wisely and transparently. I'd like to remind my colleagues that all the provisions that we're considering today are strictly budgetary in nature. First, we rescind any remaining unobligated balances within the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program that was created under the Inflation Reduction Act. Second, we're ending the PCAOB's authority to collect regulatory fees and transferring any unused balances to the Treasury. Audit oversight will continue without disruption. Thirdly, we're proposing a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for 2025, with a modest annual adjustment for inflation going forward. Additionally, we're reining in the CFPB's ability to carry over unused funds. Unobligated balances will be limited, and any excess will be returned to the Treasury. For the Civil Penalty Fund, once direct victims are fully compensated, remaining funds will be transferred to the Treasury General Fund, where they can serve the broader interests of the American people. Finally, we will cap the assessments collected by the Office of Financial Research, aligning them with the average annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any surplus, once again, will be returned to the Treasury. To deliver on President Trump's agenda and under the fiscal year 2025 concurrent budget resolution, House Republicans will reduce the deficit and exceed the $1 billion savings target outlined in the budget resolution. I look forward to our discussion today, and I yield back. Is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing no more requests to be recognized, we'll move on to amendments. Is there anyone wishing to offer an amendment to the substitute? I hear no amendments being offered to the
I have
amendment
an
in the nature of
amendment
a
at the desk.
substitute.
I have an amendment
The
at the
ranking member has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the amendment is distributed.
Oh, yeah, it's off. Oh, we're going by the, yeah.
Okay, good, thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Vice Chairman reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as G02.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized on her amendment.
Chairman Hill, I sent a letter to you earlier this month asking that you join me in keeping hundreds of people in Arkansas housed by renewing funding for emergency housing vouchers. I was disappointed to not receive a response from you or your staff, but I ask that you join me today in urging committee Republicans to support my amendment that would fund emergency housing vouchers that have successfully ended homelessness for 60,000 people nationwide by getting them back into housing and connected to services to get them back on their feet long term. As you know, during the pandemic, I successfully secured $5 billion in the American Rescue Plan Act for the first of its kind bipartisan emergency housing voucher program to help rehouse individuals and families experiencing or at risk of homelessness, including survivors of domestic violence and victims of human trafficking. EHVs are unique in they provide administrative flexibility and higher payment standards. For example, homeless services providers have also applauded the success of the EHV program, stating that they have been effective in rehousing people experiencing homelessness thanks to the ability to cover moving costs, security deposits, and application fees through EHV flexibilities. As a result, we have successfully housed 71,000 homeless families since 2021. However, more funding is needed to continue housing families with EHVs until they can get back on their feet. We're facing one of the worst housing crises in our nation's history, with a chronic undersupply of housing, rents, and house prices that have increased by 50% and 60%, respectively. Since 2019, under Trump's first administration, when house prices rose by double digits month after month. Meanwhile, a federal report found that for every $100 increase in rent, there is a 9% increase in homelessness. Indeed, as house prices continue to rise, we're seeing record levels of homelessness, pulling the rug out from under 60,000 families who have finally been able to successfully escape homelessness is cruel. It is as simple as that. We have a unique opportunity to work together to end homelessness. Today, I implore my Republican colleagues to support my amendment. Mr. Chairman and members, I want you to know, in Los Angeles County, in my own county, 70,000 people are on the streets every night, unhoused. And in this country, there's 700,000 people who are on the street. And whether we're talking about Los Angeles County or New York, every member on this committee have problems with homelessness. You have problems with homelessness? I'm making a special appeal to you. I'm making a special appeal to all of the members on both sides of the aisles to deal with this homeless issue. You can do this by supporting my amendment. So I would respectfully ask that every member take the opportunity to send a message to your districts, to send a message across this country that we are committed to dealing with the homeless issue, that we are very concerned about homeless individuals, about children sleeping in cars and unable to go to school prepared to do what is required of them as students because they've been sleeping in cars. They have not had breakfast. They don't have the clothes to wear. They don't have the shoes to wear. And so homelessness is a serious problem. And if we don't care about the adults, let's think about the children. Let's think about what the children are suffering in this country. This is America. This is not a third world country. This is America that is held up to be the leader of the world. And so, how do we maintain our reputation? How do we maintain the work that has been done by so many before us if, in fact, we cannot take care of the homeless on the streets of America, where people are stepping over bodies every day in every city, practically every county in this country? I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The clerk will redesignate the amendment. I believe that the staff passed out the wrong amendment. Ranking member spoke on the proper amendment. She was eloquent in her remarks, but we want to make sure we have the right amendment designated. The clerk will report. Just a moment. We're trying to clean
An
up.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters, designated as EHVS AMND.
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I
let's-
request that I'm able to reread my amendment since.
No. This is, make sure the staff passes out the correct amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, so the gentlewoman has struck the last word and discussed her amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's been properly designated by the clerk. All members have the copy of the proper amendment now. The vice chairman has reserved a point of order. Is there anyone seeking to strike the last word on Mrs. Waters' amendment? Mr. Flood from Nebraska, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notwithstanding the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we still don't have a copy of the amendment.
Democratic clerk, could we make sure that Ms. Garcia has the proper amendment?
Mr. Chairman, the section that the ranking member is attempting to,
Could you move the microphone closer? We're having trouble hearing you, Mr. Flood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The section that the ranking member is attempting to amend, I think it's important we understand what the law actually is that she's attempting to change here. Section 3002 of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 appropriated $1 billion in new mandatory spending to HUD for a green and resilient
Mr. Chairman.
retrofit program, also known as GRRP.
Would the gentleman suspend just for a moment?
Just got it.
We apologize, but Chairman, we still just don't have the correct one.
This is the, Ms. Garcia does not have the proper amendment. That's the
Mr.
proper.
Chairman,
that
it's
is
just
proper.
not Ms. Garcia, I think this whole front row. So
Okay, well, the Democratic clerk passed out the wrong amendment. We apologize for that. It's being corrected.
Thank you.
No, just hold off here, gang. All right, Mr. Flood, we're giving your time back. Mr. Flood has the floor. He's addressing Mrs. Waters' amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute. Mr. Flood, you're recognized. You have 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was speaking about the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program, also known as GRRP. The GRRP was designed to make grants and direct loans to the owners of HUD subsidized properties to support energy efficiency and climate change resilience projects. Over the last 3 years, the Biden administration executed 12 rounds of funding for the program, spending over $850 million, which is more than 95% of the funds available to award. Earlier this year, the Trump administration announced it will be discontinuing use of the program, which was already set to, in statute, to expire in 2028. As a result, roughly $100 million in mostly administrative funds currently remain unobligated and can be returned to the Treasury without impacting any of the recipients of the previous GRRP grants or loans. Rescinding these unobligated balances will save taxpayers more than $140 million over the next 10 years and help further reduce our current $1.31 trillion deficit. With that, I I yield.
The gentleman from Nebraska yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from New York.
thank you. I yield to the ranking member.
The gentlewoman from New York yields additional time to the ranking member. Yeah, ranking member is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In response to the gentleman who attempted to describe my amendment as not being in order, I am striking the harmful language that you added in order to support the homeless people that I've so aptly described in my amendment. So my amendment is certainly in order, and I would request the chair to move forward with a vote on my amendment.
Well, we're not. I thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back to, gentleman from New York, you still have time, or you're yielding? The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who are opposed, please say nay. No. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I require a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subchapter C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Vice Chairman, you have withdrawn your point of order.
I do withdraw.
We will now move on to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
I have another amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman from California has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause and we'll very carefully distribute the proper amendment to both sides of the aisle. Please stand by. Does the gentleman from Michigan have a point of order?
I do have a point of order, Mr.
Point of order has been reserved on Ms. Waters' amendment. This is Waters number 2. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters, designated as H.C.R.A. This is Rep. Waters' second amendment.
I thank the clerk. The gentlewoman from California is
Chairman,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, a point of inquiry, please.
Yes,
Green. I don't know that I have the proper amendment.
Can you withdraw? I'll explain in a second.
I'll withdraw, Mr. Chairman.
the gentleman from Texas yields. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentlewoman from California is now recognized to discuss her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Section 5001 of this $7 trillion billionaire tax break bill would eliminate $150 million in affordable housing investments that Congress already appropriated. My amendment strikes Section 5001 and replaces it with My Housing Crisis Response Act to increase housing development, reduce housing inflation, revive the dream of home ownership for all, and help end homelessness. On this first day in office, President Trump signed an executive order to bring down house prices. This was a promise he and Republicans made on the campaign trail. But unfortunately, affordable homes don't appear out of thin air, and instead, America is getting Trump, tariff war, crashing stock market, rising mortgage rates, 4% hike in housing prices, an egg crisis, an uptick in unemployment, an unelected co-president Musk that no one asked for, and now a decade worth of billionaire tax cuts. So in addition to the $7 trillion billionaire tax break before us today, I call on my Republican colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment to invest over $150 billion to construct homes across the country that working families can afford. This includes starter homes, mixed income apartments, down payment and interest rate buy-down assistance, small dollar mortgage loans, rural housing investments, and funding to invest accessible home upgrades for seniors and people with disabilities. My amendment would also help reduce insurance costs by investing in housing and community retrofits and making the National Flood Insurance Program solvent again. Members, on the opposite side of the aisle, I'm asking you to have the courage to disagree with your leader, the President of the United States of America, who made all of these promises. Now, you know what these promises are. He said he was going to, executive order, he was going to bring down house prices. Now, anybody on that side of the aisle disagrees that he didn't say this? Raise your hand if you think he didn't say it. This was a promise he and Republicans made on the campaign trail. But unfortunately, again, there are no affordable homes. Affordable homes don't disappear out of thin air. And instead, America is getting a tariff Trump tariff war. Now, if anybody on the opposite side of the aisle disagrees that there's a tariff war going on, raise your hand. A crashing stock market. Oh my goodness. The stock market, the fluctuations, the uncertainty, the complaints that are being heard everywhere. Even we are concerned about the way that the president talks about how he's going to drive the stock market down, and then he's going to bring it back up, and he's going to tell his friends about it and people about it so that they can invest when it goes down and they can make money when it goes back up. That's insider trading that we should be dealing with. And so you have a crashing stock market, rising mortgage rates. Anybody on the opposite side of the aisle disagrees that we have rising mortgage rates? and a 4% hike in house prices? And what about eggs? Every home in America is crying and talking about the egg prices. Didn't the president promise that he was going to bring those egg prices down? It seems to me that they're going up. And then there's an uptick in unemployment. And so, if you disagree with any of this, just raise your hand so everybody can see you. An unelected co-president must, that no one asked for. Now, if you know that the president inquired about anybody, anything, and maybe he did inquire of you guys about whether or not he should bring on Musk. Maybe if he inquired of you and told you that this is what he was going to do, raise your hand so we'll know that you participated in Musk coming, the unelected co-president. And now, a decade
Mr. Chair.
worth of billionaire tax cuts. I yield back. I yield back. I yield
Gentlewoman
back.
yields
I yield
back,
Yeah.
the Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I have reserved a point of order. I'd like to raise a point of order that's come to my attention that the Democrats clerk and staff still, yet again, did not adhere to the rules of the committee. There are not enough copies for every member when they have not been distributed. We heard Ms. Garcia and others complain loudly when they handed out the wrong amendment to their own members again. But I'd like to, I guess, raise this point of order and find out if you can rule that this amendment is not in order and we can dispense with this.
Excuse me, Mr.
With the House rules, there were insufficient numbers of the copies of the amendment distributed to each member. Therefore, this amendment's out of order.
Excuse me, I would, Mr.
And
Mr.
Mr. Chair, is that then,
Mr. Chairman,
excuse me, ma'am,
point of order.
I've got the floor. I have a
Point of order.
I have a point of order on this amendment. So, Mr. Chair, are you saying that this, we will not be dealing with this amendment and no need for a vote?
That's correct.
I challenge.
The amendment is not in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did not comply with the House rules. Committee rules.
Mr. Chairman, that's not a House rule.
I said committee rules. I corrected myself.
I challenge the chair's decision because I am not sure that every member did not get a copy, and I'd like to see the hands of the member who did not get it. I need the proof.
Mr. Green, you didn't get a copy, did you? Mr. Green's silent on the issue. I don't believe everybody got a copy.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We still have a point of order on the floor, and I've ruled that the amendment's not in order. The ranking member has made a motion, I believe,
Yes.
to appeal the ruling of the chair.
I do appeal the ruling of the chair.
Pause.
Because you know they do. More stuff, okay?
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
As tempting as it is, Mr. Chairman, if you can assure me that, that we are going to be able to see all of the amendments, the correct amendment, and that is going to be up to our colleagues on the other side, I am willing to withdraw my point of order.
Let me ask the ranking member, does the ranking member agree that it's important to have timely and accurate distribution of the amendments, and that she will endeavor her best efforts to achieve that the rest of the day so that we can do more than 2 amendments an hour?
The ranking member will agree that if the chair of this committee commits the same thing to his side of the aisle, I will be more than happy to work with you. But don't try it on one side of the aisle, because I won't let it happen.
Well, let me tell the ranking member with my pleasure, I've asked our members on this side to not offer a single amendment.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
they've all agreed not to.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification.
The gentlewoman from New York.
So the requirement of 100 copies is not in the committee rule.
That's right.
But
And that's why-
But we can't
that's why-
conduct business if our members don't have the amendment in front of them.
I understand that, but for someone to come here and say that there has to be 100 or close to it,
Well, the
is not in
gentleman,
the committee
from
rule.
Michigan actually did not say that. He simply said that we can't conduct business if our members don't have the amendment in front of him, and that's.
Okay, all right.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I buy that, but we can't conduct business if your members make up the rules. He has no rule, and he's making it up, and I won't let it happen, but I will agree, let's move on. He has backed down, and that's good enough for me.
the gentleman from Michigan has withdrawn his point of order, and the minority has agreed that they will timely and accurately distribute their amendments.
And so will the opposite side of the aisle do likewise.
And the opposite side of the aisle will do likewise, and I again remind my Republican friends, don't offer any amendments today. With that, who seeks to speak on Mrs. Waters' amendment in the nature of amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Who seeks recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from California moves to strike the last word. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I think what the ranking member's attempting to do is a very noble thing. She understands how difficult it is to buy a house in the United States, especially for a first-time home buyer. There's an opportunity here under her amendment to give aid to people who need it, as opposed to people who don't need it. What my friends on the other side of the aisle are attempting to do are make all these cuts for one reason and one reason alone, and that is to give billionaires, people that are very, very wealthy in the largest companies in the country, a tax cut. That's what this is all about. It's that simple. And what the ranking member is attempting to do is say, no, we ought to help the people that really need the help. And that's what I think is appropriate here, and I hope that's what we want to do. Now, I do have to comment with all the back and forth with respect to the reading or the non-reading of the amendments, because under the rules, we could insist upon the reading of the amendments as opposed to the waiving of the reading of the amendments. Now, I wouldn't want to do that to delay this, but if the other side attempts to do that, I think one of us over here could then object to the waiving of the reading. I think both sides generally know what's in the bill. They either get it, or my understanding is this amendment that we're on, is 150 pages. That's why, because it's very technical in nature. Now, we could print 150 pages, make 1,000 copies. I think that'd be a very large waste of time. We understand what's in the bill. We know the bills. We know the amendments that are being made. And again, if the other side wants to be pedantic about that, we can be pedantic too and say, well, read the damn amendment then.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, yes,
Very briefly.
of course I will, sir.
I fully agree. My goal is to make sure that this committee functions and that those in the minority have their opportunity to raise objections. I was in the minority, I've been in the majority, I've been in the minority. I understand how it should work. When I look at the bottom of the amendment and I see it was printed yesterday at 3:52 PM, it's really hard for me to accept the fact that there isn't enough time to get enough copies made for all of the members. There's no mystery as to how many people that we have. So that is why I objected, and my concern that I expressed to the chair and through the chair was that I was hoping and praying that this was not an intentional delay tactic, and it sounds like the chairman is assured that it is not the case. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although I have to be honest and say, I think we all know where the amendment was going anyway. That's why I think it was pedantic, because the truth of the matter is it's a very difficult amendment to pass, because I don't think you guys are going to vote on it, and you knew that, I knew that, we all knew that. And still, the delay, because it wasn't in writing, it's 150 pages. I mean, that's the reality here. Now, if we're going to argue about those things, once again, we can be pedantic about this and say, okay, we'll read the damn amendment. And I don't think we should get into that. But again, on the amendment itself, I very much appreciate this amendment and support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California yields back. Anyone seek recognition? If there's no further debate.
Green from Texas.
Mr. Flood of Nebraska recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to the amendment, we cannot continue to allow our government to spend money like there are no consequences. The underlying bill takes reasonable steps to reduce expenditures and to begin to correct Washington's spending. The proposed amendment before us looks to increase spending and undo the provisions in the committee print. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back.
A gentleman from Nebraska yields back who seeks recognition.
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green of Texas, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, some things bear repeating. What my colleague indicated about the use of these funds is something that we should all continue to consider. The fact that we are now taking from the greedy, the needy, to support the greedy. Taking from the needy to support the greedy. People need housing. The greedy persons who are the Elon Musk of the world have many homes in many places. I want my record to show that when I had the opportunity to help persons who are starting out in life to have the opportunity to fulfill the American dream, I stood on the side of those persons. I'm going to support Ms. Waters' amendment and any similar amendments. This is about more than the people who live in the suites of life. It's about people who are in need of a home and who will, in fact, help the American economy to thrive when they have a place to call home. Ms. Waters has been very thoughtful in presenting this amendment, as she always is, and I think we should be very thoughtful in how we decide to support it. I will be supporting the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back who seeks recognition. There's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We will now move on to the next amendment. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Now we will move on to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from New York.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed. Does the gentleman from
Yes, Mr.
From
Chairman,
Michigan.
I would like to reserve a point of order.
gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order? The clerks on both sides will be carefully checking how the amendment is titled, recorded, and the copies, and the quantity. Thank you.
The $90 billion.
It's going to be used for both, for the First Amendment and the Second Amendment?
No, this is, I wrote that's another one.
Okay.
I've got one. Thanks. No, this is, should be Vasquez 024.
The last,
Clerk, do you have that one? No, oh my gosh, they passed out the wrong one.
Yeah, the $90 billion one.
yeah.
No, the one that's being passed out now is 21.
We passed it by
You don't
one.
have that one, that's right. You only have
I
this is the one
gave
that's right.
the $90 billion one
That's what's
to
being
the
passed out,
clerk,
is
and that's
21.
what was passed out.
But this is the one that they passed.
We're doing 21.
They haven't passed it. I don't know which ones their clerk is
Oh.
passing.
21, that's right, 21.
So clerk, do you have 021 at the top? Yeah, roger that. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from New York is recognized to speak on her amendment. This is Amendment 021, Ms. Vasquez of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment does two important things. First, by all of the base text of Section 5001, my amendment preserves the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program for multifamily housing, which Democrats included in the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. The program provides $1 billion in grants and up to $4 billion in loans to help affordable multifamily property owners upgrade aging properties to make them more energy efficient and better resistant to the impact of climate change. Funds from the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program can be used to replace and repair heating and cooling systems, flood-proof buildings, and improve insulation. We need to continue to transition our nation's aging infrastructure, particularly our public housing stock, to make them more energy efficient. According to the World Resource Institute, residential buildings account for 12.5% of all emissions globally. This is a program that I'm proud to support and I believe is worth preserving. So not only does my amendment preserve this program by striking the base, but it also jumpstart the redevelopment of our nation's public housing system by providing $90 billion for HUD's Public Housing Capital Fund to eliminate the capital repair backlog for public housing nationwide. Fighting to eliminate the capital repair backlog in our nation's public housing system is a cause I have been leading and championing for decades. Eliminating the capital repair backlog will continue to transition our nation's public housing stock to energy efficiencies and address the rapidly growing health crisis faced by the 1-2 million households living in public housing units across the country. In my home city of New York, we have more than 400,000 residents living in public housing, many of whom are living in deplorable conditions. NYCHA residents suffer from a consistent lack of hot water, insufficient heat during the winter months, rotten and insect infestation, broken elevators, and widespread and recurring lead and mold problems. If the scientific evidence wasn't already clear, one of the many lessons we should all take away from the COVID-19 pandemic is that a person's health condition is often directly linked to their housing circumstances. For example, one leading study found that counties with a higher percentage of households with poor housing conditions had a higher incidence of and mortality associated with COVID-19 and recommended targeted health policies to support individuals living in poor housing conditions in order to mitigate adverse outcomes associated with COVID-19. Another study found that children living in public housing have higher odds of asthma than children living in all types of private housing, even after adjusting for individual risk factor. And the Center for Disease Control Prevention, before it was taken over Trump administration and was relied upon for providing scientifically reliable data, had made it clear that not level of lead poisoning is safe. Lead poisoning can result in irreversible brain damage and affects every major bodily system, particularly for children. Even with the lowest level of lead exposure, children experience physical, cognitive, and neurological impairments after being exposed to lead. This investment has consequences. Nationwide, 200,000 units of public housing have been lost since 2010, and 10,000 are at risk of being lost each year unless critical funding gaps are filled. Public housing units continue deteriorating because we do not provide sufficient funding to make necessary repairs in this building, making our nation's affordable housing crisis all the more painful. So my amendment will ensure this committee investigate the funding needs of our public housing agencies when conducting oversight. We owe it to the residents to explore ways to improve the health and well-being of them and their family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I do reserve a point of order on this amendment too, please.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the gentleman from Michigan has reserved a point of order. Do you still insist on your motion? I don't believe is timely here.
Yes, I do.
Gentleman withdraws his motion. Is there further debate on the gentlewoman from New York's amendment? Mr. Flood of Nebraska, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot continue to allow our government to spend money like there are no consequences. The underlying bill takes reasonable steps to reduce expenditures and to begin to correct Washington's spending. The proposed amendment before us looks to increase spending and undo the provisions in the committee print. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields back. Is there anyone else seeking recognition? Mr. Caston, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to be here for a long time today, and I would ask out of respect for each other that we not talk about this as a fiscally responsible bill, because you all know it's not true. We are here because Donald Trump feels that he and Elon Musk are not rich enough and we need to have $4.5 trillion of tax cuts, and they've realized politically that they can't do that by cutting Social Security and defense. And all that's left is massive cuts to everything else. And so, the dutiful soldiers, yours is not to question why, yours is but to do and die. The dutiful soldiers are marching forward to cut the things in this that are subject to the jurisdiction of this committee. But no reasonable person would suggest that simply cutting government funding grows wealth. No reasonable person would suggest that cutting revenue does not reduce wealth. No reasonable person, at least on this side of the aisle, would suggest that defunding the police leads to a wealthier society, because we realize that when we don't have police forces, there's more crime and an economy doesn't work as well. And yet, we're going to have debates here about defunding all the white-collar police. Let's not fund the IRS. Let's not fund the SEC. Let's not fund the CFPB so that people can do more crime. That is not a way you attract investment to America. Specific to this investment, if you do not have housing, it's really hard to get a job. If you can't get a job, well, you don't pay taxes. That does not reduce the deficit. If you can't afford housing to own and you need to rent, well, now you have this problem that does your landlord have an incentive to invest in energy efficiency as we do as homeowners because we want to lower our utility bills. Well, if your landlord is the United States government through the housing program, we are helping people have more money in their pockets with this program by making sure that that housing stock that those folks are renting is more efficient, has lower utility bills, so that those folks who are now housed and have jobs also have more money in their pocket so they can invest and grow the economy. As Congresswoman Velasquez says, we got a bunch of lead pipes in a lot of these old housing that needs to be taken out. There is a rock-solid correlation. More lead exposure leads to lower test scores and higher rates of criminality. Again, a society that has more criminality is not a society that has a growing, attractive economy. Y'all are sitting here looking at the exact same economic numbers that we're looking at right now. For the first time in my memory, foreign investors are not only fleeing U.S. equities, but are fleeing U.S. treasuries. I met with banks last week, banks under our jurisdiction, who said that the international community is putting a risk premium on investments in the United States because of regulatory risk and because they question whether the rule of law that they depend on to execute contracts in the United States will be executed as it will be in European markets where that capital is running to. So if you need to tell yourself before you go to bed that you're a deficit buster, fine, just acknowledge you're lying. This is not about deficit busting. This is about making rich people richer, and that's it. So we're going to be here all day. We will be here less time if we stop spreading nonsense, because the economic term for people who would slash revenue and then slash those services that government can uniquely provide to make our society richer, the economic term for doing that in the name of deficit reduction is stupidity. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. There's no further debate.
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green of Texas, recognized, strike the last word.
Thank you. I strike the last word and yield to Ms. Velasquez.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas yields to the gentlewoman from New
I
York.
thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Flood made a comment about the fact that this is a spending bill. It is not. This committee is an authorizing committee. We don't appropriate money. And you're right. This amendment does the exact opposite of what Republicans are trying to do with their budget reconciliation bill, because I disagree with the premise. We should not be trying to find $1 billion in cost saving to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Instead, we should invest in our nation's aging public housing system, as we started to do with the IRA Green and Resilient Retrofit Program, and build on that by investing the money necessary to eliminate the capital backlog in our nation's public housing system. You ask me where we will get the money. I say that scrap this terrible proposal and work on a bipartisan plan that raises taxes on the ultra-wealthy to pay for it. The money accumulated by the Treasury Department will go towards paying for this. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back to Mr. Green. Mr. Green, do you hold the floor?
I yield.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. For decades, Congress has chronically underfunded. Public housing and families are paying the price. This long-standing disinvestment has led to a massive capital backlog, leaving residents to live with broken elevators, leaking systems, rodents, bursting boiler pipes, and mold. Some public housing residents have even gone without heat during winter months, forcing them to use ovens and grills to keep warm, leading to several deaths from carbon monoxide poison. Meanwhile, I'll just say this to Ms. Velasquez. I'll never forget a call that you made to me. You were in New York. You were at a housing development, and there was no heat. And you explained to me that the people were suffering, that the children were suffering. And I'll never forget the work that we did to try and get that heat on. But you are absolutely correct. You have firsthand knowledge about what is going on with this disinvestment in public housing. No one should be forced to live in these conditions, especially not in one of the richest countries in the world, and especially not at the hands of a government that refuses to fix a problem it created. Public housing is an essential part of our nation's housing stock, and we must preserve our already limited housing supply. Now is the time to fully fund public housing and address the backlog of long overdue repairs to ensure every resident has access to a safe, decent, and affordable place to call home. So I thank you, Ms. Velasquez, for offering this amendment to do just that, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to say yes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. Let me thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, but let me remind our members that in the money that we're saving here under the direction of the House Budget Committee to reduce spending, that 95% of the money under that grant program has been expended, and the bulk of the remaining money is for administrative purposes only, and these funds expire in 2028. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the gentlewoman from New York's amendment. Does the gentleman maintain his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further debate on the amendment, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it.
Chairman,
Amendment is not
I ask
agreed
for a
to.
recorded vote.
The gentlewoman from New York asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands under the committee rules, a vote is postponed. We'll now turn to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green of Texas has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it is distributed. Very carefully and properly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a point of order.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order. We're very close to having these completed, passed out. Just a moment, Mr. Clerk. This is Amendment 29029, Green of Texas. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Green of Texas, designated as 029. This is his First Amendment.
Without objection, the amendment's considered read. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as written, Section 5001 rescinds unobligated funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development's program that funds energy-efficient and climate-resilient upgrades in multifamily housing assisted through HUD's Section 8 program, which deals with low-income persons in needing of assistance, 202 program, which deals with the elderly, and 811, which supports persons who have some disabilities. And while the chairperson would redirect these funds for purposes that I don't agree with, I believe these funds can be redirected such that they can help people in need of housing. Section 5001 does nothing to address the housing and climate crises that are hurting our constituents, and instead would eliminate funding that would help increase the supply of resilient and affordable housing. My amendment would strike Section 5001 and replace it with the Reforming Disaster Recovery Act of 2019 that I and Representative Wagner, in tandem with this committee's leadership, passed the House of Representatives in the 116th Congress. My amendment adds aid after a disaster. It does not take money from the elderly and disabled and transfers it to persons who are of great means. This amendment would permanently authorize the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, that is the CDBG-DR program, which provides communities with flexible long-term recovery resources needed to rebuild affordable housing and infrastructure after a disaster. While CDBG-DR is often one of the only recovery tools available to the lowest income survivors of disasters, vital resources have been diverted after past disasters from the people and communities with the greatest needs and for whom the program was designed to serve. This amendment would ensure that limited disaster recovery funds reach the most vulnerable survivors. And I would add this. This amendment would allow the persons who are in greatest need of those disaster funds, some of them, many of whom are veterans, many of them are elderly persons, persons who have disabilities. We are finding that many of these persons, after a disaster, will not get the funding that they need. And for the benefit of all, if you have not suffered one of these disasters, it's just a matter of time before you're likely to. We should be proactive and do what we have done. This resolution, this bill, has actually passed the House of Representatives, and I credit Ms. Wagner with a lot of the effort to get it done. We worked together, but to be very candid, this was an idea that she brought to my attention, and I'm honored to have worked with her to pass this legislation. And I would hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would realize that what we did once in another Congress, we can do again in this Congress, and this bill affords us the opportunity to do this. It's time for us to give consideration to the hurricanes that impact the Gulf Coast, the fires that impact the West Coast, and many of the other disasters that are in between the various coasts. There are tornadoes, earthquakes. We have the ability to deal with these things in a systematic fashion, as opposed to, after each of these natural occurrences, to reinvent the wheel, which is what we do currently. We reinvent the wheel after each disaster. We don't have in place what this legislation would provide, and that is a means by which we can expeditiously help people to recover from natural disasters. Don't pass this legislation, and we'll be responsible to many people for a lack of an effort to recover. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. I am open to future collaboration on this important issue, and I think it's important that the committee know I've been in communication with our subcommittee's ranking member on the CDBG program. And I do intend to, as the subcommittee chairman of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, hold a hearing on the CDBG DR program this Congress. However, given that the current committee print has been carefully crafted to produce savings in our jurisdiction, this isn't the appropriate time for this policy discussion. Therefore, I must oppose this amendment today, and I yield back.
Mr.
Gentleman from
Chairman,
Nebraska yields back, who seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I want to strike the last word in support of this amendment. While I understand and hear that this has been carefully crafted and we should take this up at a future time, I want to just adamantly disagree. While my comments earlier about the lack of amendment in print, what has been described as me wildly complaining, I didn't wildly complain, but I may consider wildly complaining about anyone suggesting that this topic of this amendment needs to be delayed. Acts of God don't know any boundaries. They don't know any timelines. They kind of happen when they happen, and those of the people who are most vulnerable are always the least prepared because of lack of resources. And then after an event, again, whether it's fire or hurricane or extreme heat, whatever the event, it takes so long to recover. And if you're not insured, then you're just out of luck. The CDBG program really allows local governments to prioritize the needs and to address those needs, particularly for those in populations that are stressed and perhaps even in poverty areas. So I know that in Houston and our region, we've always expected and kind of get 2 or 3 hurricane alerts every season. And I know my colleague from Houston has worked tirelessly on this topic, and together we've worked tirelessly to make sure that not only do we get assistance quickly, but to fully address all the needs, particularly in those areas that need it the most. So again, I want to widely, whatever that means, support this amendment and urge my colleagues to remember what he said. We've already passed this. There's no reason not to pass this in amendment today. None at all. Thank you, and I yield back.
would you yield to me, please?
Sure, I yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Houston, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman and friends, members, Dr. King was quite prophetic when he proclaimed that the time is always right to do what is right.
Mm-hmm.
My colleague has connoted that this is not the right time. Well, it may be the wrong time to wait until we have another disaster. Mm-hmm. No one knows when the next disaster will occur, nor do we know where it will occur. This legislation puts us in a position to respond to these disasters efficaciously. I respect the gentleman's desire to work with us and to help us produce the proper legislation, which we've passed once. Ms. Wagner can attest to it. The members here are aware of it. And the leadership on this committee was very much involved in helping get this through the House of Representatives. The time is always right to do what is right. This is the time. We are the people. We must get it done. I ask that my colleagues reconsider the position that they've already assumed, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back to the gentlewoman from Texas, who yields back to the chair, who seeks recognition.
Well, I just, again, urge all my, wildly urge all my colleagues to support the amendment presented by Mr. Green. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition.
Mr. Caston.
Mr. Caston, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I guess I want to challenge the assertion that this document was very carefully crafted, because I'd like to know why a carefully crafted document would cut this program. We know plenty of examples where FEMA grants were not sufficient to cover emergencies where this program was critical. Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Wilma, we go on down the list, the recent crises in North Carolina. I would submit to my colleagues of the party of Lincoln to take Lincoln's admonition: the legitimate object of government is to do for a community of people whatever they need to have done but cannot do at all, or cannot so well do for themselves in their separate and individual capacities. If you have just lost your house, lost your neighborhood, lost your school to a hurricane, FEMA doesn't have enough resources in the kitty to fix it. And you have decided in this carefully crafted document to strip the recourse that we have in that program, maybe it ain't so carefully crafted. How would any of us in that situation be able to do for ourselves what the government uniquely can do? We don't have to cut this. It was a choice to cut it. And I have no idea when we will finally find the time on this committee to bring up a bill that would fix that, that will get through the Senate, that will be signed by a president who, oh, by the way, is also cutting FEMA. Look, if you don't like Lincoln anymore, if you don't think he's still a good voice for the party, then I guess just follow another guy who said, what you do to the least of these, you do unto me. Support Al's amendment. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. The ranking member strikes the last word.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Green, for offering this amendment to authorize HUD's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, CDBG-DR. In January, over 55,000 acres in neighborhoods across Los Angeles County were burned by an onslaught of wildfires. Homes, businesses, places of worship, and natural habitats were destroyed, displacing families of all income levels and leaving entire community in crisis. These types of disaster events are becoming more frequent, more severe, and less predictable as climate change intensifies. While insurance coverage helps communities recover and rebuild, many lower and moderate income families face barriers such as underinsurance, while others are uninsured because they cannot afford rising deductibles and premiums. That's when CDBG-DR program kicks in. Unfortunately, however, the program is unauthorized and in need of reform to ensure those families and communities are not forced to wait years before disaster recovery assistance is made available. Thankfully, Mr. Green and Ms. Wagner have led the way in Congress and in this committee to advance a bipartisan solution to authorize and reform CDBG-DR to help communities rebuild housing, repair infrastructure, and fully recover post-disaster. So I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Green's amendment. And I would urge the gentleman who said it's not the right time to speak, not only what Mr. Green, but some of the other members of the Republican Party who support this program, so that you don't lead this committee into the wrong decision about whether or not it is absolutely necessary. Ms. Wagner, as was pointed out, is a big supporter, having worked with Mr. Green, and I would hope that we could, on this at least, get an aye vote.
The gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. Hearing none, Chairman recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. Let me thank Chairman Flood for his willingness to continue the constructive work on the issue of CDBGR authorization and reforms that Ms. Wagner and Mr. Green so ably have led in the past. But that is not relevant to today's discussion from the standpoint, this is a budget resolution. We've been instructed to cut $1 billion in spending. The cut in the budget of the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program from the Inflation Reduction Act does not have any more grant funds left in it. The bulk of it is administrative expense. We're proposing to return that administrative expense to the Treasury. So I appreciate the members' concern and support of working with each other on CDBGR, but I do not support the amendment to this budget resolution. I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, we'll now consider this amendment, the yeas and nays. Does the gentleman from Michigan maintain his point of order?
I withdraw.
He withdraws it. The clerk, all those in favor of Mr. Green's amendment, please say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
As for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Texas asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having been raised under the committee rules, the motion on this will be postponed. We'll now consider the next amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Ms. Williams from Georgia, you're recognized for an amendment. We'll wait till it's distributed. So stand by. Mr. Clerk, we're looking at home CDBG AM amendment from Williams. Section, it's investments in affordable housing supply. Is that what you have? Very good. All right, Mr. Clerk, would you report?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia, designated as Home CDBG AMND. This is her first amendment.
We'll consider, without objection, the amendment's considered read, and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia to discuss her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is quite simple. Let's do the actual work to address the housing crisis, as I know that we are all very concerned about. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would simply provide more funding for the home and CDBG programs to build, rehabilitate, and preserve affordable and resilient housing to bring down housing prices and reduce the cost of post-disaster recovery efforts. We're facing an affordable housing crisis, but you don't have to take my word for it, as I know you probably don't want to, but I brought the facts for you. According to the 2024 State of the Nation's Housing Report, it found that homeowners and renters are struggling with high housing costs, which we all know. And that number of cost-burdened renters, y'all, it is at an all-time high. And according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, there's a structural deficit of affordable housing in the United States that exceeds 7.3 million affordable homes. When the house is on fire, y'all, we shouldn't be painting the kitchen. Gutting the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program is a distraction. It's a program that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have issues with, and I get it. You've been told that you should disagree with this simply because it has green in the program title or because it has been associated with a bipartisan piece of legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act. But how about we fund and prioritize the actual crisis in our country by supporting the Home Investment Partnerships Program and the Community Development Block Grant Program? These programs are two of the most important programs administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that helps communities thrive. Y'all, I know how important this issue is on both sides of the aisle. Democrats and Republicans continue to speak out, but it's time to do the work. To quote a member of this committee, I see this as an economic development issue and a basic human right. More than anything, people that are working their tail off, they want their chance to have the American dream. I want them to have a home and care about their neighborhoods. I want them to pay their property taxes and know that because they own a home, they're directly benefiting their school, fire department, and more. I'm really passionate about housing, and I think we can do some good things together with Democrats to move the ball. Y'all, this wasn't a quote by me or any of my Democratic colleagues. This was Congressman Flood's direct quote from the National Housing Conference just on April 9th. Mr. Flood, I agree with you. Let's do the work so that we can represent our constituents who are hurting back home. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to join me in legislating on a bipartisan basis and passing my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, Chairman will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I thank the gentlewoman from Georgia for her amendment and for her willingness to work on improvements to the home program at HUD as well as the CDBG program. And the gentlewoman is correct that on a bipartisan basis, I do believe we have an opportunity to improve those programs. But this is not the forum for, it's my time, gentlewoman. This is not the time for that. We can't continue to allow the government to spend money like there are no consequences. The mission today, under our budget reconciliation instructions from the full House, is to find savings in the jurisdiction of ours. This underlying bill takes reasonable steps to reduce expenditures and begin to correct Washington's spending that we've experienced since the pandemic. The proposed amendment before us looks to increase spending and undo the provisions of the committee print. Therefore, I urge my colleagues a no vote, and I urge my colleagues to work diligently together on a bipartisan basis in our housing subcommittee on future reforms. I urge a no vote. I yield back the balance of my time. Anyone seek recognition? Hearing none. Well, I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman, I move strike.
Mr. Sessions of Texas recognized. Strike the last word.
I appreciate this dialogue and discussion. I think it's interesting that the Democratic Party had full control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency over years, by which President Biden spent hundreds of billions of dollars on all sorts of issues. I personally, along with the gentlewoman Eddie Bernice Johnson from Dallas, Texas, attempted to engage the Secretary of HUD many times, the gentlewoman Marcia Fudge. And we also engaged the gentleman Greg Meeks and others from this committee to encourage the housing HUD to do something about this. We gave them 3 or 4 very specific ideas that we had on a bipartisan basis. Not one time did the gentlewoman who is the head of HUD respond back to us. Dr. Lisa McClain did, her head of government affairs. And Dr. McClain was most instructive with us and tried to plead with us on the problems that they were encountering. But I would just say to the gentlewoman, we have worked on this. Mr. Flood is exactly correct. Our chairman is correct. This is a bipartisan issue, and for 4 years, we dealt with the Biden administration and made zero progress on specifics that Mr. Flood worked on and that this committee has been concerned about. I thank the gentlewoman for her time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Hearing no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised your hand, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings are postponed. We now will proceed to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Licardo, you're seeking recognition.
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I
You have an
believe
amendment at the desk?
At the desk is number 14.
We will wait for that to be distributed. Thank you. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order at the right
The
time.
gentleman from Oklahoma has reserved a point of order at the right time. While we're waiting, we're delighted to see a new citizen of Colorado visit the committee hearing room. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Licardo of California, designated as 14. This is his first amendment.
I thank the clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now turn to the gentleman from Colorado to strike the last word to explain his amendment.
California, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The amendment seeks to have us hold off on this rescission until we have a study from HUD to understand what the impact might be in reducing funding for projects that protect against natural disaster damage. And before we get into that, I think it's important to squarely address this question of really how much money is left, because I know Chairman and others have suggested that all of the funding for this fund has been allocated already to projects, and all that is left is for administrative expenses. When committee staff reached out to the CBO on this issue on April 26th, committee staff was told, minority staff, that $143 million remains unallocated. That would lead me to believe, based on what we know is allocated under the statute for administrative expenses, that there must be money left for additional expenditures on actual projects that could actually mitigate against future natural disasters. Otherwise, we would assume that zero money had been spent on administrative expenses, and all 143 that remain would have to be on administrative expenses, as if we only spent exclusively on projects up to this point. That's not my understanding how government spending generally works. Administration usually accompanies the actual allocation of funding to projects. So we would certainly love to have more clarity from HUD. My understanding is minority staff has reached out to HUD and has not gotten any response to our inquiry about exactly how much would be allocated to what. And so we can only rely on the CBO. And certainly the fact that HUD staff is not responsive to committee staff raises some concerns, because obviously we know many local agencies depend on understanding from HUD what money might be left or not. Nonetheless, I'll go to the point here of this amendment, which is that this fund is critically important for mitigating the risk of damage from severe weather events. And whether those of us on this side of the aisle believe those severe weather events are increasingly from climate change, or perhaps others might believe it's just because we're increasingly unlucky with natural disasters, we should all agree that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and that pound is growing increasingly heavy. Recently, in fact, just a few days ago, Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders sent an April 24th letter to President Trump saying that localities desperately needed federal assistance to pay for damage from recent storms. We have heard this many times, and we'll hear it many more times in the future. If we're concerned about deficit reduction, we know how much the federal government is paying and will continue to pay for these disasters, then we must invest in prevention. This is our opportunity to do so. I am again proceeding based on the information we have, the latest information only days ago from CBO, that there's $143 million to actually allocate from this fund. Thank you, I yield.
The gentleman from California yields. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Nebraska, please recognize, strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot allow and continue to allow our government to spend money like there are no consequences. The underlying bill takes reasonable steps to reduce expenditures and begin to correct Washington's spending. The proposed amendment would stop this rescission and undo the provisions in the committee print. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member.
Thank you very much. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank Representative Liccardo for his amendment. There's no doubt that with every day that passes, the climate crisis and the housing crisis become more interconnected than ever before. Each time a major disaster or extreme weather event hits a community, whether it's wildfires in California, Colorado, Oklahoma, or Texas, major tornadoes in Kansas, or extreme wind, hail, and snowstorms in Nebraska, families see their homes damaged or completely destroyed. In other cases, as global temperatures rapidly change, the cost of heating, cooling, and powering our homes gets much more expensive. This is especially true in homes that lack energy efficiency due to a lack of insulation or aging roofs, not to mention the effects that rising housing costs and climate-related losses are having on insurance rates. Thankfully, there is something we can do to prepare the nation's housing stock against climate disasters. That's why Congress created the $1 billion Green and Resilient Retrofit Program at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The GRRP funds housing renovations and repairs to improve climate resiliency and mitigate against future disasters. The program also improves energy efficiency in housing to bring down families' utility costs. Unfortunately, instead of adding funds to this program or working to build more affordable housing, Republicans are stealing what little federal housing funds there is to give their billionaire boys club a handout. Unfortunately, the billionaires aren't going to bail out millions of Americans when they are displaced or homeless because flooding destroyed their homes. Billionaires aren't going to pay for a new roof when it's ripped off by a tornado or to rebuild homes after a hurricane or wildfire. In fact, those same billionaires win when they make billions off of rising insurance premiums and unpaid claims. This bill is a scam in the face of the American people. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Liccardo's amendment to preserve funding that helps Americans prepare their homes for climate disasters, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Oklahoma, do you insist on your point of order?
I no longer insist on my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Again, I thank my friend from California for his amendment. Again, the committee print for the budget resolution is not addressing or, cutting funds related to disaster recovery, as we've discussed. It's removing about a little over $100 million of administrative funding that's left over from the fully expended Green and Resilient Retrofit Program. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and interest in the area. I urge a no vote, as I don't believe it's in keeping with our budget resolution today. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, calling the question on Mr. Liccardo's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those no, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from California requests a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to committee rules, the vote will be postponed. Is there further amendment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Colorado you have an amendment at the desk?
I do.
We will wait for it to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order on this amendment.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Mr. Clerk, we're looking at Peterson 029 is what we're looking at. Thank you. Are we distributed?
Great.
All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Okay.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado, designated as Pedersen 029. This is her first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now turn to the gentlewoman from Colorado for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to be back with you all. Sam is attending his first committee hearing here. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So good to see you. The bill before us, as you know, would not only dismantle the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which provides critical support for people who are being taken advantage of. It also takes the civil penalty fund from the Treasury and sweeps it, or the civil penalty fund from CFPB and sweeps it to the Treasury to pay ultimately for the trillions of dollars of tax giveaways to the most wealthy in the United States without helping those who have been harmed. And so my amendment proposes a much better use of the excess amounts in the civil penalty fund that come from the enforcement actions. As the committee is aware, the CFPB, the fund, includes money that is collected as part of their enforcement actions in upholding the Military Lending Act, a law that protects service members and their families from predatory lending practices. And according to the Bell Policy Center, the CFPB has resolved 39 cases involving harm to service members and veterans and returned $363 million to the victims, including 6 enforcement actions for violations of the Military Lending Act. So my amendment would require that if excess amounts are left over from the Military Lending Act enforcement actions, then that money, instead of paying for tax breaks for the most wealthy, would be transferred to the Housing and Urban Development Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program. As this committee is aware, HUD-VASH is a joint program that pairs HUD's rental assistance with Veterans Affairs case management and supportive services, and about 90% of HUD-VASH vouchers result in permanent housing placements, and according to one study, 93% of veterans were stably housed 12 months after receiving this assistance. So this program has been proven to work. The CFPB could easily segregate the funds with MLA enforcement and ensure we use that money to support veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Funds that come as a result of service members and veterans being harmed should go towards supporting service members and veterans, not supporting tax giveaways for the most wealthy. And I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no further debate, I'll call question. Oh, the gentlewoman from California.
Oh, thank you. I move to strike the last word. The HUD-VASH program. That's what we're on, right? We're on the HUD-VASH program? That's right. Yep. Is one of the most successful homeless programs in our nation's history. Taking a housing-first approach, the program gets veterans who are experiencing homelessness into housing by providing them with rental assistance vouchers as well as wraparound services like job training, health care, substance use treatment, and more. Despite more than 771,000 people experiencing homelessness on any given night in U.S., veteran homelessness decreased to its lowest level on record last year, thanks to Congress's constituent allocation of millions of dollars for the HUD-VASH program. This approach is not just about providing shelter, but also about providing the necessary supportive services to address other basic needs. So I thank Ms. Pedersen for offering this amendment to ensure we can end veteran homelessness once and for all. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to say yes.
Yield back. Yeah.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? If no, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Nay. No, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
What?
Recorded vote. Ms. Pedersen?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, recorded, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the further proceedings are amended, and I assume you've withdrawn your point of order.
You are correct, Mr.
I
Chairman.
thought so. I read your mind.
You did, sir.
We'll move on to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Liccardo of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 18 is at the desk.
The gentleman has Amendment 18 at the desk. We will wait for it to be distributed.
Thank you.
The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Liccardo of California, designated as 018. This is his second amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now turn to the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would first note that that is a very difficult act to follow, so I will do my best. As a preface, again, to this amendment, I want to point out that the CBO reported to minority staff on April 26th that there was $143 million remaining in the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program that had been unallocated, and undoubtedly that some substantial portion of that amount would go to projects. That would be a very large sum to merely go to administrative expenses. Based on what we see in the statute, it would seem, unless we are getting different information, and we have tried to get better information from HUD staff, and they've been unresponsive. So if they're giving other information to majority staff, I think it's important for all of us to hear the same information. But assuming, of course, that there is $143 million allocated based on the CBO, I think we all who ran last year, and that was all of us, probably told our constituents that we were going to do something about reducing the very high cost of living that is choking millions of families today. And certainly utility bills are one dimension of those very high costs. And the cheapest energy, of course, is the energy that we don't use, the energy that we conserve. So the Green, Resilient, and Retrofit Program's investment to ensure landlords and their tenants can conserve energy and water with these retrofits, and in fact, lower their utility bills. That is an essential part of what we are committing to our constituents every time we tell them we are going to reduce your cost of living. And we know that these kinds of programs can help. I've seen it before in my own city of San Jose. And particularly since these are tenants who are the most cost sensitive of Americans, tenants overwhelmingly living in affordable housing. And so with this amendment, I would seek to determine whether or not this rescission is appropriate if it would undermine efforts to reduce utility bills for tenants and landlords based on findings of the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that I believe the gentleman from California and I agree on, and one that I hope to work with you on in the future. However, I must oppose the amendment and believe the committee print strikes the appropriate balance to deliver on our committee's $1 billion instruction. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and advance the underlying bill. I yield back.
Seeks recognition. If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. For the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from California.
Yes, request a recorded vote. Thank you.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further action on this is postponed. We'll now consider further amendments. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate,
I have an amendment at the desk.
the gentlewoman from California has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed. What's your number up there? Let's see. G02. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as G02. This is Ms. Waters' third amendment.
Does the gentleman from South Carolina reserve a point of order? The gentleman from South Carolina reserves a point of order. The amendment has been distributed. I now turn to the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are about 18 million veterans, brave women and men who previously served to defend our country. Unfortunately, some really bad actors in the financial marketplace have targeted them. For example, in December 2023, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau sent $6 million in financial relief for veterans who were harmed by illegal lending practices. 5 individuals and their companies misled veterans and other consumers into selling their pension and disability payments, which is illegal under federal and relevant state law. So why do Republicans want to slash the CFPB's funding by 70%? It just makes no sense. And if they're successful, veterans will no longer have a strong watchdog to protect them from these kinds of bad actors going forward. Moreover, I was troubled that the Trump administration actually fired some veterans who worked at the CFPB before they realized what they did and were later directed by the Office of Personnel Management to rehire these veterans. This administration is harming our veterans on a daily basis, and it's high past time that Congress stand up to protect our veterans. And so, Mr. Chairman and members, when you listen to the rhetoric of both Democrats and Republicans about their care and concerns for veterans and how members of Congress are anxious to be with veterans at their post and on special days where we honor them. We talk about how much we appreciate them and the fact that they sacrifice for all of us, particularly if they served in any branch of the armed services and they were in war, etc. And so, what is all this rhetoric about? If we're telling them every day how much we care about them, how much we want them to have safe and secure housing when they return from their assignments in different parts of the world? How is it that we work very hard to make sure that they have special places to bury them? How is it that we know that too many of our veterans before the VASH program were living under bridges and in temporary tents on the street? And how many of us tell our constituents what we're doing for our veterans? And in many of the programs we go to, we ask all of the veterans, please stand up and be recognized. And we do all of this, we talk all of this, and here we have the cutting of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that has done special work in making sure that they assist veterans who have been ripped off by these lenders and have them selling all of their information that I've alluded to as I gave my response and my support, rather, for this important legislation. And so, my question today to my friends on the opposite side of the aisle, you've been no on everything today, and I get it. You've been told by the President of the United States what they want in the budget resolution. You've been told what to do in reconciliation, and nobody crosses him. And it is not because some of you don't believe in the support that we're providing for our citizens, and particularly our veterans. It is because you are towing the line. You are absolutely following the orders. You do not want to be on the wrong side of President Trump because he will retaliate. He's threatened you and told you that he will run primaries against you. Come on, let's have some courage. Let's stand up for the veterans. Even if you say no to everything else, as you've been doing today, it's now time for you to say, no, I'm going to stand up for the veterans. I'm going to say yes, basically, to this resolution. So I ask for your sincere support, and I ask you to do it in such a way that we send the message from all of us serving in the Congress of the United States. We want our veterans to know we really do support them. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Not seeing members seeking recognition, the chair recognizes himself on the Waters Amendment. This amendment seeks to make policy changes that we're not going to address in the markup today. To reiterate, everything in the underlying bill has budgetary impacts and will get our country back on the road to fiscal health. I'm so grateful for our ranking member and her comments about our bipartisan mutual support, affection for, and legislative work in support of our veterans. But I urge my colleagues today, as this is a policy amendment, to vote no on this amendment. Does the gentleman from South Carolina still insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I remove my point of order.
He does not insist on his point of order. Is there further debate on this amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The ranking member requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, the recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings are postponed. We'll now move to our next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from New York.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed.
Maybe this. Yes. 1071, 2009 will be exempted. We were talking about that yesterday.
Why do you think they're going to be in 1071?
Because this amends
Mr. Chairman, can I reserve the point of order?
The gentlewoman from California reserves a point of order, yes. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York, designated as 024. This is Rep. Velasquez's second amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Now turn to the gentlewoman from New York to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 5003 guts the CFPB, reducing the Bureau's budget by approximately 70%. The CFPB is the agency cracking down on junk fees, holding predatory lenders accountable, protecting service members from scams, tackling discrimination in the economy, protecting students, and just yesterday, we heard testimony about how the CFPB is creating a level playing field for community banks with the gypsies and big tech. President Trump, his co-president Elon Musk, and Congressional Republicans are seeking to destroy the CFPB because they know it's working. In fact, it is remarkable to me that the Republicans are spending such a significant amount of their time seeking to destroy an agency that Americans overwhelmingly support. According to polls conducted just last month, 2/3 of Americans favor the CFPB, including solid majorities across party lines. In their effort to destroy the Bureau from within, Section 5003 slashes the CFPB budget and the funding it receives from the Fed. For FY25, the Bureau's funding cap is estimated to be $823.1 million. However, Republicans dispense with past inflation adjustment and reduce the CFPB funding cap to $249 million, a reduction of approximately 70% for fiscal year 25. The new proposed funding cap of $249 million fails to provide the Bureau with the resources necessary to carry out all its obligations, including issuing and carrying out its regulation. Yet, my amendment nullifies the application of Section 5003 as it applies to the CFPB enforcement of its rulemaking, essentially providing the CFPB with sufficient funding to enforce its rule. The CFPB has created rules to give consumers more control over their personal financial data, reining an excessive overdraft fees to $5, enforce fair lending laws for commercial loans, and supervise large non-bank tech companies like X.com, Google, Amazon, and Apple, who are seeking to gain access to our payment and financial system. In fact, since opening its door in 2011, the CFPB has delivered remediation and relief to consumers through its rulemaking, while imposing fines on companies and individuals that break the law. The CFPB has provided more than $21 billion in relief to 205 million harmed consumers in the form of monetary compensation, principal reductions, and canceled debts, among other things. During former Director Chopra's tenure at the Bureau, lawbreakers returned over $6 billion to compensate harmed consumers and paid more than $3.2 billion in civil monetary penalties. Slashing the Bureau's funding for enforcement of its rules opened the door for Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and the Wall Street banks to prey on working-class consumers. American consumers have spoken. They want a cop on the beat to protect them and enforce our federal consumer laws. Instead of seeking to tear down the CFPB, we should be working alongside the Bureau to strengthen it so that it might better be able to serve the American people. That is what this amendment does, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, who seeks recognition. We'll suspend just for a moment.
I recognize myself. So I oppose this amendment to ensure a more sustainable fiscal future for our country. House Republicans are working diligently to find savings in our committees. By failing to decrease spending, this amendment would be detrimental to those efforts. Accordingly, I urge all members to vote against this amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment
Mr.
is not.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We will now move on to the next amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
Chairman? May I ask for a point of order?
The gentlewoman from California has reserved a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as G01. This is his first amendment.
Okay. The gentleman is recognized. So recognized. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me thank Chairman Hill for his kind gift of this survival kit for reconciliation. Much appreciated. My amendment retains the CFPB's current independent funding structure to ensure that military service members are protected. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the only agency tasked with protecting American consumers as their sole responsibility. Since its inception, the agency's been cracking down on junk fees, holding mega banks and predatory lenders accountable, protecting service members from scams, which are abundant, tackling discrimination in the economy, and protecting students. Because of this work, the CFPB has delivered more than $21 billion in savings and recovery to over 205 million harmed consumers. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues are trying to defend this agency despite its proven track record, defund this agency despite its proven track record of protecting Americans. The Trump administration and Elon Musk illegally fired 90% of the CFPB's employees, leaving, I think there are like 50 people left over there. Notably, the entire Office of Military Service Affairs, which is dedicated to the singular purpose of protecting and empowering service members, veterans, and their families, was eliminated. You know, on the Oversight Committee, we've done a number of visits down, Code L's actually, down to Fort Hood down in Texas. We've got some major problems down there. But when you come into the base, which has about 70,000 service members there, mostly young men and women, with some of them living in family housing with kids. But as you're coming into the base, you notice outside the base, just across the street, there are all these payday lenders, and also these auto dealers with, you know, you can buy a car for $5 down. They don't explain that, you know, the interest rate is like 30% on that car loan to get that car. So there's all kinds of scams, both physically at our military bases. And also, there are, unscrupulous predatory lenders that scam our young men and women in uniform. A lot of these kids they're away on, they join the service right from, living with their parents. Young kids, they're not sophisticated, they're not financially adept at what's out there. Some of them are getting their first big paycheck, and oftentimes that's a recipe for bad decisions. So what this does, so now because of the Trump administration's decisions, that office that is to protect, it's set up just to protect these young men and women in uniform. That office is gone now. They've basically wiped that out. And what makes it even worse that previously CFPB employed 210 veterans out of the people that have been laid off, including some disabled veterans, and all have been illegally fired. So I'm part of the litigation group here on the House side, on the Democratic side, so we're suing the administration to try to get these people put back. But in the meantime, these are men and women who have dedicated their lives to serving their country. They're particularly vulnerable because, they're in this position. And the threats of removing funding to the CFPB will have devastating consequences for the protection of these military service members and their families. So, look, I understand here, the overall mission is to save money, but our budget reflects priorities. And during my 25 years here in Congress, I have to say we've had wide agreement on protecting military veterans and also those in active duty. So, I would just hope that spirit is still here in some respect, where we can do a carve out here to make sure that that funding is replaced so that we have some level of protection for these kids. They're just that, they're kids who are patriots and have made a big decision in their lives to serve their country, which is honorable, is noble, and we should be grateful. One way to show our gratefulness is to protect them and to restore the funding to the CFPB Service Members Unit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. So I appreciate, I have to recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's interest in veterans, and I trust that given his comments, and I know he's sincere, I know my friend is sincere in his support for veterans, but I would hope that he and other members on the other side of the aisle would support the Republican NDAA and defense appropriations bills, which lift pay for junior enlisted service members. However, on this particular amendment, I would just point out that this reconciliation bill does not diminish in any way the Bureau's activities related to the protection of service members, and so I would oppose the amendment. And
gentleman yield?
Be happy to work together.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, the entire office has been wiped out. So that does impact. You're not
reclaiming
preserving-
my time.
Okay.
Nothing in this bill in any way alters statutory law protecting service members, and for that reason, I do oppose the amendment, and it does not. And happy to work with the gentleman on service member issues, and again, encourage the gentleman to support Republican NDAA legislation, which continues
I always have,
to raise service member pay.
I always have.
Junior enlisted service member pay, which obviously undergirds the financial stability of these military families. Is there further, I yield back, is there further debate on the amendment?
You yield me some time? Yeah.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just quickly note, saying that statutory law is here, let's not lose sight of the fact that many on this committee I think including yourself, Mr. Chairman, have bills to dramatically reduce the statutory authority of the CFPB. You all filed a lawsuit to defund the CFPB. The prior head of the CFPB in the last Trump administration refused to say down here that the job of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was to protect consumers. You either fund it or just admit that you're trying to screw consumers. But let's not sugarcoat what's going on here. I yield the best balance of my time to Mr. Lynch.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this article. Looks like New York Times. New details emerge on Trump's official sprint to cut and gut Consumer Bureau staff. Is that so ordered, Mr. Chairman? I'm asking you unanimous consent, so there you go. Thank you. Look, I understand we're not necessarily changing statutory law, but when you lay all the people off, when you fire all the people who are doing this protective work, and then there's nobody to do the work. Now, that's a funding and a budgetary issue. You're correct in that respect, but the impact is to stop people from protecting our service members. And, you know, this is happening at every base. I just gave the example of Fort Hood because we've been down there a few times, members of this committee as well. And so they are constantly, there is a constant threat to our sons and daughters in uniform. And the military is doing their best to try to, you know, they'll put on that armed services network and try to alarm the soldiers to be careful and be aware of this scam. But the military, that is part of their job to warn people, but to provide redress and actually to support our veterans, that's been the job of this office, and it is going away. So we're asking for a change here, to put the cop back on the street that is protecting our military men and women. And, you know, I'm just saying, over the past 25 years, I've had very little disagreement with my Republican colleagues who, you know, have joined with us on every occasion to protect, especially young soldiers who are brand new and you know, are definitely exposed to this threat and this danger. The scams are unspeakable. Like I said, there's at that one base, Fort Hood, there's 70,000 young soldiers, really, really young. And, you know, so you've fired the people who were protecting them. I know that's a budgetary decision, but the impact is you leave these people unprotected. So, so the idea that we haven't done anything to lower the protection against, you know, protecting our sons and daughters in uniform is bogus. And so let's get together here. Let's do what we should be doing. Let's do the right thing. You can argue that, you know, that the CBO score and all that is supposedly preventing you from doing that. But may I remind the gentleman, we've been through these reconciliations before, and the rule always is that you don't get a valid CBO score till you make the changes at the end of the legislative process. So we're going through this legislative process. And if we provide the CBO with the information that we, as a Congress, Democrat and Republican, have decided to protect our sons and daughters in uniform, and we're going to fund this office that does that work, then they will give us a score that reflects that. It will be valid, it'll be accurate. But the legislation comes before the CBO score. There may be CBO estimates, but until they know what they're paying for, there's no valid score to rely on. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your courtesy, and I yield the time back to Mr. Caston.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentlewoman from California insist on her point of order? The gentlelady withdraws her point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number, having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We will now move on to the next amendment.
Mr. Chair, a quorum is not present, and I would make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The chair shall count for a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're at 12. A quorum is now present. The committee shall resume its business. Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chair, could I have a formal count?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The clerk.
The clerk.
The clerk.
Okay.
Member Congress, raise your hand.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I request the clerk to call the roll.
Okay.
I'd say no, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Roll call vote is requested. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll. Have all members voted? A quorum is present. The committee shall resume its business. Is there further discussion? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed. No. We will pause while Foster 27 is distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
The
can I
gentlelady
reserve
from
point of
California.
order?
The gentlelady reserves a point of order. Thank you. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as 027. This is his first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the last Congress, my colleagues across the aisle had no shortage of questions and complaints to share with the former CFPB Director Chopra. But one area where members of both parties agreed is that more needs to be done to protect Americans' sensitive financial data. Director Chopra agreed, and he issued a final rule to implement Section 1033 of the Dodd-Frank Act, called the Required Rulemaking on Personal Financial Data Rights. In fact, the former chairman of this committee, Patrick McHenry, said that the rule was, quote, a promising step forward to protect Americans' financial data privacy. I agree with our former Republican chairman, and when he says that, quote, consumers should know where their data is going, how it's used, and be able to terminate the collection of their data by certain firms. The director engaged with Congress in a bipartisan fashion to make changes to the proposal before finalizing the rule, a rule that I consider one of the most significant federal protections for data privacy on the books today. The rule states that financial companies can only collect, use, or retain your data if it is necessary to offer the services that they are offering. It also allows consumers to tell firms to delete their data if they choose to do so. This protects Americans from companies that would otherwise secretly harvest their information for use in targeted advertisements or to sell to the highest bidder for a profit. The 1033 mandatory rulemaking also brings America closer to open banking, which means that consumers have more freedom to transfer their accounts away from financial firms that have treated them poorly and make it easier for them to find a firm that better suits their needs. It's called free market competition, and it works. This rule is good for privacy and good for competition, and my amendment ensures and makes clear that despite the budget cuts made by this bill, the CFPB will have access to the resources it needs to fully implement and enforce this rule. The CFPB, despite the concerns that some of my colleagues have, plays a vital role in protecting consumers, and certain rules like this one should be preserved and implemented. A 70% cut to the CFPB budget would dramatically strain its resources, leaving this rule unfinished and undermining the many consumer protections that only the agency can enforce. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and that will preserve the effectiveness of the CFPB's rulemaking on personal financial data rights, protect Americans' privacy, and increase competition in the financial sector. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself for substantially less than 5 minutes. The committee print offers much-needed solutions to bring down federal spending. The gentleman's amendment proposes to undo these savings. This is a step in the wrong direction and I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment with a no vote. Does the gentlewoman from California insist on her point of order? No. The gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. I yield my time to Mr. Foster.
Yeah, but just very briefly, this does not affect the budgetary allocation to the CFPB under this bill. So it is budget neutral. And the other thing is just a general comment that is on the narrative that we've been hearing throughout this. You know, we all know this is about a $7 trillion tax break for the very wealthy and large corporations in our country. And the narrative that somehow we're teetering on the precipice is just simply quantitatively false. You know, the wealth of America is about $160 trillion. Our national debt is approximately $30 trillion. There is more than enough money in this country to do the right thing and fund important things like the CFPB that is so important to the protection of Americans. And so despite all of that, this will not affect the deficit. It simply ensures that this specific valuable part of the CFPB's mission is continued. And yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are now postponed. We will now move on to the next amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed. This is Amendment Foster.
It's on AI and emerging technology.
28.
Chairman, I would like to again request to reserve point of order.
The gentlewoman from California has reserved a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as 028. This is his second amendment.
The gentleman is now recognized in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of this committee are well aware of the rapid innovation taking place in the financial sector. We've held hearings regularly about the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other emerging technologies. These technologies are revolutionizing the way Americans engage with financial institutions, They're streamlining customer service, improving underwriting, and generally making financial services faster and smarter. Innovation also comes with a certain degree of risk. Consumers, regulators, and firms find themselves constantly encountering new business models and services that they might not fully understand. It's essential for these technologies, especially in the financial sector, to be adopted in a responsible manner. Last Congress, our committee established a bipartisan working group on artificial intelligence, which I joined as ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy, while also sitting on Speaker Mike Johnson's House AI Task Force. Our committee identified several areas of consumer finance where artificial intelligence can generate significant risks. While I believe that many of these risks can be managed, it is essential to have a well-equipped regulator monitoring for abusive practices. Some of the issues included algorithmic bias in lending, credit scoring, and housing decisions. Data privacy concerns, and as many AI models rely on vast amounts of consumer data for training, and this can be inadvertently revealed by large language models. And transparency and accountability challenges stemming from models that you can't tell how they made their decision are really hard to deal with. Nearly all of these concerns fell entirely or partly within consumer finance, with the CFPB being the lead agency overseeing the industry. The CFPB issued a final rule last May that aims to protect home valuation models from conflicts of interest, manipulation, and digital redlining. In 2022, the CFPB clarified that black box algorithms, where the input simply cannot be explained, should not be used as the sole reason to turn down a consumer loan. I should say the input or the output cannot be fully explained, should not be used as the sole reason to turn down a consumer loan. They clarified that targeted advertising using AI models to offer abusive financial products can be considered a violation of consumer rights. And in August of last year, the Bureau proactively solicited information from the public regarding the uses, opportunities, and risks of artificial intelligence in the financial services sector. There currently is no other regulator tasked with monitoring the adoption of emerging technologies in consumer finance, and it would be a mistake to kneecap an agency that is focused on the cutting edge of innovation. Significant budget cuts to the CFPB will stop or severely limit this important work. My amendment will ensure that the CFPB has the resources available to monitor and respond to emerging technologies like artificial intelligence by guaranteeing them the necessary funding. The opportunities and risks of financial innovation that Americans expect Congress to preserve, and also the protections that they've come to expect. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and to ensure that new technologies are implemented in a way that serves their interest. And if my colleagues decide not to support this amendment, there will come a moment when we have the CFPB director in front of this committee, and we will ask them, why have you not defended the consumers against artificial intelligence and oncoming technology? And they'll say, I'm sorry, we simply don't have the money. And that comes back to the vote that we are about to take in this committee. So thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlewoman from California insist on her point of order? The gentlelady withdraws her point of order, and now recognize myself for 5 minutes. While I do appreciate my colleagues' interest in this important issue, I cannot support the amendment at this time. The committee print has been worked on and vetted by our members on the committee, and changes here could undo the appropriate balance that was struck. Accordingly, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman, move to strike the last word. Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Dr. Foster for introducing this amendment and support it, and I just want to challenge the chair again that claiming this is a well-crafted piece of legislation is I guess well-crafted is doing a lot of work in that sentence. This amendment simply ensures that the CFPB would at least have adequate funding to continue protecting consumers. In other words, our voters, the people we represent, from unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices related to artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. Recall back in 2019, when Chair Waters was the chair, we created a task force on fintech, also a task force on artificial intelligence, and if I recall, I think Dr. Foster, you were the head of that committee, exploring how the financial sector was beginning to use AI and what the benefits and risks might be. I remember a particular moment in one of those hearings where we were talking about what would happen, and this actually did happen, credit card companies advertising on Facebook, Facebook's algorithms using AI, trying to maximize revenue, but not obviously optimizing to comply with the Fair Lending Act. Who is liable in that situation? Who has the resources to check that? We got in a rich conversation with the CFPB. Ultimately, I think Director Chopra led litigation on that. But to even understand that question, you have to have resources inside the CFPB to understand the question, data scientists to analyze it, computer programmers who can understand, even before getting into who's responsible, mortgage underwriting, credit card approval. AI is already being used in ways that can comply with law or can violate the law, can amplify discrimination or reduce it. We know that AI systems can reflect and replicate bias, particularly against communities of color. Dr. Foster, I think you've mentioned many times that if all you do is say, let's just optimize for things that make you a good credit score, well, having a rich cousin might make you a good credit score. Having a rich cousin, given the histories of bias in our society, might also mean you're white. That's illegal, right? How are we going to make sure that we do this? So before Trump's team took over and decided to fire all the police, the CFPB was actively confronting those risks. It is a choice right now in this allegedly well-crafted legislation to slash the CFPB's budget, to not focus on those AI issues, just as it is becoming increasingly integrated in our financial services industry. Now, Dr. Foster had mentioned some of the areas where we might look forward and regret this. Here's one you all ought to be thinking about. How much data about consumers did Elon Musk hack out of the Treasury payment system? What 25-year-old punk is sitting on a USB drive full of data? Maybe Director Pursuant will tell us that when he's here next week, because he hasn't answered the letter that we sent him asking for that information. That was all illegally taken. Elon Musk is now saying he wants to use X as a payment system. Is he using that data? Data that was illegally taken on every one of our consumers. I see some diehard libertarians on this community. You all ought to be ripped. I'm not going to say it. You know what I'm saying. You ought to be jacked about that, right? Now, we could have a CFPB that gives a damn about stuff that you don't give a damn about, or we could be sitting here a couple of years from now saying we've got a massive crisis where the people we represent have had their data taken, illegally used, blocked them from loan, blocked them from access to mortgages. They're out of homes, they're defaulting on their mortgages because we sat here and passed this well-crafted document. Come on, y'all. The use of AI isn't slowing down in consumer finance. This amendment simply ensures that the CFPB can keep pace with industry innovation, to hold bad actors accountable and to hold folks accountable who might not be intentionally bad, but just inadvertently the AI model got away from them. What's wrong with that? Who'd you come here to represent? Now, to be clear, this isn't opposing innovation. But as I've said many times on this committee, Walter White was a great innovator. Innovation per se is not a good thing. The job of government is to make sure that we direct innovation to things that deliver the greatest good for the greatest number. And that includes those of us on this committee where we have the capability to do that, and when we don't, the folks in the agencies that we have oversight over. So I urge members to support this amendment, to please at some point in this hearing, stand up for what's right, not just the stuff that Donald Trump told you to do. We are a co-equal branch after all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote being requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands. Recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, action on this vote is postponed. We will now move to the next amendment. Is there Someone seeking recognition? Mr. Foster, gentleman from Illinois.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment is this. We'll pause for a minute while it is distributed.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Vice Chairman reserves a point of order.
Preserving the consumer database, the complaint database, which I have some.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as Foster 029. This is his third amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and now I will turn to the gentleman from Illinois, the author of the amendment, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a saying in engineering and in science that you can't fix something if you cannot measure it. In the run-up to the 2008 financial crisis, American consumers were facing an epidemic of predatory lending practices, hidden fees, and other unscrupulous business practices that weakened them in the eventual economic downturn. And we had no idea what was going on in so many areas at that time. There was a clear lack of accountability and transparency in consumer finances that played a large role in that crisis, and it was quickly determined by members of this committee that that needed to change. Consumers had little recourse to address abusive practices or to spread the word about shady lenders that had taken advantage of them. Following the crisis, our committee wrote the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, which created the CFPB as the sole entity to enforce consumer protection laws for common types of consumer loans, mortgages, student loans, credit cards, auto loans, etc. Now, one of the responsibilities given to the Bureau was to establish the Consumer Complaint Database. That served a dual purpose. One, to allow consumers to submit complaints via the CFPB to financial companies and actually get a response, because it turns out, it may not surprise you, that financial companies found that they could just put consumers on hold if they had a complaint long enough that they'd get discouraged and quit. They have a harder time doing that if you file a complaint through the CFPB, and it was much more effective. In 2023 alone, the CFPB routed more than 1.3 million consumer complaints to financial companies and was able to secure a response in over 1.2 million of them. This includes nearly 85,000 complaints from U.S. service members and 332,000 complaints from older Americans. Since its creation, the CFPB has received more than 8.8 million complaints from consumers about financial products and services. The second purpose of this consumer complaint database is to build a public record of complaints against financial firms. Consumers, regulators, and industry participants can then see the record of these firms and take appropriate course of action, including perhaps not to do business with them if they're repetitive bad actors. Consumers may choose to avoid a lender with a bad record. Regulators may identify unlawful practices, and other industry participants have more insight into potentially troublesome practices, knowing that they can be held accountable. With the steep cuts to the CFPB budgets proposed in this legislation, it is unclear whether the agency will have the resources necessary to keep this valuable tool running and running as it should. That is why I am offering this amendment that will provide the Bureau with the necessary resources to keep the consumer complaint database and the valuable information that it contains available for public use, despite the steep cuts and in other areas of the Bureau's work. And I guess none of us would be very surprised if the number of unanswered consumer complaints skyrocketed after the budget was cut, And this also, preserving the database, at least provides an amount of sunlight on how effective the CFPB is being and delivering for consumers as we go forward. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and to preserve the transparency that the consumer complaint database has brought to consumer finance. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk's recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot continue to allow our government to spend money like there are no consequences. The underlying bill takes reasonable steps to reduce expenditures and begin to correct Washington's spending. The proposed amendment before us looks to undo the provisions in the committee print. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. Mr. Caston of Illinois, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would once again point out that it is mathematically dumb to say that cutting the CFPB is spending money like it's going out of style. Recall that the CFP returns more money to the American taxpayers than it charges. I'll give you a second. If you have a bigger number and you subtract from that a smaller number, you're left with a positive number, not a negative number. Defunding the CFPB does not reduce deficits. I'd like to thank Representative Foster for offering this amendment. Now, he's a physicist, so maybe he understands that math. All this amendment would do is ensure that the CFPB retains current funding to ensure that the consumer complaint database will remain in operation, to ensure that financial institutions respond to the complaints they receive. Now, let's talk about the size of that bigger number. Over the last 14 years, the CFPB has successfully obtained over $21 billion in relief for 200 million people, including constituents of every single one of us in this room. That's $21 billion that they were legally entitled to. It was their money. CFPB got it back for them, which meant that they could then buy a home, spend some money, invest in the stock market, all the things that we all like to do with our money, which help grow the economy. How'd they get that data? Through the consumer complaint database. It's not hard. They get about 25,000 consumer complaints every year, and they send those on to financial institutions. That's how they work. They keep money in people's pockets through their oversight. Now, I realize this is very partisan right now. Donald Trump has tariffs that are going to take $4,900 a year out of Americans' pockets. Donald Trump has managed to collapse the stock market, which is collapsing people's 401k. He's managed to do that in a way that's also driving foreign investors out of the economy. So foreign investors are not only walking away from U.S. equities, but they're also walking away from treasuries, which is causing the 10-year treasury to go up and increase mortgage rates, increase Americans' borrowing costs. We've got reports out this week that the GDP shrunk after extended periods of growth under Biden. I get it. The Republican Party is committed right now to taking money out of people's pockets. The CFPB is designed to fix that and put money back in people's pockets, and I hope that y'all can get on board at some point, hopefully today with this amendment. We need to defend the institution that protects American consumers. I urge members to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition. Not seeing further members, the chair will recognize himself for a comment. I can't support this amendment because, in my view, to ensure a more sustainable fiscal future for our country, we've got to diligently find savings in our committees. That's the charge from the House Budget Committee. By failing to decrease spending, this amendment would be detrimental to those efforts. I also would suggest that reducing the funding to 5%, in my view, preserves the Title 10 of Dodd-Frank's obligations of the core statutory functions. I urge all members to vote against this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. There are no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from of Illinois requests a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Action will be postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 13 is at the desk.
We'll wait for number 13, Liccardo amendment, to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Loudermilk.
I'll reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Liccardo of California, designated as Liccardo 013. This is third amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read, and I turn to the gentleman from California to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment calls for the Director of the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection, who might be the last employee standing at the agency, to determine whether or not amendments proposed by the subsection A would take away payments to those financially harmed by corporate malfeasance. I believe they will, but I think we need a direct answer before we act on this particular change to the law. The limitation as contemplated here of the use of the civil penalty fund to only compensate those victims who are directly harmed by a direct case will undermine the very purpose of the civil penalty fund, which is to compensate harmed consumers where they may otherwise receive no compensation for their harm. Let's remember the civil penalty fund was established as a fund, not merely as a facilitator of restitution, because of recognition that we'll need civil penalties from one case in order to compensate those harmed consumers in other cases where there may be no money left to be able to assist them after they've been devastated by fraud or malfeasance. We know that many fraudulent financial enterprises lack money at the end of the day after they've done with their fraud and the many lawsuits that follow. They will lack the money to fully compensate victims of that fraud. If this provision is adopted without further study, millions of devastated victims will be left out in the cold. For example, quite recently, $1.8 billion in refunds was allocated from junk fees that were imposed on 4 million consumers harmed by the Lexington Law and Credit Repair case in 2024-25. Now that entity, that business, of course, had filed Chapter 11 by the time that these payments were being made. We need to be able to have a source of funds to compensate harmed victims, or else we're going to leave millions of scammed Americans out in the cold. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I thank Representative Liccardo for offering this very good amendment. Americans are tired of being ripped off by corporations left and right. Part of the reason we established the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was to give consumers a place to go when they are harmed by large financial companies. And they worked hard every day to hold bad actors accountable and to make sure consumers got their money back and were made whole. Sometimes those bad actors go bankrupt after they harm people, and Congress established the Civil Penalty Fund to ensure there was a way those harmed consumers could be made whole. We should make sure that any consumer who was harmed by corporate malfeasance could be fully remediated, and this amendment would help ensure that. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia maintain his point of order?
No, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further debate? Hearing no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from California.
Request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Please raise your hands if you support a recorded vote. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, action on that vote will be postponed. We now turn to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
If you'll pause, we'll have that amendment distributed. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Himes of Connecticut, designated as G10. This is his first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now turn to my friend from Connecticut to describe his amendment. Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as we have these conversations about restructuring the CFPB, a lot of these are fair policy issues. One issue this amendment seeks to address, however, is that the civil penalty fund, as proposed by the majority now, would no longer be available to make whole the many people who suffer bad consequences as identified by the CFPB. And this amendment is designed to make sure that even as we make these reforms, our veterans who are so disproportionately affected by the kinds of scams one sees outside of military bases would still be eligible for compensation from the civil penalty fund. I don't think I need to tell anybody in this room that the men and women who serve our country face enough pressure in their lives without having to worry about predatory financial practices. And yet, according to the Army Reserve, financial stress is the second leading contributing factor in service member suicides. Nobody should be comfortable with that fact, and we should take special account of this population as we think about reforming or changing the CFPB. In fact, the 2023 annual report from the Office of Service Member Affairs at the CFPB listed nearly 85,000 complaints from active duty service members and veterans about issues ranging from credit reporting to debt collection or car loans. This is an increase in complaints across every major consumer financial product, with former service members suffering significantly higher losses than others. Scammers specifically prey on veterans. In many cases, unaccredited claim agents target them for their pensions or disability compensation using deceptive solicitations. Service members also see increased financial risks in the auto lending market, where they face higher interest rates, longer loan terms, and higher monthly payment compared to civilians. They report higher rates of harassment from debt collectors, often regarding debts that they don't even owe. So the men and the women who serve our country deserve better than this, especially given the explicit harm that is done to this vulnerable population. And traditionally, the CFPB has offered a critical lifeline to those suffering from financial exploitation, especially our veterans. The CFPB in recent years has taken significant action to protect service members, veterans, and their families, including by ordering the refund of $95 million in illegal overdraft fees charged by a financial institution, suing and ordering civil penalties for predatory pawn and title lenders who violate the Military Lending Act, and shutting down deceptive mortgage lending and advertising practices that claim affiliation falsely with the VA. As of November of last year, the CFPB's enforcement actions involving actors that harmed service members and veterans secured $363 million in financial relief. This amendment preserves some of the protections provided to those who are putting their lives on the line to protect our families and communities by restricting predatory financial practices aimed at our veterans and service members. It would help alleviate some of the stress caused by aggressive and manipulative tactics and help Americans in uniforms focus on their mission and their families. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our nation's veterans and service members. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank Representative Himes for offering this amendment to protect our service members and veterans. The service member and veteran population includes more than 1.3 million active duty service members, 1.5 million family members of active duty service members, 766,000 members of the National Guard and Reserve, 974,000 National Guard and Reserve family members, and 17.9 million veterans. All of these people have done so much for us, and they deserve strong consumer protections. What did the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau do for them? Did they sit idly by while these people got ripped off by payday lenders and other bad actors? No, they were aggressive and took 45 different public enforcement actions to secure $363 million in relief for harmed service members and veterans. This included 6 enforcement actions against companies that violated the Military Lending Act. We should not be defunding the agency that has done so much to protect our brave service members and veterans. Even if you don't like the CFPB, I hope members will support this amendment so we can ensure service members and veterans have the protections they deserve. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia retain his point of order?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Members should raise their hands if they're supportive of a recorded vote. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceeding are postponed. We'll now turn to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman from Georgia has an amendment at the desk. If you'll pause, we'll have it distributed.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Georgia.
I'd like to reserve point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia, designated as G11. This is her second amendment.
Without objection, the committee will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It probably won't even take 5 minutes because the amendment is very short and simple. It's the idea that my amendment would prohibit the White House, regardless of who is president, a Democrat or Republican, from reviewing and approving the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, guidance, and rulemakings to maintain its independence. The CFPB is independent so that consumers that we represent, no matter their zip code, are protected from fraud, abuse, and predatory practices. This is a safeguard and a lifeline for consumers. The CFPB was intentionally designed to be shielded from political pressures that could undermine its duties to protect our constituents. So my amendment simply prevents the president, again, Democratic or Republican, from unduly influencing the agency. Just like we as legislators can't meddle with the agency by taking away its funding, the same should be true across the board. Because the CFPB is free to act in the best interest of consumers, the agency was able to cap overdraft fees, saving consumers $5 billion annually. That's billion with the B, y'all. And it was able to remove medical debt from credit reports, meaning 15 million Americans have no longer been hit with unfair credit penalties. Eroding this independence could embolden financial institutions to resume the risky practices that led to the 2008 economic crisis, disproportionately harming working families, people of color, and other marginalized communities. These are the communities that I fight for every single day in Congress. These are the communities who are seeing prices skyrocket under this administration. They already were struggling to afford to buy a home, send their kids to college, or just get ahead because of years of blocking investments in our people. And now these are the same people who are going to be harmed the most if we gut the independence of their consumer watchdog on the beat. Exempting the CFPB from the White House rules, budget oversight, and guidance is not about shielding a rogue agency, y'all. It's about preserving a proven, independent institution that protects millions of Americans from financial harm. Undermining its autonomy risks repeating the mistakes of the past with devastating consequences for consumers and our economy. So again, if you truly believe in protecting consumers, like I know you all do, you will support this amendment so that the CFPB maintains its independence. I urge my colleagues to join me in legislating on a bipartisan basis on behalf of the people that we represent and pass my amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Loudermilk, do you reserve your point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Who seeks recognition? Mr. Donalds of Florida, recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. To the gentlelady that brings the amendment, she is a friend, but this is one of those situations where we just simply do not agree. There is not an agency that should be in existence that is exempted from review by the President of the United States, his team, or the Office of Management and Budget, regardless of who might be President of the United States. I'll go further. The CFPB, as it was created and currently as it exists, does not even come to Congress for appropriations. So you would have an agency with no ability to have any oversight or examination from the executive branch, no ability for Congress to be able to set its budgets or examine its spending habits. It would truly be an independent agency with no oversight whatsoever, which means it's not accountable to the American people, not accountable to the representative members of Congress who are elected by the people of the United States, or even be able to be held accountable by the President of the United States, depending on who the American people choose to elect. In my view, that flies in the very face of constitutional government. And so, look, I believe in consumer protections. I know the gentlelady from Georgia believes in consumer protections. We all want the public to be protected from predatory practices, but that does not mean that you create an agency with no accountability whatsoever. And I do understand what my colleague is trying to accomplish, but let's be very clear that following this amendment would remove the CFPB from any accountability whatsoever. So then whoever happens to be in charge of the CFPB can literally make of that agency whatever they wish. No accountability is not how any agency should be operating. I would ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back who seeks recognition. Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to make policy changes that we are not going to address in the markup today. To reiterate, everything in the underlying bill has budgetary impacts and will get our country back on path to fiscal health. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back who seeks recognition. Ranking member.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Williams, for her work on this important amendment. This amendment would prevent the Office of the President, including the Office of Management and Budget, from reviewing or making any changes to the budget of the CFPB, and that includes Co-President Musk also. They also cannot make any changes to any proposed rules or guidance issued by the CFPB before it is finalized. Do you all remember something called Project 2025? The manifesto that President Trump claimed was not his plan for America? Well, Project 2025 outlines ways the Trump administration should dismantle the CFPB. Guess who wrote Project 2025? Russell Vought, who has been leading the charge in laying off CFPB staff and halting any enforcement supervision actions. This is also that President Trump and his oligarchy organization can get away with profiting, financial fraud through his various business ventures. It is no coincidence that whatsoever that President Trump launches a meme coin, and a month later, the SEC says it will not regulate meme coins. It is no coincidence that President Trump's World Liberty Financial launches its own stablecoin during the DC Blockchain Summit, the same event that Chairman Hill and Chairman Scott were discussing stablecoin legislation. It is no coincidence that the SEC announced it would not regulate Bitcoin mining, and 10 days later, American Bitcoin was launched by President Trump, two older sons. There's a clear pattern and practice that President Trump has gotten comfortable with. He wants to choke off any agency power while also having a heavy hand in legislation. Congressional Republicans like to present themselves as the party of law and order. Can't say that anymore. What law and what order? President Trump's orders from his oligarchy organization. And so, I would like to point to the Federal Reserve, and I am so pleased that Chairman Powell understood very clearly what the president could not do to him, and he stood up against him because he would be victim to some of the president's crazy actions should he have been able to displace him. And so there's good reason why the president should not be able to do certain things. As a matter of fact, he thinks he can do all things. As a matter of fact, this president has stepped way over the bounds that any president has ever stepped in order to use his power, in order to not only control, like the Department of Justice, but to seek revenge. And he said so. Well, it was mentioned about Project 2025. Well, he said he didn't know anything about it. He said that he had no involvement in it. Well, we know that that's not the truth, that he has. And so we have to be as vigilant as we can possibly be to do whatever we can do to keep agencies out of his hands. I know that the Constitution does not delineate what all he can't do. And so he's using executive orders to do whatever he wants to do. This is dangerous. This is something that no one expected would happen in the United States of America. And so we want him to keep his hands off of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It has helped so many people who were victims of fraud. It has returned $21 billion to many of our constituents who have been ripped off. And so if we had not had the wisdom when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to make sure that neither the appropriations or the president or anybody else could rule and take over the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I want to thank my colleagues and Ms. Williams for working on this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment from the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Williams? Recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings are postponed. We'll now turn to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment at the desk. Let's wait for it to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd raise a point of order.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves a point of order. No, I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bynum of Oregon, designated as G04. This is her first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now turn to the gentlewoman from Oregon to describe her amendment. We yield to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment ensures that our students have the protections they deserve when taking out student loans. The CFPB plays a critical role in protecting student borrowers from predatory lending and unfair practices. Mr. Chair, we should be doing everything we can to support students working toward their future, not making it easier for bad actors to take advantage of them. So my team and I did a little bit of research, and we believe that everyone who sits on this committee went to college. And the truth is, not all of our parents could afford to send us to college. So that's why some of us took loans out and worked our way through college so we could find ways to pay for our education. And I know there are members of this committee who have kids who took out student loans so they could pay for college. And we benefited by not being taken advantage of by predatory lending practices, even though we didn't have any other options. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is about standing up for millions of Americans with student debt. In communities across the country, borrowers are working hard to repay loans, and they deserve a watchdog that ensures they're treated fairly. This kind of oversight is essential so that graduates, veterans, and hardworking families aren't preyed upon as they try to build a future. We should not be cutting the very agency that's fighting on their behalf. Today, student borrowers are facing more and more obstacles and financial strain. Between inflation and the economy slowing, people's budgets are tight. And last year, the CFPB's own ombudsman reported a surge in complaints. Servicers losing paperwork, giving inaccurate bills, and leaving borrowers in costly limbo. So, Mr. Chair, now is exactly the wrong time to starve that effort of resources. My amendment simply ensures that the CFPB can keep doing its job protecting student borrowers. We should preserve these protections for our students seeking higher education, not pulling the rug out from under students and families who play by the rules. Thank you, and I urge my committee members to adopt my amendment so that we can continue to help students thrive.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia pursue his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from California, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Representative Bynum for working to ensure our student borrowers are protected by offering this important amendment. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has a student loan ombudsman that helps student borrowers who have questions and need help. This includes borrowers who've had to deal with Navient. In September 2024, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau announced an enforcement action against the student loan servicer, Navient, for its words of lawbreaking. As a result of the order entered in the CBFPB's lawsuit, Navient had to pay $120 million fine and is permanently banned from seeking to participate in federal student loan servicing activities. The company is also forbidden from directly servicing or acquiring most loans under the Federal Family Education Loan Program. These bans largely removed Navient from a market where it, among other illegal actions, steered numerous student loan borrowers into costly repayment options. Unfortunately, Republicans are trying to undermine the CFPB's ability to hold bad actors accountable like Navient and to protect student borrowers. This amendment would ensure that they can at least continue to do so. I support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody seek recognition? Hearing no further debate, the vote is now on the gentlewoman from Oregon's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlewoman from Oregon.
May I have a recorded vote, please?
Gentleman, is that requested a recorded vote? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings are postponed. We'll move to the next amendment.
Mr.
Who
Chair.
seeks recognition?
I do.
The gentlewoman from Oregon.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while it's distributed.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Gentleman from Georgia preserves a point of order.
Thank you. Yes.
Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bynum of Oregon, designated as G05. This is her second amendment.
Without objection, this amendment will be considered read. I now turn to the gentlewoman from Oregon to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me tell you a story. You'll hear me often talk about my son, Asa. He's 14 years old, and I've seen firsthand how the world is different for our kids today. So when my son sits down to play a video game, you can imagine it's more than a game now. It's not just this world that he's interacting with his friends, it's actually a digital marketplace. And he has the ability to spend real money on digital items. In fact, sometimes when I'm sitting here, I get notifications from Amazon that he's bought another PlayStation card. without my permission. He has the ability to spend real money on digital items, and with just a few clicks, he can access virtual currencies and in-game purchases, sometimes without fully understanding the cost. We've heard stories of kids racking up charges, or worse, accounts getting hacked, and parents being left with an unaffordable bill. So today, my amendment supports the CFPB's efforts to make sure consumer protections extend to these digital marketplaces. The CFPB has looked into these gaming marketplaces and found troubling signs of theft, scams, fraud, and even money laundering targeting players who are frequently kids. In so many homes, mine included, video games play a big role in our kids' lives, and we need to ensure the same basic safeguards that apply in a store or a bank apply on these platforms too. The CFPB has a rule that does exactly that. It would treat video game companies like payment companies when they hold consumers' money for in-game purchases. In practice, this means gamers and their parents would gain the right to dispute unauthorized charges and get refunds if they're defrauded, just as they would with a bank or credit card. So the question is, why wouldn't we do everything we can to make sure that the rules that protect consumers also protect our kids online? We should be standing up to the CFPB, not dismantling it, as it keeps pace with new technology and markets. My amendment makes sure families are protected in video game transactions and other emerging payment platforms. Thank you, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendment.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, do you insist on your point of order?
I withdraw.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you very much. This amendment would allow the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to retain its current independent funding to implement interpretive guidance on how the Electronic Funds Transfers Act and other payment protections might apply to new and emerging digital payment mechanisms, including those offered through video games. I just found out that President Trump, who's creating his own meme and who's creating his own company for stable coins, is continuing on with his ripoffs and his attempts to make more money for himself, is planning on launching his own video games that involves, what do you think, cryptocurrency. On April 15, reports came out from several sources that this video game is supposed to resemble Monopoly. Players will travel around a board and earn money for constructing buildings in a digital city. Sound familiar? I also found out that Bill Zanker, the person who helped to launch Trump meme coin and various NFT collections, is behind the game. This marks another President Trump venture into the digital assets world. How much will he profit on this? Well, I'll answer that question. He'll profit as much as he and his family can rip off in his leadership on cryptocurrency and all that he's doing to ensure that he makes more and more money and rip off the least suspecting. Video games are no longer simply a pastime in American society. They serve as gathering spaces for young Americans. We need to take steps to protect young Americans who feel left out by traditional financial services platforms, especially when President Trump continues to profit off their interests while also ensuring that his business interests go unchecked by agency. This is just another example of what this president is capable of doing as he explores more and more ways to lead on cryptocurrency and to rip off any and everybody that he possibly can. And so what we have to be careful about is watching everything that he does with crypto. He has learned how to use executive orders and the president's office to do whatever it takes in order to enrich himself. He's a poor example of what a president who does not think first about the people that he's serving will do to make more money no matter what it takes. I could say a lot more, but I've got a lot more I'm going to say about him later on. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no further debate, the chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. This amendment introduces policy matters that fall outside the scope of the committee print, which specifically focuses on budgetary implications for the agencies within our committee jurisdiction. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and maintain our focus on strengthening the nation's fiscal standing in today's work. I yield back the balance of my time. If there's no further debate, the question is now on the gentlewoman from Oregon's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. With the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, action is postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for an amendment. We'll pause while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves a point of order. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bynum of Oregon, designated as G09. This is her third amendment.
Without objection, this amendment will be considered as read, and I now turn to the gentlewoman from Oregon to describe her amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my goals as member of this committee is to work on legislation that makes consumers better off. And that's what I believe we came here to do, right? So cracking down on outrageous overdraft fees to reining in predatory lending, the CFPB's work keeps more of our constituents' hard-earned money where it belongs, which is with them. We've heard the argument that deregulation will lower costs for consumers, but time and time again, those savings never seem to trickle down to our families and small businesses. Instead, what we get is a wild west of junk fees and fine print paragraphs that line corporate pockets while nickel and diming our families. So, to be clear, my amendment seeks to set a pretty reasonable condition. Before we try to roll back the CFPB, we should have proof that doing so will actually benefit consumers. I'm an engineer by training, so I'm all about the data. We shouldn't be making willy-nilly decisions that might work. We need to be sure. The truth is, the CFPB has actively been reducing financial fees and charges that burden ordinary Americans. In fact, a recent rule finalized by the CFPB capped credit card late fees at $8 instead of $30. That would have been real money back in people's pockets, returning $220 to the average family facing late fees. But your colleagues, my colleagues, House Republicans, struck down that rule and raised costs. If there truly is a plan to eliminate the CFPB that won't hurt consumers' wallets, I'd like to see the proof. Otherwise, we'd be dismantling an agency that has been cutting costs for American families, and I can't get behind that. Unless opponents of the CFPB can guarantee that undoing its protections will actually lower costs, we should be holding the line. Let's stop with the false promises, stick to the facts, and have the backs of our constituents, which is what we came here to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlewoman from Missouri insist on her point of order?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman withdraws a point of order. Who seeks recognition on the Williams
Chairman?
amendment? Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is not, Mr. Chairman, about saving the taxpayers' money, which is why we're here today. It's about enshrining the same failed progressive policies that the president is working so hard to reverse. This amendment brings us backward and is counterproductive to reducing direct spending in our jurisdiction. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Ranking member, the gentleman from California, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. This amendment would ensure that Trump administration efforts to dismantle the CFPB would not take effect unless and until the Department of Treasury can certify that fees and other financing costs will be reduced for every consumer financial product. I probably agree with everyone that will never happen. These fees, sometimes referred to as junk fees, are excessive and undisclosed fees. For example, overdraft fees, which committee Republicans don't want to limit. Committee Republicans are fine with people having to pay excessive overdraft fees when they already don't have money in the bank. All right, this amendment would absolutely describe a situation under which they certainly could not be able to dismantle. But I want to just say, even if they were able to do this, I would not support under any conditions the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau could be dismantled. I just want to tell you and remind everyone that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is very special and very important, and we worked very hard under the Dodd-Frank reforms to create the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, working with Senator Warren and others who understood that consumers had nowhere to go, nowhere to complain prior to the development of this initiative. And so we've had to work very hard to protect it over the years. The Republicans have tried everything they could possibly do to destroy the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau all the way up to the Supreme Court. We have beat them every time. And so I think it is very important for everybody to understand that this very special Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is protected in terms of its funding because they get their funding directly from the Federal Reserve. I want you to know that the consumers and advocates around this country really do understand the importance of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And so I'm thankful for these amendments and what everybody is doing to send a message out to the Republicans and to the President of the United States of America. You may rip us off with crypto. You may create your own meme coin. You may create your own stable coin operation and business, but you're never going to get the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We are so committed and dedicated to the proposition that the people of this country deserve to be protected from the fraudsters and the rip-off artists and all of those who would absolutely use every trick in the book to rip people off from their money. And guess what? They go to the most vulnerable neighborhoods. They go to the neighborhoods where the people have the least. They go to the neighborhoods where they know that people don't have lawyers to defend them. They go to the neighborhoods and counties and places in this country where they think they can get away easier than going to some of the more well-off neighborhoods who can afford to be in a fight and to hire their lawyers, et cetera, et cetera. And so if the Republicans are coming up with more efforts to try to get at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we want you to know we're going to fight you to the last inch, that we're not going to support, we're not going to turn our heads, and we're going to tie it right to the president where it belongs with his cryptocurrency and everything else that he's trying to do to enrich himself. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Any ayes? All those opposed, say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. Those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3, action on this vote is postponed. We now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Does the gentlewoman from California have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk. No, we don't have. We have this. I'm sorry, we do not have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair. I need to advise you that a quorum is not present, and I make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentlewoman has a point of order that a quorum is present. The chair shall count for a quorum. Clerk will open the vote. Okay, we don't, sorry, hold on. A quorum is not present, and so the clerk may open the vote.
I request a roll call.
That is underway. I mean, I'm 18 members being present, a quorum is present. The committee shall resume its business. Is there further discussion? Is there further amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Is there further discussion? There's an amendment at the desk, Ms. Presley. We'll wait for it to be distributed. Yeah, let's keep this thing fire up. That's our equivalent to the quorum clause, just to say, fine, you're not here, screw it, I'm over it. Of course.
All right, my amendment, has it been distributed?
We're waiting for it being distributed. Thank you.
It took out her story.
No, this is
For the
that
second
This is
one, I
it.
know.
This
I'm
is,
saying.
no, this is, so you know this. All you need to know is this. You're gonna be reading this part for this amendment. And then you'll stop here.
All right. Right here?
Yeah. This is where you like reading the quotes and the stories about why CFPB is in charge. That's what it is.
We'll let him read it first.
Which one?
Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts, designated as G07. This is her first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman, Ms. Presley, is recognized to describe her amendment. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lucas.
Could I reserve a point of order, please?
Point of order is reserved. Now let me turn to the gentlewoman, the author of the amendment, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My amendment will ensure the CFPB remains fully funded so that it can continue returning billions of dollars to consumers by charging risk-based assessments to the largest banks and non-bank financial companies, including big tech payment providers and payday lenders. This funding mechanism is similar to how other financial industry watchdog agencies are funded, such as the FDIC, the OCC, and the Federal Reserve. According to a poll from just 1 month ago, 67% of Americans favor the CFPB, including 60% of Republicans. It's clear the CFPB is incredibly popular, and for good reason. My colleagues across the aisle think gutting the CFPB to serve Trump and Elon's agenda and pass tax cuts for billionaires is more worthwhile. The billions of dollars the CFPB has returned to consumers isn't just a statistic, it's a reality. Take Jonathan Booth from Colorado. He struggled to get a wrongly charged late fee from his credit card company resolved until the CFPB stepped in. Nurit from Cambridge, Massachusetts, was in a dispute with a contractor who damaged her home. She wasn't able to engage the contractor or Venmo until the CFPB stepped in. Only then did she receive the money to cover the damage. Or Barbara from Arizona. She was harassed by debt collectors wrongfully claiming unpaid dental bills from her 95-year-old father. She reached out to attorneys generals in 2 states, but it was only after she contacted the CFPB that the debt collectors stopped harassing her and the case was closed. This is just a snapshot of America, of all of our constituents who benefit in one way or another from the CFPB. Who stand to lose if this agency is gutted as Republicans want? Who stands to suffer at the hands of big bank and predatory lenders if this bill is passed today? In addition to these individuals and countless others, 349 consumer, civil rights, labor, legal services, and community organizations and academics wrote to Congress just yesterday demanding action to restore a strong and independent CFPB. In their words, quote, "The CFPB has worked to support a healthy, sustainable housing market, improve credit reports, crack down on junk fees, reduce the burdens of medical and student debt, fight lending discrimination, and to promote safe banking practices and banking competition." I also want to highlight the words of the Student Borrower Protection Center's Deputy Executive Director, who said, quote, "From student loan borrowers to seniors, service members, and military families, the CFPB has been the first line of defense for everyday Americans targeted by predatory financial institutions. Last year alone, every state and territory saw a surge in complaints filed with the agency, a testament to its critical and growing role as financial defender for everyday Americans. My amendment is important because keeping the CFPB funded is important. I urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment, fund the only agency whose sole responsibility is to protect consumers.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
No longer do. I withdraw, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I'm tempted to address the policy issues here, that's not what this is about. This amendment is not about saving taxpayers' money. It's about enshrining the same failed progressive policies that the president is working so hard to reverse. This amendment brings us backward and is counterproductive to reducing direct spending in our jurisdiction. That's why I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further debate, the question is now on the gentlewoman, Ms. Presley's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlewoman from Ms. Presley. Gentlewoman asks for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll now turn to further amendment. Who seeks recognition? Is there anyone seek further recognition on the bill?
I have an amendment at the desk. Yes,
We'll pause for that to be distributed.
thank you.
Wait.
Literally, he just reprinted everything, and that's what made it kind of confusing, but we're good.
No, it's somebody.
If the clerk could report the amendment, please.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts, designated as G08. This is her second amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I'd like to reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
A point of order is reserved. Now turn to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Republicans have decided that slashing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau budget by 70% is in their best interest. It's certainly not in the best interest of their constituents, but that's not who they're doing it for. They're doing this for every company that wants a free pass to violate consumer protection laws, whether it's a bank, a debt collector, a credit repair firm, a mortgage lender, or a fintech. It doesn't matter, because without the CFPB functioning and funded as it should be, these companies will essentially have a free pass to abuse and prey on consumers. Since 2010, the CFPB has brought over 300 enforcement actions against companies for violating these laws. They are the only agency representing the consumer, and they have proven their importance time and time again. They've gone after companies that did deceptive marketing, charged illegal fees, discriminated against consumers, opened accounts without authorization, and had failures in data accuracy and dispute processes. I don't understand why my colleagues across the aisle are in favor of these violations, but I certainly would appreciate an explanation. The CFPB has defended consumers time after time. Just in the last few years, the CFPB found Lexington Law and CreditRepair.com guilty of illegally charging upfront fees and engaging in deceptive bait-and-switch advertising for credit repair services. The CFPB penalized U.S. Bank $37.5 million for opening accounts and credit lines without customer authorization. The CFPB ordered a regional bank, headquartered in Virginia, to pay $5 million in redress and $1.2 million in penalty for failing to provide adequate notice of overdraft services. The CFPB held land development and mortgage companies accountable for targeting Hispanic consumers with predatory loans and failing to provide required disclosures. These are just a few examples that illustrate the breadth and the depth of illegal conduct investigated by the CFPB. Currently, the CFPB is funded through transfers from the Federal Reserve that are capped annually, but Republicans want to defund the CFPB to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. That doesn't sound like a fair trade, but my amendment provides a way to keep the CFPB fully funded even with the disastrous Republican cuts. My amendment would change the CFPB's funding structure so that any company found to have violated a consumer financial protection law since 2010, including some of the examples that I enumerated earlier, would pay annually to fund the CFPB through annual assessment. These bad actors would be responsible for funding the very agency that held them accountable, creating a direct financial consequence for them and incentivizing them to stop breaking consumer protection laws. This is a fair way to fund the CFPB, to help consumers keep them safe from companies that think they can abuse and prey on consumers without any consequences. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there anyone seeking recognition on this amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Request a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. Recorded vote, if you support that, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from Texas.
I move to strike the last word.
Does the gentlewoman have an amendment?
Yes, sir, I have an amendment.
We'll pause while that's amended, distributed.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas, designated as G06. This is her first amendment.
Without objection, this amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to reserve a point of order, please.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would make sure that this bill cannot take effect until the General Government Accountability Office certifies that the provisions in this bill will not prevent older consumers, our seniors, who are victims of financial fraud and abuse from receiving remediation and help from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Let me set the stage. Y'all have heard it at your town hall meetings, if you had some recently. We have all gotten these annoying spam calls and texts. The ones that don't seem to leave you alone, even if you try to ignore them. Now, most of us know better than to pay or buy whatever they're selling. But imagine our seniors. They get a call, pretending to offer technical support for these new digital services and products. It sounds like the product makes sense. After all, it would protect you from viruses, which your kids always warn you about. Our seniors may not know that these sellers are actually scammers, trying to trick them into purchasing expensive and unnecessary products. With the increase in volume and speed of digital transactions, older Americans, our seniors, are at risk, now more than ever. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, since its creation, has worked to help protect our seniors from financial harm and abuse. They have received over 100,000 complaints from people who are 62 years or older. They have worked across various levels of government to coordinate efforts and maximize our outreach to our seniors. In fact, many of my own constituents learned about the CFPB for the first time during a visit in March of 2024. They learned about how they can protect millions of Medicare recipients from unlawful medical bills and how to identify unsanctioned debt collectors. They were even given advice on how to check for junk fees in their bureau plans. In addition to medical debt scams, the CFPB has protected older Americans from losing money on zombie mortgages, nursing home debt collection, and other forms of financial exploitation. And some of this exploitation actually are crimes. And the FBI reports that they have worked on many cases. I have for inclusion in the record and ask for unanimous consent a report from the FBI, Elder Fraud in Focus. There's been a 14% increase in internet crime against our seniors. I ask for unanimous consent for that to be entered in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. So when I was a geriatric social worker back in the day, I saw firsthand the abuse our seniors face as consumers. I hear from seniors every time I visit or whenever I do a town hall. They know that this is really happening and they need help. Some reach the level of crime and we can make referrals to the FBI, but some are consumer transactions, and the FBI for consumers is the CFPB. It directly puts money back into their pockets, and they're doing that to seniors across America. Protecting our seniors is critical. We cannot wait for a future time. We must include this in this bill to make sure that they remain protected. This amendment is a call to ensure that the CFPB can continue its work in protecting our seniors. It has been said more than once during this hearing, Mr. Chairman, that spending money has consequences. Well, voting against our seniors has consequences. Fraud and abuse against our seniors has consequences. All the work that we do has consequences, but the one thing we can do is support our seniors and make sure that the CFPB is there to protect them from financial scams through the internet, through the phone, and in writing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back who seeks recognition. We're still debating Ms. Garcia's amendment.
I was eager. Apologies.
If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, against, please say nay. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma withdraw his point of order?
Enthusiastically, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have the amendment is not adopted.
I didn't speak on it.
We'll now move to further amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Roger that. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's distributed. clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts, designated as G18. This is her third amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. We'll now turn to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. DOGE has made sweeping cuts to agencies responsible for oversight of our financial system. This raises the risk to financial stability, consumer protection, and the broader economy. The FDIC has been significantly hampered by DOGE. Let's look at the numbers. The FDIC has reduced staffing by about 10% since January. An additional 450 employees are now a part of the Deferred Resignation Program. Then DOGE dismissed 160 probationary officers following that. And on top of those cuts, nearly 17% of remaining staff are eligible for retirement. This will clearly reduce the staff capacity to carry out the FDIC's mission of protecting our money in banks. On the flip side, it takes 3 years of training for new commissioners to be qualified to lead bank examinations. It's far more difficult and time-consuming to train new commissioners, which means DOGE has severely weakened the FDIC and worsened a long-term staffing issue. This is not just concerning, it's destabilizing. This means we have fewer examiners to oversee the health of the 4,500 banks in our country. This means we don't have certainty that mandatory safety and soundness examinations of these banks will be completed on time. And let's be clear, these banks are extremely important in ensuring public confidence in our banking system. The Inspector General for the FDIC was worried about insufficient staffing at the FDIC in December before the DOGE cuts to staff. Imagine the concerns we should have now. With banks sitting on huge, unrealized losses, which is the same issue that sparked the fall of SVB, First Republic, and Signature Bank, will not be able to do its job, which includes taking over a failed bank's operations and assets if necessary. The reduction in staff at the FDIC increases the risk of undetected problems within banks and could lead to delayed responses to emerging banking crises. DOGE hasn't just weakened the FDIC, they've also targeted the CFPB, which means less protection for consumers in financial markets. In America, there is now a greater risk of fraud, predatory practices, and consumer harm going unchecked. Additionally, small businesses rely on stable banking relationships and fair access to credit, which means they could be vulnerable if financial instability rises. So let's be honest, DOGE cuts haven't increased efficiency. They've done the exact opposite. According to nonpartisan analysis, DOGE cuts could cost taxpayers $135 billion this fiscal year due to loss of productivity, paid leave, rehiring costs, and disruptions in federal services. They haven't saved taxpayer money, they've wasted it. And these costs don't even include potential losses from tax enforcement and the economic impact of a weakened financial oversight. DOGE's approach clearly shows a failure to plan and consider the consequences of their actions. It's Congress's role to conduct oversight, and that's what my amendment does. My amendment will conduct a study through the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Office of Financial Research to evaluate the damage and risk posed to our financial systems by DOGE cuts, as well as the concerning impacts on consumer and investor protection. And unlike DOGE, my amendment will assess systemic risk, not just tally up fake savings. DOGE's actions may seem harmless to my colleagues across the aisle, but their sweeping and ill-thought-out cuts have real-world consequences for real people, particularly for our most vulnerable, along with the stability of the financial system. I urge my colleagues to support what is a common-sense amendment and Congress's role, oversight. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
I wish to withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
He generously withdraws his point of order. Is there any other comment, debate? The ranking member from California is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. I thank Representative Presley for offering this sensible amendment. Elon Musk's Doge minions have been out of control. They've fired the people who handle our nuclear arsenal. They've fired experts working on the bird flu outbreak that made eggs very expensive. And they've gone after our financial regulators, including the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. It is worth noting that while the FDIC has attempted to fire some of its examiners, we had inspectors general pointing out that they need to hire more examiners after the regional bank failures last year. And through this bill, Republicans seek to slash the budget for our financial stability agencies by 90%. There's a consequence to all of this, and the very least we should get is an analysis by our financial agencies on what these Doge workforce cuts means for our financial stability. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no further debate, Chair recognizes himself for comment. This amendment, in my view, is not relevant to the committee's print that the committee is considering today. The committee print of this reconciliation measure is limited to budgetary matters that will save taxpayers over $1 billion. I urge my colleagues not to be distracted by this amendment and to vote no. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the gentlewoman's amendment from Massachusetts. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Do you request a recorded vote?
Gentlewoman, do you request a recorded
Yes,
vote?
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of Committee Rules. Further proceedings on this vote are postponed. Is there, turn to another amendment? Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts, designated as G19. This is her fourth amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma reserve a point of order?
I wish to reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
It is done. We'll now turn to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts to describe her amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Doge, established by the Trump administration and run by Elon Musk, has been granted unprecedented access to sensitive government databases. This includes confidential personal and financial records regarding Social Security, student loans, government HR files, and even sensitive payment systems at Treasury. Doge employees who were given access to some of the most sensitive data our agencies possess did so with no training. They did so with no oversight. Even Trump's political appointees at agencies across the executive branch have admitted they cannot track when or how Doge staff access sensitive data. This is not something my colleagues across the aisle can ignore or turn away from. DOJ is brazenly ignoring privacy laws, and personally identifiable information has been improperly shared with individuals outside DOJ. This is not legal. For Republicans to talk so much about law and order, they're pretty quiet when Elon Musk daily breaks the law. Further, there have been documented incidents where DOJ staff received mistaken permissions, including read-write access to Treasury payment systems. There is no justification for and reason why DOJ needs unlimited access to Social Security records and other private information that millions of Americans have entrusted to their government. That is why I'm offering an amendment to evaluate the impact of DOJ's actions. This amendment is critical because we need to shine a light on what sensitive data DOJ has been given access to and how this agency has, through their sheer incompetence, undermined data privacy, cybersecurity, and financial stability. My amendment will task the Financial Stability Oversight Council and the Office of Financial Research to report these facts to Congress. This is necessary because DOJ has largely moved in the shadows without oversight, and we still don't know the extent to which sensitive data has been improperly accessed and what damage has already been done. Here's what we do know. We know that lax security and rapid onboarding of DOJ staff have raised the risk that sensitive data could be leaked or hacked, exposing Americans to identity theft and fraud. We know that the release of confidential personnel data has been flagged as a significant breach that could endanger federal employees. And we know that we are at a greater risk of large-scale breaches. Just think about it. If we let DOJ put all of the data across the executive branch in one system, North Korea, Russia, and others are just going to target that one system for hacking. We need my amendment to shed light on how DOJ's ability to halt payments to access sensitive financial systems has undermined the integrity of our data privacy systems, as well as financial stability and market competition. If DOJ was truly about making the government more efficient and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, we wouldn't be seeing a move fast and break things approach to the most sensitive and confidential personal data within our agencies. It's time to slow down and assess what DOJ has broken. Millions of Americans on Social Security deserve to know. And my amendment is critical to ensuring we do just that. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Is there further debate on the Presley amendment? And does the gentleman from Oklahoma continue to reserve his point of order?
I wish to withdraw my reservation, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Further debate? Ranking member, gentlewoman from California, to recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank Representative Presley for offering this important amendment. This amendment would direct Financial Stability Oversight Council member agencies to monitor and assess the sensitive data that has been shared with Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOJ, and to share that information with Congress and the public. In the early days of this administration, DOJ quickly gained access to sensitive payment systems administered by the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service that handles trillions of dollars of payments sent from the government. DOJ has also accessed critical databases and sensitive information held by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Elon Musk could use the sensitive business data that CFPB has for its own financial benefit to learn more about other payment platforms that would compete with the new payment app Musk plans to launch. These illegal actions have led multiple judges to step in. A judge blocked the Trump's administration's unlawful payment freeze. Additionally, a United States district judge issued an emergency order temporarily restricting access to Treasury's payment and data systems, which contains highly sensitive information, noting that there was a risk of irreparable harm, with threats to our financial data, privacy, and cybersecurity on the rise. Now's not the time to cut off our oversight tools. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. You've withdrawn your point of order, right? Yes, sir. Yeah. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote.
The gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Action on this vote are postponed. We now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member, Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's distributed. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma reserve a point of order in this opportunity?
I seek to reserve a point of order, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
good. The gentleman from Oklahoma has reserved a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as L01. This is her fourth amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. As Republicans propose cuts to basic and necessary government programs, they are at the same time enabling Trump's exploitation of the office of the president to enrich himself and his billionaire buddies with crypto schemes. This amendment ensures that the Financial Stability Oversight Council can investigate the president and other government officials who are financially benefiting from their promotion of crypto products, which will inevitably cause harm to the country's financial stability. To shine a light on details of Trump's crypto conflicts of interest, I want to take some time now to read from a New York Times investigation that came out just yesterday. World Liberty Financial has eviscerated the boundary between private enterprise and government policy in ways without precedent in modern American history. The pitch from Z-Money arrived on the encrypted messaging app Signal just days before Donald J. Trump's presidential inauguration. Z-Money was Zachary Folkman, an entrepreneur who once ran a company called Date Hotter Girls and was now representing World Liberty Financial, the cryptocurrency firm that Mr. Trump and his sons had recently unveiled. Mr. Folkman was writing to a crypto startup in the Cayman Islands, offering a partnership in which the firms would buy each other's digital coins, a deal that would bolster the startup's public profile. But there was a catch, the New York Times found. For the privilege of associating with the Trumps, the startup would have to make, in effect, a secret multi-million-dollar payment to World Liberty. Everything we do gets a lot of exposure and credibility, Mr. Folkman wrote, asserting that other business partners had committed between $10 million and $30 million to World Liberty. The Cayman startup rejected the offer, as did several other firms that received a similar pitch from World Liberty, executives say. They considered the deal unethical, concluding that World Liberty was essentially selling an endorsement and hiding the arrangement from the public. World Liberty's executives, who have maintained that they did nothing improper, were undeterred. They successfully pitched similar deals to other firms while also marketing their coin to buyers around the world, reaping more than $550 million in sales with a large cut earmarked for the president's family. Mr. Trump's return to the White House has opened lucrative new pathways for him to cash in on his power, whether through social media company or new overseas real estate deals. But none of the Trump family's other business endeavors pose conflicts of interest that compare to those that have emerged since the birth of World Liberty. The firm, largely owned by a Trump family corporate entity, has erased centuries of old presidential norms, eviscerating the boundary between private enterprise and government policy. In a manner without precedent in modern American history, Mr. Trump is not only a major crypto dealer, he is also the industry's top policymaker. So far, in his second term, Mr. Trump has leveraged his presidential powers in ways that has benefited the industry, and in some cases, his own company, even though he has spent years deriding crypto as a haven for drug dealers and scammers. He has filled his administration with sympathizers to the crypto cause, including by appointing a former advisor to industry players as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. In addition, the Justice Department recently disbanded a crypto crimes task force, continuing a broader unwinding of Baton area scrutiny of the industry. A Times examination of World Liberty's rapid ascent from fledgling startup to international force, and Mr. Trump's conversion from crypto skeptic to industry cheerleader highlights the range of conflicts of interest trailing the company. World Liberty has directly benefited from Mr. Trump's official actions, such as his announcement of a federal crypto stockpile that would include a digital currency the firm has invested in. The president's announcement caused a temporary jump in the value of World Liberty's holdings. And so, Mr. Chairman and members, I read to you what is being now investigated, and I will continue as we go on in this committee. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman, does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, the purpose of the committee print is to address the budgetary matters for agencies within our jurisdiction. This amendment introduces unrelated policy matters to maintain our focus on strengthening the nation's financial stability. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Yes, I seek recognition.
Gentlewoman's recognized. Strike the last word.
I yield to Ranking Member Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me continue reading this article. World Liberty has sold its cryptocurrency to investors abroad, including in Israel and Hong Kong, according to interviews and data obtained by the Times, establishing a new avenue for foreign business to try to curry favor with Mr. Trump. Several investors in World Liberty's coin managed firms that the federal government accused of wrongdoing. They include an executive whose fraud case was suspended after he invested millions of dollars in World Liberty. Other investors and business partners, some of whom haven't been publicly identified before, are looking to expand ways that they will require the Trump administration's approval. World Liberty proposed swapping cryptocurrency with at least 5 startups and often use the Trump name to solicit steep payments as part of the deals. Even in an industry with a disreputable history, the deals raise alarm among veteran executives. It's a black spot on our industry, said Andre Conje, a founder of Sonic Labs, a crypto firm that turned down World Liberty's pitch. Anyone who accepted would obviously think they're going to make money because it's the officially endorsed Trump project. A spokesman for World Liberty, David Washman, disputed that any of the company's deals constituted a one-sided payment for services rendered. But he acknowledged that the company has engaged in mutual investment deals and said that its deal-making had resulted in thoughtful, strategic exchanges between parties who stand to mutually benefit, quote unquote. Mr. Watchman also said it would be false, absurd, and dangerous to suggest that investments or partnerships with World Liberty Financial are conducted as some sort of political quid pro quo. Never has an investor or partner requested any political favoritism, he said, nor would we ever entertain such a possibility, quote unquote. Still, the company's deal-making benefits the president's family. A Trump business entity owned 60% of World Liberty, according to the company's website, and is entitled to 75% of certain revenue from coin sales, which could be converted into cash. It's one of the most successful things we've ever done, Eric Trump, the president's son, who runs the family business, said in an interview this month at Trump Doral Golf Course in Florida. He and his older brother, Donald Trump Jr., are actively involved in World Liberty, though they rely on 3 partners to oversee the daily operation. 2 of them, Mr. Folkman and Chase Harrow, have mixed track record in crypto. The other is Zach Witoff, the son of Mr. Trump's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witoff, who is also a World Liberty founder. In recent days, Zach Witoff, Mr. Folkman, and Mr. Harrow were in Pakistan meeting with the country's Prime Minister, Mohammed Shahbaz Sharif, and other top government officials to discuss World Liberty. The trip, complete with limousines, a dance performance, police escorts, seemingly blended the president's business interests with the trappings of a state business. Mr. Watchman said no U.S. government officials were involved in the meetings. President Trump has noted that conflict of interest laws do not apply to him and that he has broad immunity for official actions he takes as president. In a statement, a spokeswoman for President Trump noted that his assets are in a trust managed by his children, and that as a result, there are no conflicts of interest. This trust still benefits President Trump directly. World Liberty supporters are unbothered by questions about conflict. And so I share this information with you because I do not wish members to not be able to understand what is going on with the President of the United States, his ownership of crypto, and the fact that he oversees the very regulators involved with crypto, and he's able to direct them in what they should and should not do and excuse any crimes that they are committing. With that, I'll yield back the rest of my time until I continue with this reading at the next opportunity.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Yes. Ms. Garcia?
Ms. Garcia, Texas, you recognize. Strike last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm so happy that the ranking member is sharing the words that she is, and I think everyone should sit and listen and give her the courtesy of making her remarks. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Trump wants to make a lot of money in crypto. Konstantin Kuznetsov, a Russian citizen living in Miami, whose Gibraltar-based firm brought $1 million of World Liberty's coins, said in an interview, and I quote, "We can join in this wave," quote unquote. As a businessman who made his name in the textile world of real estate, Donald Trump never aspired to build a digital coin empire. Indeed, at the end of his first term, remember, Mr. Trump turned to social media to express disdain for cryptocurrency. They are not money, quote, he warned. Their value is highly volatile and based on thin air, quote, unquote. By last year, his views had begun to shift. His older sons had become enthusiastic crypto proponents after the January 6, 2021 attack on all of us in the Capitol effectively exiled the family business from the mainstream financial system. Quote, we built and sold and held real estate forever. And for a long period of time, I had access to everyone in the world, Donald Trump explained in a live video appearance at a crypto conference in Washington last month, quote unquote. Quote, all of a sudden, that became really difficult. And I sort of realized very quickly just how much discrimination there is in the ordinary financial markets, quote unquote. The change of heart also coincide with an influx of millions of dollars in campaign contributions from the crypto industry into the Trump reelection effort. Under the Biden administration, the industry had faced nearly 100 enforcement actions by the SEC, and crypto executives wanted a leader to champion their interests in Washington. During his campaign stumps, Mr. Trump's qualms about crypto appeared to completely vanish. At a Bitcoin conference in July, he vowed to turn the United States into the crypto capital of the planet, quote unquote. 2 months later, Mr. Trump completed his conversion, announcing that he and his sons would enter the crypto marketplace with a new venture called World Liberty Financial. Mr. Trump delivered the news in a live stream in his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, where he had gathered with Eric and Donald Jr., along with Mr. Hero and Mr. Folkman. Crypto is one of those things we have to do, quote unquote, Mr. Trump said. Quote, whether we like it or not, I have to do it. Mr. Hero and Mr. Folkman were unusual choices to partner with the president. Mr. Folkman, who had described it a certain way, had short curly and tattoos, ran a company in his 20th tutoring forlorn men on how to pick up women. In numerous podcast appearances, Mr. Hero has recounted his life's redemption arc, describing a wild youth in which he was charged with marijuana possession and spent a couple of weeks in a Wisconsin jail. The two men had worked together for years, selling everything from cologne cleanses to get-rich-quick advice before pivoting to crypto with uneven results. In 2022, Mr. Hero urged a room full of crypto enthusiasts to invest in the currency Terra USD, calling it, quote, one of the coolest assets in history. The coin imploded. The coin imploded a month later, erasing billions of dollars in wealth. Mr. Hero's most recent venture with Mr. Folksman was a crypto platform called Doe Finance, which was hacked in July, leading to the theft of $2 million. It's not clear exactly how the pair earned the Trump's trust, but Steve Witloff said last year that he met them through his son, then introduced them to the family. With that, I yield back the balance of my time until I have an opportunity to continue.
Gentlewoman yields back to Ms. Garcia's time. Ms. Garcia, there's no time remaining.
There's no time limit.
Yep.
I concur with her remarks. Thank you.
Great.
Green from
Who
Texas.
seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with what the ranking member is presenting, and I especially would point out that the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution prohibits gifts and other forms of payments, and it seems to me that the president is in breach of the clause. I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you much, Mr. Green. On the live stream introducing World Liberty, Donald Trump Jr. hailed the men as first-class financial minds. Quote, you could put them in a boardroom at Goldman Sachs and they're going to smoke the people in the room, quote, unquote, he said. In October, Mr. Hero and Mr. Folkman got to work on the company's first initiative, selling a new cryptocurrency, which is called, I guess that is $WLFI, with the goal of 300 million in sales. These coins would be different from $Trump, the so-called meme coin that spiked in January after Mr. Trump marketed to his followers before it abruptly crushed. A meme coin is a type of cryptocurrency based on an online joke or celebrity mascot. It has no practical function other than speculation. After $Trump's initial surge, its price plummeted, costing investors a cumulative $2 billion. World Liberty, at least according to its marketing pitch, eventually plans to operate as a new type of internet bank that would allow customers to borrow and lend money in various digital currencies. Anyone who bought $WLFI coins would get to vote on certain bank business decisions, just like shareholders in a traditional company. Mr. Trump was at the core of the pitch. The company published a 13-page gold paper that describes its mission and leadership team. On the cover was a portrait of Mr. Trump, styled to look as if gold paint had been splashed across the page. He would serve as the company's, quote, chief crypto advocate, the paper said, quote, unquote. When World Liberty launched, the Trump family and its affiliates were given 22 billion units of the crypto coins, a stash now worth at least 1.1 billion on paper, depending on the various prices used in recent sales. Under the company's rules, the Trumps and other World Liberty investors are not allowed to sell their coins on the open market, though the company has said it might eventually lift that restriction if other buyers of the coin agree. Initially, there are few buyers. By the end of October, World Liberty had sold only 2.7 million worth of the coins, a tiny fraction of its goal. Election day was a game changer. A flood of investors. With polls closed in most of America and Mr. Trump on his way to victory, the World Liberty account on X posted a celebratory message on November 5, quote, bring things on the horizon, quote, unquote. Soon, a surge of investment flowed into World Liberty's cryptocurrency. Most crypto purchases are recorded on a public ledger known as blockchain, with the buyers and sellers largely anonymous. But World Liberty has said it performs extensive checks on investors in its coin so it knows who they are. The blockchain is a publicly viewable ledger of all crypto transactions. Every time someone spends money with a digital coin, it shows up as an entry, allowing investigators to track the flow of funds. However, in most cases, the identities of the buyers and sellers are concealed behind strings of letters and numbers. An analysis performed for the Times by the forensics firm Nansen, drawing on crypto industry data, showed that many of the investors were based abroad in places like Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, and the United Arab Emirates. Federal law prevents foreigners from donating to presidential campaigns or inaugural funds, but World Liberty's coin sale offered a new legal way to back Mr. Trump. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back to Mr. Green. Mr. Green, you have.
I yield.
Gentleman yields back to the chair. Is there further debate? Dr. Foster.
Yeah, thank you, and I yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. The reason for purchasing such a token was to support Trump's inauguration, as he was the first crypto-friendly president of the United States, quote, unquote, said Keir Law, Chief Strategy Officer at Arbiter Finance, a Hong Kong-based entity. Some investors, domestic and overseas, have managed firms that ran afoul of U.S. regulations. One was Yoni Assia, an Israeli who founded eToro, an online trading platform whose U.S. subsidiary reached a $1.5 million settlement with the SEC just last year for crypto-related violations. Troy Murray, a Puerto Rico-based investor who bought World Liberty's coin. Before that, he had helped create Bornbridge, which in late 2023 agreed to pay the SEC $1.7 million to settle his own crypto-related accusations. Since Mr. Trump took office, some World Liberty investors have pushed the government for regulatory approvals or poised to interact with the administration as they try to build or expand businesses in the United States. In March, Mr. Asia's company notified the SEC that it is intended to go public in the United States. DWF Labs, a crypto firm based in the United Arab Emirates, announced this month that it had brought $25 million of $WLFI and that it was opening a New York office. Our visibility in the U.S. has been increased, quote, because of this deal. Andrew Graychef, the managing partner of DWF Labs, said in an interview, "We would like to have direct dialogue with the policymakers," quote unquote. The crypto executive with perhaps the most to gain from his affiliation with World Liberty is Justin Sun, a Chinese billionaire who founded the crypto platform Tron, T-R-O-N. Mr. Sun gained global attention late last year when he spent $6.2 million at an art auction to buy a banana that had been duct taped to a wall. Not long after that, Mr. Sun made another headlong-grabbing maneuver. He spent $75 million on $WLF coins. The investment drew widespread criticism, given that Mr. Sun had a clear incentive to gain favor with the Trump White House. During the Biden administration, the SEC sued Mr. Sun, arguing that he had fraudulently inflated the price of a Tron cryptocurrency. Mr. Sun has denied the SEC's charges, and in a text message to the Times last year, he said his World Liberty investment was simply a vote of confidence in the Trump family's excellent project. In late February, the SEC asked a federal judge to halt proceedings in Mr. Sun's case. The agency said it was exploring a potential resolution, quote unquote. The judge granted the stay. Justin Sun gave World Liberty a big lift, but Mr. Trump's company wanted more money, much more. So World Liberty executives soon announced that what they called a transformative initiative, quote unquote, to partner with other crypto outfits and invest in their coins. The strategy, the executive said in February, would leverage World Liberty's growing clout to help their lesser-known partners. It's like taking care of your brother in the space, Mr. Hero said in a crypto event in New York last month. But World Liberty's public pronouncement omitted a key aspect of his private pitch to several crypto startups. Executives at this country told the Times World Liberty wanted to sell its own coin, not just to invest in others. It was proposing a currency swap. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Dr. Foster, you have 46 seconds left. Well, you don't now, sorry. He yields back.
Yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
I yield my time to the ranking member, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman's yielded to from Mr. Fields.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Fields. Here's the deal. World Liberty offered, according to executives at 3 crypto firms approached by the company, the startups would spend between $10 million and $30 million on a large chunk of World Liberty's coins. In return, World Liberty would buy a smaller amount of each startup's own cryptocurrency. World Liberty would keep the rest of the money for itself, a premium as high as 20%. World Liberty's purchase would signal to the market that Mr. Trump's firm had deemed the startups worthy of investment, but the market would have no way of knowing that World Liberty had been compensated for that endorsement. Some details of a similar pitch from World Liberty were previously reported by Blockworks, an industry news outlet. They kept telling us and I quote, we're super close to Trump, said Mick Silagaji, the chief executive of EtherFi, a crypto startup that World Liberty approached. We immediately rejected, quote unquote, said Dominic Schneider, who founded IOTA Foundation, a Berlin-based group that also received the pitch, quote, it's a very dishonest approach, quote unquote. In his statement, Mr. Watchman, the World Liberty spokesman, said the Times reporting contained fundamental misunderstanding about standard industry practice, quote unquote, and called the company's business arrangement, quote, not only common in the blockchain industry, but essential for creating lasting economic alignments in business generally, quote unquote. Quote, these arrangements establish skin in the game for all parties, he added, quote unquote. The benefits of a partnership were enough to attract at least 5 crypto firms to strike other deals with World Liberty without disclosing details of the financial arrangement, the Times found. In one deal, the CUI Foundation, a U.S.-based group, announced that World Liberty would buy an unspecified amount of its currency, cryptocurrency, prompting SUI's price to jump more than 10%. As part of the arrangement, the foundation was slated to receive World Liberty's coins in return, said 2 people familiar with the deal who requested to be anonymous to discuss private negotiations on World Liberty partnerships have shown how Mr. Trump is mixing his official role with his business. In December, the company announced that it would use technology designed by a startup based in Lisbon, Ethena Labs. It also brought more than $5 million of Athena's cryptocurrency. One of Athena's investors is Arthur Hayes, a crypto entrepreneur who pled guilty to violating the Bank Secrecy Act in 2022 and was sentenced to 6 months of home detention. Last month, Mr. Trump granted Mr. Hayes a pardon. A spokesman who represents both Athena and Mr. Hayes declined to comment. Another World Liberty partner is Ondo Finance, a New York-based startup backed by Founders Fund, the conservative billionaire Peter Thiel's venture capital firm. World Liberty made its first purchase of Ondo's coins in December, buying more than 130,000 of them. The transaction, at least briefly, helped drive up the price of Ondo's coin, drawing headlines in crypto news sites celebrating World Liberty's bet. In January, Andono donated $1 million to Mr. Trump's inauguration, securing an invite to a candlelight dinner at the National Building Museum in Washington, where the guest list included several of Mr. Trump's cabinet nominees. Ando also helped sponsor an inauguration event called Crypto Ball soon after Donald Trump Jr. and World Liberty's management team were headlines at a conference Ando organized in New York. Quote, this is a moment we aren't sure what's going to happen. Ian Debode, Ondo's chief strategy officer, said from the stage, but sometimes the stars align. With that, I yield back until I have another opportunity to continue the Times article.
The gentlewoman yields to the gentleman from Louisiana. Does the gentleman from Louisiana yield back? He yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Vargas of California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman may
I appreciate that.
continue.
In February, Eric Trump passed along some investment advice to his followers on Elon Musk's social media platform, X. Quote, in my opinion, it's a great time to add $ETH, quote unquote. It was the ticker symbol for a digital coin called Ether. You can thank me later, quote unquote, he added before deleting that line. His advice proved precedent. The next month, his father announced the creation of a U.S. crypto reserve, a Fort Knox-like repository of cryptocurrencies intended to help bolster the industry. Ether is the second most valuable cryptocurrency behind Bitcoin, worth about $1,800 at current prices. Many of the most influential crypto companies use the coin to conduct transactions and build financial applications. Mr. Trump's announcement included a list of digital currencies to go into the stock market. Along with Bitcoin, he included, is it Ether or Ether? Included Ether, saying it would be at the heart of the reserve. Ether's price surged more than 13%. The spike had an immediate beneficiary, World Liberty. Over the previous few months, the company had bought $240 million worth of Ether, according to Arham, a crypto data firm. The day the president announced the crypto reserve, the value of World Liberty's Ether stash rose by $33 million, assuming it had not sold any of its holdings. That gain was later lost as Ether declined in value. The same pattern, Mr. Trump making policy announcements or posting messages that intersected with World Liberty's business interests occurred again in March. In a video feed at a crypto conference in New York, Mr. Trump called on Congress to pass legislation governing stablecoins, a type of crypto designed to maintain a value of the dollar. Stablecoins are a type of cryptocurrency that maintain a constant price of $1. They differ from traditional digital currencies like Bitcoin, which constantly fluctuate in price, making them easier to use for certain types of transactions. Companies that issue stablecoins operate similar to banks. The issuers make money by taking deposits from investors, giving them coins in return, and then investing those deposits to generate a yield that the companies keep. Now, let me just say, both the Senate and the House have introduced bills that would make it easier for firms issuing stablecoins to operate in the United States. In his remarks last month, Mr. Trump said that the rise of stablecoins would expand the dominance of the U.S. dollar. A week later, World Liberty announced it was releasing its own stablecoin, USDI. Is that USD1 or I1? USD1. The future is here, and it is so bright. Zach Widoff wrote on X. Jordi Alexander, a crypto executive who helped World Liberty with its plans to launch its stablecoin, said in an interview that the company had already secured commitments of at least $1 billion from investors to buy stablecoin once it hits the market. The new venture will only compound World Liberty's ethical conflicts. The company plans to offer USD1 on a platform developed by Binance, a giant exchange that settled criminal charges with the Justice Department in 2023. This week, Mr. Widoff, Mr. Hero, Mr. Folkman met with Changpan Zhao, Binance's founder and former executive in Abu Dhabi. Mr. Zhao, who served for 4 months in federal prison for money laundering violations, have been seeking a pardon from the Trump administration, according to people familiar with the matter, who requested to be anonymous to discuss a sensitive topic. The pardon effort was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. I just want to remind our members that Mr. Trump was cutting deals on stablecoin while we were in the middle of negotiating right here in this committee on stablecoin. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back to Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? There being no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Or is the gentlewoman asking for a recorded vote? The gentlewoman's asking for a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote is postponed. We will now move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
What is it? Amendment? I have an amendment at the desk.
Mrs. Waters has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait and for a moment while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. Wagner,
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved.
This is the very last part of the article. If you have extra time after this is just the last page of that article that you were reading.
My amendment is here.
Yeah.
I'm going to, with this now.
Yeah.
What is it?
This is the last part of that article, the New York Times article.
Oh, is that right?
If
So I can
you-
add that to this?
Yeah, you should add it to the
Okay.
end, because you'll probably have
So
extra
what?
time. You'll probably have extra time after reading the talking points, so this could be
Okay.
the end of this.
Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as L02. This is her fifth amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to discuss her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that the Financial Stability Oversight Council would access and monitor the risk to financial stability that would arise if the federal government required the use of a particular stablecoin or other crypto to enter into transactions with the government, including Trump's own crypto. Under this amendment, FSOC would also monitor risk arising from agencies' adoption of digital assets for internal operations and external deployment. Federal agencies carry out critical work to support vulnerable communities and consumers and should not be subject to the president's self-dealing and risky experimentation. For example, the Department of Housing and Urban Development supports over 5 million households nationwide through various programs, including assistance for renters with low and moderate incomes. The share of people in struggling households include children, seniors, and individuals with disability. HUD oversees billions in aid and tracks trillions in mortgages, all critical lifelines to vulnerable communities who rely on this help. In addition to the chaos Trump is wreaking upon the economy, I'm deeply concerned about the unnecessary risk and volatility his administration is interjecting into HUD and other agencies. In the past, we've seen similar risks introduced in the housing market, which led to the 2008 housing crisis. According to recent reports, HUD is attempting to experiment with crypto in their operations, including by paying grantees in stablecoin or crypto. Experts have cautioned that Trump executive orders would allow alternatives to the dollar for taxes and other payments to the government. Now, Trump has his own stablecoin through his World Liberty Financial Project and his own meme coin that he is using to auction off special access to the White House. This leaves the door open for Trump to require the use of his stable coins and meme coins in order to pay taxes or enter into other arrangements with the government. This would be just another in a string of his administration's egregious conflicts of interest. So we must pass this amendment in order to ensure we're watching out for all of the risks present in these arrangements. And so the overlap between Mr. Trump's policy pronouncements and his business interests have alarmed congressional Democrats, who moved recently to amend the pending stablecoin legislation to bar the Trump family from issuing one. The amendment failed, and none of the concerns about world liberty have disrupted its momentum. Last month, Mr. Widoff was among a group of executives invited to the White House for a first-of-its-kind industry summit. After the meeting, Mr. Widoff posed a photograph on social media of him smiling inside the White House next to Mr. Hero and Mr. Folkman. And so, thank you, Mr. President, quote unquote, Mr. Widoff wrote. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the ranking member for introducing this amendment. I also want to thank President Trump because I think his recent actions in inviting his top 220 investors in his meme coin to the White House for unique private access in the White House has really put an awful lot of doubts to bed. Questions are now resolved about whether or not this administration has become a kleptocracy. This is making the Teapot Dome look like tempest in a teapot. We critically need independence in decision-making around the very issues that the ranking member has identified with regard to which particular stable coins or other digital assets will be able to contract with the government. We have seen very problematic relationships already with regard to several companies owned or launched by Elon Musk. And this is exactly the kind of amendment, and this and many others, that we need to start to hold this administration accountable. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to read from an article styled "Trump to Host Gala for Top 220 $Trump Meme Coin Holders at DC Golf Club." This is the block from on April 23rd, 2025 by Sarah Wynn. President Donald Trump will host the top 220 owners of his meme coin at his privileged private golf club in the nation's capital. Trump, who launched his own meme coin called $Trump days before his inauguration in January, will host a gala on May 22nd at the Trump National Golf Club in Washington, D.C. for the top 220 average $Trump holders over a designated period of time, according to the project's website. Holders are encouraged to hold as much $Trump as you can from April 23rd to May 12th, which will determine the ranking. The more $Trump you hold and the longer you hold it, the higher your ranking will be, according to the site, which also posted a leaderboard on Wednesday. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Since Trump took office on January 20th, he has taken a friendlier approach to crypto, tapping agency chairs that are viewed as open to the industry and recently hosting a crypto summit. Trump launched a $Trump meme coin in late January with his wife, Melania, following suit with one of her own. At the time, $Trump garnered some criticism from the crypto insiders who insist that it distracts from the greater good given crypto's reputational risk. Of the 220 going to the gala, the top 15 $Trump holders are invited to an exclusive reception before dinner with your favorite president and will also get a VIP White House tour. I'd like to just pause and comment on the VIP White House tour. I think that clearly this should be investigated. I don't know how you can allow your personal business interests to somehow become a part of what your presidential duties are in terms of providing tours at the White House. It would just seem to me that we should be investigating this type of activity, among the many others that we should be investigating. But in any event, the price of $Trump ballooned to close to $14 on Wednesday, up from closer to $9 earlier in the day, according to the block's price data, which means that the president's asking people to buy is having an impact. And by the way, these people buying could very well be persons who are doing this to curry favor with the president in other areas of their endeavors. Trump previously reportedly held a dinner last year in Palm Beach, Florida, to meet supporters who brought his mugshot edition NFTs. Those NFTs were from his 2023 arrest and conspiracy charges to overturn the U.S. 2020 election results. It is intuitively obvious to even the most casual of observers that the president is marketing the presidency, that he has decided that he will make as much money as he can from holding the office that he holds, the high office that he holds. And it would be a shame for this Congress to see all of this evidence, empirical evidence, and fail to investigate what is before us, what is patently obvious as a violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. Unfortunately, we don't have the will. The way is there, but without the will, this president is literally going to get away with, to some extent, what one might call a low-level form of extortion to produce a high amount of dollars. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? There being no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Wagner. Do you still insist on your point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
The gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. Thank you so much. All those in favor of the amendment by Mrs. Waters signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. And the amendment is not adopted. The gentlewoman is requesting a recorded vote. Those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition? Dr. Foster, you're recognized.
Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as Foster 030. This is his fourth amendment.
Gentlewoman.
I reserve a point of order, sir.
Gentlewoman reserves a point of order. Without objection, this amendment will be considered as read, and Dr. Foster from Illinois is recognized to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee is tasked with ensuring the proper functioning of U.S. financial markets. To deliver that, we've crafted laws to prevent market manipulations such as front-running, insider trading, pump-and-dump schemes, and other abusive practices that unfairly disadvantage the public. Another factor that we often consider is the way that government officials communicate market-moving information. We are all aware of how the entire financial world hangs on every word of the chair of the Federal Reserve, and the tremendous integrity with which our Chair, Jay Powell, handles this responsibility. Other announcements that move markets can include inflation data, employment numbers, interest rate decisions, and significant policy changes. Last year, the Bureau of Labor Statistics made a series of mistakes that resulted in market-moving information being released early or to a small group of recipients, giving those individuals an edge over other investors that did not receive this sensitive information. One technical glitch allowed two large banks to access employment data more than half an hour before the rest of the market, and in our fast-moving markets, a half an hour is an eternity. While the BLS states that they have investigated these incidents and made procedural changes to address the faults, the Trump administration is raising new questions every day about the federal government's treatment and publication of market-moving data. I'm not talking about the way DOGE will take over the Department of Labor, drop the firewalls, and exfiltrate bulk data on individual businesses, salaries, payments, and labor histories. And what I'm talking about is the way that President Trump and Elon Musk both communicate policy announcements and plans via social media platforms where they are the majority owner. Trump has Truth Social, Elon Musk has X. Famous example of this is when President Trump announced on his privately owned social media platform, quote, "This is a great time to buy," exclamation, 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 unquote, 4 hours before he announced a 90-day pause on most tariffs, which, by the end of the trading day, resulted in a 9% jump in the S&P and a 12% jump in NASDAQ. I believe those kind of actions are not only unethical, but they undermine the faith in U.S. markets. By forcing users onto these platforms to receive the latest and sometimes only updates on presidential policymaking, the owners of these platforms are enriching themselves with dollars and with data and giving them an edge on the markets, giving an edge in the markets to their users, but only to their users. Now just imagine for a second that you're a startup trying to make a market advisory app or a market newsletter, and you're trying to compete against that kind of corrupt leaking of inside information on Trump's or Elon's private social media platforms. But it does not end there. Treasury Secretary Bessent recently reportedly told a private group of bankers non-public information about the International Monetary Fund's report on the global economy, specifically that turmoil caused by the Trump's tariffs had forced the Monetary Fund to rip up its report and start again. So, I think that's market moving, and it is massively inappropriate. So the mechanisms that the executive branch uses to announce this sort of information matter. And leaking non-public information to private groups of bankers or announcing changes of tariff policy to a narrow portion of the population that chooses to subscribe to your private app is unfair, and it harms the reputation of U.S. markets. And that's why I'm offering this amendment that would provide FSOC and OFR with the resources to conduct a study of mechanisms that the executive branch officials use to publish market-moving information and the risks of publishing such information through unapproved channels. It also requires FSOC to determine whether publishing market-moving information on a platform owned by the executive branch officials presents a conflict of interest, can result in financial gain, or generates other adverse outcomes that could threaten the stability of financial markets. This amendment will provide Congress with insights on how to improve mechanisms for releasing sensitive economic information and ensure safeguards are in place to prevent executive branch officials from using their own platforms and position for financial gain. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. This is information that Congress needs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri, do you insist on your point of order?
No, sir. I withdraw.
Gentleman withdraws her point of order. Is there further debate on Dr. Foster's amendment?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wagner, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do, in fact, strike the last word. And, Mr. Chairman, this amendment introduces policy matters. In fact, a study that falls outside the scope of the committee print, which specifically focuses on budgetary implications for agencies within our committee. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment to maintain our focus on strengthening the nation's fiscal standing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. Is there further debate on Dr. Foster's amendment?
Green from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Mr. Foster for offering this amendment. President Trump has launched the most chaotic first 100 days we've ever seen come to the White House. He constantly posts his latest thoughts on social media, whether it's his attacks on the independent Federal Reserve or announcements about massive tariffs that I call Trump tariff tax, by the way, against most of the world's countries that may also change at a moment's notice. We have seen the market crash, not once, not twice, but several times in the last 100 days. And at the very least, the Financial Stability Oversight Council should conduct a study to examine the impact on threats to financial stability Trump's chaos may impose. It is also worth noting how social media fueled the fastest bank run we've ever seen when Silicon Valley Bank had its debacle. So we have seen social media posts can have a financial stability impact. So this is an important issue to study. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
A recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We will now move on to the next amendment. Is there someone seeking recognition from California? Mr. Vargas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for the Red Bull.
You're welcome.
Very much appreciated. I do have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment of debt. We'll pause while it's distributed.
The baby wants a Red Bull, too.
The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Vargas of California, designated as G16. This is his first amendment.
Ms. Wagner?
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is reserved. I'll turn to the author of the amendment, Mr. Vargas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present this amendment. This amendment directs the Financial Stability Oversight Council, the FSOC, and the Office of Financial Research, OFR, to conduct a study and then issue a report on the independence of the Federal Reserve. Specifically, it requires FSOC to study how the president's attempt to undermine the independence of the Fed, including by attempting to fire the chair and other members of the Board of Governors, how it could harm the U.S. economy. On the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury, Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, where I'm the ranking member, we have discussed the virtues of independent central banks at length. And the research is clear. Central banks function at their best when they're allowed to operate independently without political interference. Elected officials mostly operate on a short-term horizon, responding to short-term political incentives. Central bankers, however, must take both the short and the long-term impacts of monetary policy into account. Congress laid out the Fed's mission when it tasked it with the dual mandate goals of price stability and maximum employment. But it left it up to the Fed to use its tools to the best of its ability to achieve these goals. In doing so, Congress acknowledged that having the Fed's monetary policy decisions insulated from outside political pressure or loyalty to any one individual is crucial for the long-term health of our economy. Monetary policy decisions matter to Americans and impact their daily lives. They cannot be driven by a 24-hour news cycle. In fact, it's because of how important economic stability is that we cannot afford to let them be guided by the politics of the moment. And although the body of academic research on the effectiveness of independent central banks is clear, it seems as though this might not be a settled issue at this White House. This month, the president wrote on Truth Social, that we heard about already, that Mr. Powell's termination can't come fast enough, end of quote. And he also said to reporters, quote, if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me, end of quote. And although he has pontificated how he knows more about the interest rates than the Fed chair, he recently seemed to walk back those threats only to have to look at the tariff policy to know easily he can change his mind. In fact, yesterday it seemed that he changed his mind once again. So this amendment sets aside the necessary funds, as determined by FSOC, to conduct a study and issue a report on the potential harm of a president undermining the independence of our central bank. Our economy is simply too important to protect and not to take this simple step to protect it. And once again, you hear the president saying that he's going to fire the Fed chair, that he can fire the Fed chair, and then he says he's doing a terrible job, and then he says, no, I'm not going to do it, I'm going to treat him nicely. But he's so fickle, you don't know what he's going to do, and that's the chaos that we're living with right now. So I think this is a very important amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman insists on her point of order.
Green from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlewoman withdraws. Mr. Green of Texas recognizes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank Mr. Vargas for his important noble amendment. This amendment would allow the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Office of Financial Research to conduct a study and issue a report on how the president undermining the independence of the Fed by attempting to fire the chair and other board members can harm the U.S. economic financial system and dollar primacy. There really is a war for dollar supremacy. This action by the president, or these actions, are a danger and a threat to the primacy and primacy of the dollar. Earlier this month, President Trump announced he wanted to fire Chair Powell because he is frustrated at Powell's attempts to stabilize the economy by putting a pause on cuts to short-term interest rates. Powell has made it clear that the Trump tariffs, that I call Trump tariffs tax, are creating uncertainty about slower economic growth and higher inflation, AKA higher prices for consumers. Then he walks back his statement by saying, I have no intention of firing him. But just yesterday, at his Michigan rally, celebrating his first 100 days of failures, he said he knows more about interest rates than Chair Powell. So which is it? Is he going to attempt to fire Chair Powell or not? These attempts to fire Chair Powell and undermining the independence of the Fed at large put our American financial system at high risk. This makes us less competitive on a global economic stage. President Trump continues to operate with this unchecked power. He is arresting judges that disagree with him, punishing law firms and universities that defy him, and now trying to fire the head of an independent agency. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Mr. Vargas and this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? That's Mr. Foster.
I'd like to just take a moment for everyone to imagine for a second that we might theoretically at some point have the leader of a country who is just completely off the rails in terms of believing in economic policy that no responsible economist would ever support. And that moreover, that person would have a central bank that would be compliant to his will. And then imagine the damage that could be done by that. You know, I'm speaking, of course, of Turkey, where you had a president and an opposition, and well, you had the support for the president such that the opposition was unable to really counter what he was doing. But he believed, his particular crazy idea was he believed that when you had high inflation, you should lower inflation rates, okay? Lower interest rates. And of course, he had control over the effective control over the national bank. And guess what happened? As every economist would say, the inflation would explode. Yeah, now this is only theoretical. I'm sure we would never, ever in our country have a president who believed in things that no responsible economist did. But the damage that is done when that happens is enormous. So have a look at the recent economic history of Turkey and appreciate that we don't want to go there, and appreciate that we need to have firewall after firewall after firewall to protect the independence of the Federal Reserve. And this amendment is a good start, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no other members seeking recognition, the chair recognizes himself for the purposes of striking the last word. The purpose of the committee print is to address budgetary matters for agencies within our jurisdiction. This amendment introduces policy matters. To maintain our focus on strengthening the nation's financial stability, I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time. If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, so signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
A recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of our committee rules, further proceeding on the amendment is postponed. We'll now consider additional amendments to the ANS. Gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause for it to be distributed. Gentlewoman.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, designated as G13. This is her first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and we now turn to the gentlewoman from Michigan for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think every one of us are back in our community these last couple of weeks, and I know we've heard directly from our residents, I hope. But I've never seen this many families in my community just completely break down of the fear of the fact that the Republican budget includes nearly $1 trillion cut to Medicaid. No, it's true. Medicaid is being cut. It's a nonpartisan issue, y'all. I have people that voted for this president come to my town hall saying, I have a special needs child. I think it's important because this is about the whole reconciliation project, proposal that's being put out there. But they also cut $230 billion in food assistance programs. You know, the proposal before us today would gut Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It's kind of like the 911 Consumer Protection Agency for so many of our families that are being continually targeted for schemes and fraud because of corporate greed in our country. I mean, folks are not going to, our own residents are not going to be able to get justice in regards to, again, being victims of fraud. We're going to be able, you're going to see right now in this proposal, they're going to completely gut funding for housing improvements, dismantle institutions that oversee public companies, and prevent like financial crises. This is not like CFPB came out of nowhere. It's because of these bad actors. You know, we're acting like there's no history here of why we even have CFPB in the first place. But what's bad enough, Mr. Chair, what really makes this worse is that this is all being done. It's truthful. Look at the nonpartisan organizations reporting out. There's a Medicaid cut. But it's also because we're doing you all are doing $7 trillion in tax breaks for billionaire class and largest corporations. And let me say this again, the budget will cut crucial programs for our families, many of which are in your communities. Taking food away from hungry children, letting people die from a lack of health care coverage. Let's make it clear, Medicaid is not the fix or sick care in our country. It's actually the Band-Aid, and you're about to rip the Band-Aid off. It's gutting the consumer protection agencies that is there. There is no way that none of your veterans or even our folks that have student loans didn't have to call CFPB because of these fraudulent schemes. All to give the richest people a tax cut, a tax giveaway. Our families are struggling. We all can agree on that. They're exhausted. Instead of making these federal programs better, they want to just completely gut it, and just go ahead and give the billionaires and the corporations a big tax giveaway. Our country faces, we know, a cost of living crisis. We know this. Housing prices, and we've seen this in committee, housing prices and homelessness rates keep rising. Families are worried about how they will pay for groceries. I mean, Mr. Chair, just this morning, Commerce Department announced that thanks to the president's chaotic and reckless policies, that the U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter of this year. This is not something coming from some partisan agency. Instead of addressing these life and death issues and crises for so many of our families, the Republican budget wants to steal from the poor to give to the obscenely rich. They're so wealthy, y'all. My amendment establishes if there's a full reconciliation package that extends or expands tax cuts for individuals making $400,000 or for corporations that are making more than $25 billion, not million, billion in annual revenues, today's proposal will not take into effect. Gutting programs for our families that are struggling right now is wrong. It's immoral. It's cruel. Doing so to pay for trillions of dollars, not millions, not billions, but trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the wealthy, the rich, the ultra-rich is a slap in the face of every family struggling to pay their bills today. That's why my amendment will prevent, again, my amendment will prevent today, and I really urge my colleagues to support this. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. We should choose our residents, not the billionaires. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back who seeks recognition. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment misconstrues what we're accomplishing in this committee print. The markup today is about reducing spending in our jurisdiction. Since the amendment veers into policy changes, I urge my colleagues a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back who seeks recognition.
Green from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also thank Ms. Tlaib for offering this much-needed amendment to ensure that these deregulatory measures that Republicans are trying to advance here aren't used to pay for the massive tax cuts Trump wants for himself, Elon Musk, and the rest of his billionaire buddies. And what do Republicans plan to do with this money? They're going to use it to give $7 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and massive corporations. If that math doesn't compute, it's because they expect Americans to buy the next mega yacht for Jeff Bezos and the next Hawaiian bunker for Mark Zuckerberg. Make no mistake, this bill won't bring prices down, won't create jobs, but what it will do is end the American dream for too many Americans. The Treasury Department found that extending Trump tax cuts would benefit the top 1% of earners, or those with a family income over $750,000, by saving them $32,118. Additionally, these cuts would save those in the top 0.1% of earners, or those making more than $3.5 million a year, an extra $314,266 a year. What happened to the money that Trump and his Republicans promised to put back in the pocket of hardworking Americans? I support this amendment and would yield back my time and encourage members to support it as well.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Who seeks recognition? Does Ms. Wagner still insist on the point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw.
If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Although the nays have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlewoman? A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of our committee rules, the proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll now turn to additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment,
at the desk. Right. We'll pause. We'll have the amendment distributed.
Getting used to the rules again.
No, really. We're going to do the call from.
Oh, you want to hold them?
Would you like to establish a point of order there, Frank, just for some diversity?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lucas?
I believe a point of order would be in order.
Mr. Lucas reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado, designated as G12. This is her second amendment.
The amendment will be considered as read, and we turn to the gentlewoman from Colorado to describe her amendment.
Did I reserve a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. We've heard a lot about what will or won't be cut in the package that we're going to be seeing, the full reconciliation package. And to guarantee that none of this bill will go into effect if the reconciliation package includes cuts to Medicaid, Social Security, or SNAP. These programs ensure families in Colorado and across the country can afford life-saving care, put food on the table, and keep a roof over their head. It's devastating to think about not only what's happening with the economy, how small businesses are being impacted now with tariffs and rising costs, in families who are already struggling to get by that we're making it harder, but we are ripping the rug out from underneath so many people who rely on these services for the health care that they need. When I was recently in rural Colorado in my district talking to the people that are going to be impacted the most, that rely on access to health care in these very hard to find, difficult in terms of accessibility in our rural Colorado hospitals, that will have to shut their door if we cut Medicaid funding. These are places that already struggle with access to any type of health care, let alone emergency services. When I think about our seniors who rely on Social Security checks to put a roof over their head, that's my in-laws, that's my parents, that's people across Colorado who will be unable to pay their bills if Social Security checks are unable to be sent because we're dismantling every single agency that oversees this, as well as SNAP. I grew up in a family who went through many hard times, and the amount of times where we had access to food, we were able to have food on the table because this program existed, and that is not going to be available for so many kids. We're going to be left going hungry, and this really truly impacts rural Colorado the most because every single dollar goes a long way, but also you have a higher percentage of people who rely on Medicaid and on SNAP. And so while we're talking here about dismantling CFPB, this is guaranteeing that critical piece, the funding for those benefits, will continue, and that this will not be enacted if they're cut. But it's also really difficult to be here recognizing that CFPB, the agency that has been able to deliver for consumers who have been taken advantage of, to make sure that they have somewhere to go if they have had been victims to fraud, that they actually were able to have their money returned. We had $21 billion returned to consumers since its creation in 2011, and more than 200 million consumers eligible to receive relief from CFPB's enforcement work. And so right now, 70% of the funding for their budget is going to be slashed. This is all under the guise of balancing our budget, but we all know that this is actually increasing our deficit by trillions of dollars. 83% of the tax breaks that are going to be prioritized here are going to the most wealthy individuals in this country. We have the greatest disparity that we've ever had in terms of economic opportunity and mobility in this country. It is going to continue to get worse, significantly worse, with the cuts that are coming our way, the tax breaks that are only supporting the most wealthy individuals, that are making the American dream that I've been able to live, the opportunity to build a better life, no matter where you come from, no matter your zip code, that if you work hard and play by the rules, you can succeed in the United States. So that we are crippling our economy, we're stripping away the limited support system and safety nets that so many people rely on. And we're also taking the consumer protections away, the agency that is there to support people who are being taken advantage of in this bill. And so I urge my colleagues to support our amendment and making sure that none of this will be enacted unless we are protecting the things that we say we're not going to cut, that we're not going to cut Medicaid, that we're not going to cut Social Security. So let's make sure that that's the case. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Patterson, for this amendment and for your impressive multitasking there while you advocate on behalf of your constituents and really the nation. You know, Democrats have been sounding the alarm on the hurt and harm this Republican bill will unleash. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I've been holding town halls, listening to my constituents who oppose this bill for many reasons, but especially the Medicaid cuts. But Republicans were told to not host town halls, and they definitely haven't been listening to the people in their district. It's gotten so bad that people living in Republican districts are now reaching out to my office to have their voices heard. Here is a letter from a constituent of Rep. McLean's, who sits on this very committee. These are the words of Mary Marinelli. I'm a hospice nurse who works 4 days a week. My son Michael was diagnosed with autism when he was 2 years old. He's nonverbal. He cannot be left alone and needs to be supervised 24/7. Through Medicaid, my youngest son Sean gets paid to be a caretaker for Michael, which really helps us out. When Michael became 18, he got on Medicaid and Medicare. It pays for his medication, treatment, hospital stays. It allows us to do some different therapies with him. He's also on Social Security, which he started receiving at the age of 18. It gives us extra money, about $900 a month, to take care of him. I am 70 years old. I am still working as a hospice nurse 4 days a week. If they take Medicaid away, I don't know what I'll do. I'd have to get a second job. I received a letter on Friday. They want me to come into the Social Security office to talk about Michael's benefits. They've never done that before. And I was in despair all weekend, worried about them taking away his benefits. I don't know how we would function without Medicaid. It's already stressful enough, even with these services. I can't imagine how much worse things will get. It would be a death sentence. As a nurse, I can talk about a lot of different angles to this, the physical ramification of patients falling more between the cracks. These politicians don't care about people like my son. They would rather that people like my son would just die. They don't think that he contributes to society or is worth anything, but as his mom, I know that is so, so, so wrong. Michael is a wonderful person who brings so much. I don't know what I would have done without Medicaid. I don't know if Rep. McLean is here and has anything to say to Mary, her constituent, communicating to you through me. Oh, silence. The American people do not support this bill, and that includes those living in Republican districts. Mr. Chair, I'm grateful for the reconciliation survival kit that you've gifted to members. I only wish I had one for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members across the aisle have indicated that there will be no cuts to Social Security, Medicaid, or Medicare. If this is truly the case, Ms. Peterson's bill or amendment should be supported. This amendment I have asked to read because there's a personal aspect to it as it relates to me, which I shall explain at the end of reading. It is styled amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Peterson of Colorado. Add at the end the following, Section 5006, reductions to Medicaid, Social Security, and SNAP. Determination, not later than 1 week after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Treasury shall determine whether the federal government has reduced any funding for Medicaid, Social Security, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program between January 20th, 2025 and the day after the date of enactment of this act, and issue a report to Congress containing such determination, and make such determination available to the public. Effective date, if in the report required under subsection A2, the Secretary determines that the federal government has reduced any funding for Medicaid, Social Security, or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program between January 20th, 2025, and the day after the date of enactment of this act, this title shall not, N-O-T, shall not take effect, and the federal government has not reduced any funding for Medicaid, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program between January 2025 and the day after the date of enactment of this act. This title shall take effect on the date that is 1 week after the date of enactment of this act. In essence, if you don't cut, this goes, your legislation is good. If you do cut, then you don't. Now, that's pretty reasonable. I think that this is something that ought to be addressed. I think this is the legislation that is well-suited to address the issue. It would put the debate to rest as to whether or not there is intentionality to cut Medicaid. We know that the Energy and Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction over this very issue, is charged with the responsibility of cutting $880 billion, $880 billion from that committee's jurisdiction and budget, which would mean a cut in Medicaid, as most people have concluded. Now, maybe there are some who concluded otherwise, but this legislation would resolve the issue and give us an opportunity to put to rest this debate about whether Medicaid is going to be cut. It would allay a lot of the consternation many people are having to live with, not knowing what the consequences will be of this $880 billion cut. But most important of all, it would allow the people in this country to know that we are committed to Medicaid, Social Security, and SNAP, that these programs are meaningful and beneficial. And finally, this. I remember well, and some others may recall, when I called this to the attention of the President at the joint session of Congress, for which I have paid a price, for which I would pay the same price again and again and again, because I believe that this country can take care of people who are in need of health care. We're the richest country in the world. We cannot allow health care to become wealth care, such that those with the deepest pockets get the best care. This is a time for us to take a stand. Rarely in life do you have an opportunity to take this type of stand. We ought to take advantage of it and show this country and the world how we plan to treat not only those who live in the suites of life, but how we plan to treat those who live in the streets of life, those who don't have the benefits that we enjoy and take for granted. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it. Amendment's not agreed to and is not adopted.
Recorded vote.
The gentleman from Texas requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceeding on this amendment is postponed. Is there further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing no further debate, thank you. I thought even at this late hour that would wake people up. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I believe it's amendment number 15 at the desk.
Mr. Clardo has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed.
And thank you also for the Red Bulls. Apparently I need more.
Lucas.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to reserve point of order, please.
Gentleman from Oklahoma has reserved a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Liccardo of California, designated as G15. This is his fourth amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is now recognized to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek to have the Financial Stability Oversight Council, in consultation with the Office of Financial Research, carry out a study on how the chaotic tariff plans of this administration and the resulting global trade war can harm our U.S. financial system, and particularly the primacy of the U.S. dollar. It has been called by foreign heads of state an exorbitant privilege that for decades we have had U.S. dollar dominance in the world. It enables our consumers to buy cheaper goods abroad, to impose sanctions for a country, that is, for a nation, against rogue states abroad with real teeth. And most importantly, perhaps, enables us to issue debt, given the $1.9 trillion deficit we're running today. It enables us to issue debt with lower cost, at lower interest rates. And this dollar dominance is very much threatened by recent, I'll call them strategies. I think that's being very generous of this administration. The Financial Post published a headline that said Trump is eroding U.S. dollar dominance in world markets. Reuters reported 5 consecutive weeks of outflows of U.S. bonds. We have seen a 7% drop in the S&P 500 in the first 100 days. Simply, the world is losing confidence in the United States as a market for investment, and that is affecting demand for the dollar. We are certainly losing in other ways as well. Today, we see a report of a drop in GDP of 0.3% in this first quarter, the first drop since the depths of the pandemic. And by the way, we haven't even gotten started yet because tariffs just kicked in, and we've got a lot worse coming. Inflation numbers, of course, the PCE index just reported today, up 3.5% above expectations. This perilous combination of recession and rising inflation, of course, brings back a word I haven't heard since I was 11 or 12 years old, stagflation. And like I said, we just got started. We have real concerns, I think the American people do, about what is happening in our financial system and the long-term impact of this trade policy. I think it's imperative for us to understand very clearly what the effect will be on the dollar for today and for the future. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Is there further debate?
Green from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also thank one of our new members, Representative Liccardo, for offering this thoughtful amendment. There's been a lot of chaos caused by Trump's tariffs that I call the Trump tariff tax. It seems that the plans change every tweet that Trump puts out. In fact, we've seen how his plans have repeatedly caused the markets to tank. There's little wonder why consumer confidence is plummeting to record lows. At a time when the markets are very volatile, and do Republicans respond, and how do they respond? Their proposal is to cut 90% of funding that supports the Financial Stability Oversight Council and the Office of Financial Research to help us prevent a financial crisis. At the very least, I would hope they would let FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and OFR review Trump's approach on tariffs to study and better understand their impact on our economy, the financial system, and the dollar as the global reserve currency. I urge members to support this important amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request recorded vote, please.
The gentleman from California requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of one, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceeding on this amendment are postponed. We will consider additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlewoman from Oregon has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bynum of Oregon, designated as Bynum 008. This is her fourth amendment.
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I seek a point of order on this amendment.
Point of order has been reserved. We'll now turn to the gentlewoman from Oregon for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everywhere I go across my district, I hear from my constituents, the prices are too damn high. They're demanding, and I'm demanding, answers. The administration claims that tariffs will put pressure on other countries, but the truth is, American families are the ones that will feel it most. And at a time when people are already struggling to make ends meet, the decision to increase taxes on everyday items and raise our costs is absolutely unacceptable. I believe that we need to get the data on rising costs so we can take actions to make life more affordable. Mr. Chair, my amendment would require the Federal Reserve to examine the impacts tariffs have had on our families and will have on our businesses. Our constituents deserve transparency from their elected officials about why all of their bills are going up. We should be using every tool at our disposal to protect families from inflation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there additional debate? Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I'd like to vacate my request for a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Oklahoma withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate?
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Green, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is a harmless amendment in terms of cost. The Board of Governors regularly conducts studies. This would be something that would be in line with what they do in the ordinary course of business. And this study, not later than 70 days after the date of enactment of this act, the board shall submit to Congress a report, just a report from the Board of Governors that describes the findings of the study required under subsection A. Now, this is just a study. We do need to know the impact of tariffs, especially tariffs that seem to fluctuate from day to day based upon the whims of a single person. I can see no reason why we would not support Ms. Bynum's amendment. It is very thoughtful, it is very timeful, and it is very much needful. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? There's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair, I kindly request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceeding on the amendment is postponed. Is there additional amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Is he ready?
Gentleman from Texas.
Unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. I have two requests. First, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from a massive list of consumer, labor, faith, lender, student, senior, service member, investor, former regulators, and other groups that strongly oppose the harmful cuts in this bill. This includes a letter from 349 groups across the country led by the National Consumer Law Center on behalf of low-income clients. We also have letters of opposition from AARP, AFL-CIO, CFA Institute, Council of Institutional Investors, and former regulators and accounting professionals. Second, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the technical assistance on this bill we have received from PCAOB in response to the staff's request.
Without objection, both those unanimous consent requests will be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Green yields back. Is there further debate?
Mr. Chair, I have an additional amendment at the desk.
We need to dispense with this amendment first.
Okay,
just a
I'm
moment.
sorry.
Yep. Did we? Yes, okay. Beg your pardon. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized. Yeah. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause for it to be distributed.
So we're doing PCOV one.
Correct. That was, Mr. Lucas? I think you might want to reserve a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I very intensely want to raise a point of order.
I'm pleased to hear that from the gentleman from Oklahoma. The point of order has been reserved. We'll ask the clerk to report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Bynum of Oregon, designated as 5000201.
Without objection, this amendment will be considered as read, and now we turn to the gentlewoman from Oregon to explain her amendment.
Mr. Chair, thank you. My amendment is about ensuring that the information Americans depend on for their retirement security is accurate and that our retirement savings are protected. So in plain terms, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, PCAOB, makes sure that the books of the companies people invest in, including through their 401ks and pension plans, are examined rigorously and honestly, and that protects consumers from fraud and a lack of transparency. And so we have today a proposal to abolish the PCAOB as a standalone body and hand its duties to the SEC immediately. And my response is to pump the brakes until we are sure this won't harm investors. And according to the consumer watchdog Better Markets, this proposal is dangerous and misguided, especially in today's volatile market environment. When markets are changing quickly and investors are already anxious about their savings, now is not the time to weaken the protections that keep corporate executives honest. The last thing that a retiree or worker saving for retirement needs is a higher risk of losing their savings because Washington dismantled an oversight board without proper safeguards. It's also important to note that eliminating the board won't save taxpayers a dime. The board is funded by fees on audit firms and companies that it oversees, not by taxpayers. So the SEC would have to recreate that oversight capability almost entirely, likely hiring the same experts we currently have. So why create chaos that could put seniors' hard-earned retirements at risk, especially when it doesn't even save any money? My amendment simply says, let's not transfer PCAOB's authority to the SEC until the SEC can certify that doing so won't increase the risks investors face. It's a common sense pause. I believe we owe it to American families and retirees to maintain high standards in auditing and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendment.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
I wish to withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is withdrawn. Is there further debate on the gentlewoman from Oregon's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
While I appreciate my colleagues' newfound passion for fiscal discipline, however, Mr. Chairman, the committee print before us today is a result of extensive member input to deliver on the promise to rein in out-of-control spending. The gentlewoman's amendment has not been appropriately vetted, and therefore I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the gentleman from Oregon's amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Waters, you're
I move to
recognized to
strike the last word.
You're recognized.
All right, we have an amendment by Ms. Bynum that that basically says when regulators are blind to financial risk, when fiduciaries cannot rely on financial disclosures and statements, then there are no inspectors holding auditors accountable. Working families will suffer. We know this because Enron and WorldCom cooked their books with the help of their auditor, Arthur Anderson. Over $200 billion of shareholder value was lost. Additionally, Enron's Workers' Retirement Fund lost over $2 billion. Corporate fraud hurts workers and retirees. Corporate fraud becomes more prevalent when their financial statements are not reviewed by independent auditors. Auditors become less independent when the standards under which they operate are weak or weakly enforced. By shutting down the PCAOB, we guarantee that auditors who are supposed to be independent of the companies they audit will not be examined as frequently or as carefully as we do now. And so, this amendment says the SEC, the entity that would now be responsible for audit quality, would need to certify to Congress that they have everything in place to make sure that retirees will not be subject to increased risk related to the PCAB shutdown before we could shut down the PCOB. I urge my colleagues to do the same. I support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate?
Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Mynum.
The gentleman yields to the gentlewoman from Oregon. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few more things, like another thing. Okay, number one, did we actually have a hearing on PCAOB? I know I missed things, but I don't think I missed that. And the second thing I wanted to ask, or just put on the record, my dear colleague, I am new here, but I don't have newfound fiscal responsibility concerns. For 8 years, I've been standing up to make sure that we as Democrats and we as Americans always invest in what our kids need for the future, for the next 20 to 50 years. We are passing things along to them. We should make sure that we're passing along fiscal oversight as well. Ms. Wagner, Representative Wagner, Congresswoman Wagner, your quote says, "It's incumbent upon this committee to highlight the indispensable roles of the PCAOB in upholding transparency, accountability, and stability within our markets," unquote. I believe that this was your quote. This was at the last hearing on this committee held on PCAOB. It was just on December 12th, 2023. The American people should be reminded that the PCAOB does not cost a dime to taxpayers. Its job is to ensure that large corporations do not lie in their financial disclosures. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlewoman.
Recorded vote, please.
Gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. Thank you. Committee stands in recess. The committee will reconvene. A quorum being present will come to order following our recess. Is there further debate on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Gentleman from Massachusetts?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed. Thank you very much. Yep. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, can I reserve a point of order on something?
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as G17. This is his second amendment.
Without objection, this amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To begin, I would ask unanimous consent to offer an article by Mr. Yaffe, Bellany, Goldstein, and Lipton of the New York Times entitled "Trump Offers Private Dinner to Top 220 Investors in His Meme Coin." The offer, which caused President Trump's meme coin to surge in price, was his family's latest effort to profit from cryptocurrencies.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the Financial Stability Oversight Council and the Treasury's Office of Financial Research to conduct a study and issue a report on the effects of President Trump's ownership of a crypto company on competition and financial stability. While the first version of Trump in his first administration calls crypto a scam, things have changed dramatically since he and his family went into the crypto business. There are clear conflicts of interest between President Trump's personal crypto venture, World Liberty Financial, and his push for crypto-friendly laws and regulations. In his very first weeks in office, President Trump issued an executive order to form a crypto stockpile, which would immediately and directly benefit World Liberty and the crypto industry. Then, after Trump loyalists took control of the SEC, he ordered them to drop almost every single lawsuit against some of the worst offenders in the crypto industry. This includes Crypto.com, Ripple, Kraken, Gemini, Binance, Coinbase, Robinhood, and Uniswap, which have a proven history of irresponsible, illegal, and predatory practices. Under the newly confirmed chair, Atkins, who has advised in the past a number of crypto firms, he's right out of the industry, the SEC will likely to continue in this direction. Last week, banking regulators rescinded previously issued guidance to banks and financial institutions that urged them to exercise caution in crypto activities and accepting custody of cryptocurrencies. That's because of the risk and volatility. That same week, President Trump offered a private dinner at his golf club, followed by a tour of the White House for the top 220 investors of his meme coin. And a few weeks ago, the Justice Department announced it is disbanding the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, which has been charged with combating fraud and illicit finance. As reported by an extensive investigation from the New York Times, and I quote, World Liberty Financial has eviscerated the boundary between private enterprise and government policy in ways without precedent in modern American history. Close quote. Never in U.S. history has a sitting president so blatantly violated ethics laws and openly pushed an agenda for his own financial gain. This committee cannot continue to be blind to these obvious conflicts of interest and violations of law and the inevitable consequences they will have on our financial stability. The nature of crypto itself would allow foreign leaders to bribe the president. I mean, that's exactly what's happening in the investors on this meme coin. They're receiving favorable treatment because they're increasing the value of Mr. Trump's holdings. This is exactly what the Financial Services Committee should be looking at. It's exactly what the SEC should be looking at and our other regulators. So this amendment would provide relief to the FSOC and also the Office of Financial Research to actually dig into this and to provide information to Congress that would allow this Congress or the next Congress to investigate Mr. Trump's activities. That's what we should be doing right now. This is blatantly illegal. We've never seen a president do anything like this before. He's running roughshod over financial regulators and running roughshod over this Congress because people won't speak up. We should be here to defend and represent the people of our districts. This is totally against their interest. It's against democracy. It's shameful, and it should not be allowed to stand. So I ask members to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Is the gentleman from Oklahoma withdraw his point of order?
I seek to withdraw my, my point of order,
I
Mr.
thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on this amendment?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I certainly want to thank Mr. Lynch for offering this important amendment, which would bring much-needed transparency, accountability, and public trust in the midst of the Trump administration's constitutional crisis. This amendment would allow the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Office of Financial Research to study and report on Trump's web of ownership of crypto companies, their conveniently timed promotion of financial products, potential market manipulation, and more. In an illegal and unprecedented move, Trump is also attempting to seize control of our independent economic federal agencies. This means that all of the agencies that once issued rules separately from the political influence of the White House must now have their rules reviewed by the Office of the President. Those of us on this side of the aisle understand that independent agencies are meant to serve and carry out the best interests of the American people, not the president and his billionaire insiders. This amendment would also allow FSOC to evaluate whether the president's overreach could harm competition and financial stability. Without this amendment, there could be a revolving door of corruption where Trump-backed enterprises have a hand in writing rules before they were ever seen by the public and can then also make changes to their businesses based on the rules they know before anyone else. Without this amendment, other serious crypto firms will be put at great disadvantage to Trump's own companies. Mr. Chairman and members, this is very serious, and I cannot help but believe that you, Chairman Hill, and others understand exactly what we're trying to do. And I know that you have plans. I know that you're carrying out whatever it was in Project 2025, and maybe exactly what Trump wants. But at some point in time, I do believe that those of you who understand the conflict of interest and what is going on here will speak up. I wish it was now. I wish it was at this moment where Mr. Lynch is offering you the opportunity to support an amendment that would bring transparency and block some of the moves that have been made by this President of the United States, basically ignoring the agencies that would be responsible for ensuring that these kind of actions cannot take place. And so, even if you can't do it now, I expect that at some time, whether or not it's your constituents who will encourage you, or whether or not you will no longer have the fear of the president, no longer you will be intimidated, no longer you will be worried that he's going to primary you. You're just going to do the right thing. And so, you know, I am very disappointed. I am disgusted. I'm all of that as I look at what is happening to this country, and I look at what is happening with a president who has literally taken the opportunity to use the presidency in ways that nobody ever dreamed it would be used, to basically say, I can do anything that I want, and even try and get the Supreme Court to give him immunity. And I don't even think that that immunity that has been given to him by the Supreme Court is drafted in such a way that it goes beyond his official duties. Raising money with crypto and getting rich and supporting his friends in crypto is not his official duties. And I hope that whatever happened in the Supreme Court will not protect him, and that all of you will understand that as your constituents watch what is going on, they expect you to save them from this kind of exploitation and criminal activity. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sherman, you're recognized to strike the last word.
I rise in favor of this amendment. Our society's being pulled apart, and our trust in institutions is going to be critical in the years to come, in the months to come. And nothing undermines trust in America than the possibility that those in official office will somehow benefit personally in a way that is not disclosed. That is why each of us at this time is completing our personal financial disclosure statements. God forbid any of us gets a $200 or $300 gift that is not disclosed to all of our constituents. It is important that we have similar rules. It doesn't have to be quite at the $200 or $300 level with regard to the President of the United States. And one giant highway of loophole exists, and that is crypto in general, but Trump coin in particular. You see, 96% of Trump coin is owned by 40 wallets. Now, that doesn't mean 40 different people. That could all be one person, one family. So if you buy Trump coin, 96% of that purchase is benefiting those 40 wallets. The American people need to be assured that this is not a giant avenue by which foreign governments can provide, with perhaps losing 4% of their money, but 96% of their money going directly into the pocket of, I don't know who controls Trump coin, but it is called Trump coin. So having this kind of investigation is a small investment in Americans having faith in their government, just as the work that we do to complete our personal financial disclosure statements is a small investment in the public's trust. And so I would hope that everybody would vote for this amendment and say, let the American people have the benefit of this investigation, and let us assure the American people that oligarchs in America, or worse yet, foreign governments, are not using this obvious avenue to try to enrich a particular American family. With that, seeing that none of my colleagues wish me to yield them time, I'll yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
I do not.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on the Lynch amendment? Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this very brief. Like a lot of the amendments that we have seen today, the amendments are seeking to make policy changes that we simply cannot address today in this markup for reconciliation. And to reiterate, everything that we're discussing and proposing in this bill has budgetary impacts, not policy impacts, and these budgetary impacts and savings are meant to get our country back on track, a path of fiscal health. I'm the co-chair of the Bipartisan Fiscal Forum, and have been doing a lot of work on making sure that we are back in line fiscally. That's what today's markup is about, so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the Lynch amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request a roll call.
The gentleman asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition? Ranking member?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking member has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed. Vice Chairman, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order on the Waters amendment.
This is very similar to mine. I'll speak for hers. Just strikes the you can't collect the fee. Yeah. But this one also authorizes it. Yeah. So this does the same thing with mine.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Waters of California, designated as 50002_08. This is her sixth amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. He's reserved a point of order already. Committee, the amendment will be considered as read, and now we turn to the ranking member for 5 minutes to describe her amendment.
Mr. Chairman and members, shutting down the PCAOB would cost money and expand government while putting investors at significant risk and creating an opportunity for China to exploit its advantage. The PCAOB is responsible for inspecting audit firms in 50 countries around the world, including China, Every Republican and Democratic member of this committee must understand that if we shut down the PCAOB and transfer its authorities to the SEC, we're shutting down our regulators' access to China-based auditors. The agreements, the so-called Statement of Protocol that PCAOB signed in August 26, 2022, with China Securities Regulatory Commission prohibits any transferring of authority. This means the SEC cannot go and inspect in China, period. Only the PCAOB can. We asked the PCAOB to confirm this, and they did, in black and white. Mr. Barr, who was a Republican co-sponsor of the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, who then spoke clearly on the PCAOB's vital role in implementing and enforcing the Holding Foreign Companies Act, should know that if we disband the PCAOB today, the SEC cannot simply be a substitute. We also know that the SEC has literally 0 inspectors who inspect in non-U.S. jurisdictions. They simply do not have the staff to perform these inspections. They would have to hire hundreds of staff, growing the federal government and costing billions of dollars. How is this cost savings? What part of this policy is making government smaller? Even after hiring hundreds of new staff and creating a new program, the SEC would have to negotiate new agreements around the world before it could even get access to perform these inspections. In the meantime, inspections would be halted for years, opening the door for fraudsters to cook the books, knowing no one is looking. This includes China, where for the first time in 20 years, thanks to the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, PCAOB is finally holding Chinese audit firms accountable. But all that would stop if this provision were to pass while the SEC scrambles to get a new agreement in place, giving China the perfect opportunity to exploit. What the PCAOB is doing is working, and it doesn't cost a single taxpayer dollar. Throwing it out and adding new unnecessary workload to the SEC in its place is the very definition of waste and inefficiency. But if we're adding a new set of responsibilities onto the SEC, we sure should at least give them the means to implement that responsibility. So my amendment would authorize the SEC the budget necessary to carry out the PCAOB job and offset those costs by imposing necessary fees on large corporations whose audits the SEC would now need to inspect. We cannot ask the SEC to do the job without giving them the funds to do the work. I yield back the balance of my time, and I hope that the members understand exactly what I'm saying. Yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman, the vice chairman, insist on his point of order?
I will withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Is there further debate? Mr. Sherman of California, recognized to strike the last word.
This amendment is very similar to the amendment that I will offer, and perhaps I won't even need to offer mine, depending upon whether people have things to do later this evening. Our friend Mr. Foster points out that members were not here in 2008, so certainly members who are not here in 2002 should listen carefully. And what I say is not partisan. I'm not going to mention crypto or any president of the United States, anything like that. In fact, everything I say is actually said in the name of Mike Oxley, whose picture is right over there. For the Sarbanes-Oxley bill created the PCAOB with its dedicated funding source. Why did we need to do that? Because of Enron and WorldCom. The first costing shareholders $180 billion, the second $74 billion. And so I'm not speaking in partisan, which means just because if you're partisan, you can't just tune me out. We need the PCAOB. The question is, who would fund it? Now, if you want to make the DCCC's job easier, and God knows they have a tough job, you will reject this amendment and pass what you've originally drafted. What does it do? It says that instead of the money to make sure that big companies can assure their shareholders of audit quality, instead of that money coming from the big corporations that benefit, it should come from your constituents. I mean, the TV commercial makes itself. Why would anyone here vote to eliminate a fee on the 1,000 biggest multinational companies in the world and to transfer all those costs on to the people who vote for you? You're welcome to ignore this amendment, but that's what you'd be doing. So why is this important to our capital markets? We have $100 trillion capital markets. They're the envy of the world, and we have to attract capital from all the world if we're going to support our lifestyle and, more important, our economy. So what are we able to do in telling the world? First, we tell them that we have a PCAOB, which is negotiating in its role as a private corporation, deals with China to audit those companies, to audit the auditors of those companies. So those deals go away. They're not assignable. We have to start all over. Who knows who gets delisted? Who knows what audit quality we'll have? But putting aside that, let's say everything just gets transferred over to the SEC. But there's no dedicated funding source. So people thinking of investing in the United States have to wonder, will this be adequately funded or not? There's no dedicated funding source. There's no assurance. It seems like an easy thing to cut. So why would somebody invest in American companies or those listed on American exchanges if they have no assurance that the auditors will be audited? And they know full well that's necessary because they all lived through WorldCom. They all lived through Enron. So what this amendment does is it provides money for 10 years, and it says that that money is going to come from the corporations that benefit. You know, I pay an accountant. I have not asked your constituents to pay my bill. The biggest companies in the country have accountants, then they have auditors, and then they have the PCAOB to make sure the auditors are doing a good job. I don't think your constituents should pay for that. I think the company should pay for that, and I think it should be a dedicated stream that the markets can rely upon so that they'll know that year after year they can rely on the audits. Because if we go back to a system where whether the PCAOB's functions are being carried out or not is up in the air, then we go back to a system that could give us WorldCom and Enron, and I will spare you a description of the accounting ruses that were used. They were sophisticated, they were massive, and they bankrupted both companies with those multi-hundred-billion-dollar losses. So there are plenty of reasons to do things on a partisan basis here in Congress, but eliminating a dedicated funding stream to make sure that the auditors are audited doesn't seem like a good idea. And shifting whatever costs there are from the corporations who benefit from this to people in your district who may not own any stock seems absurd. I'll also point out that this idea of getting rid of the PCAOB was never discussed with the CPA caucus, the bipartisan CPA caucus, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Michigan, the Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Heisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move straight to the last word, and I just want to address to you, Mr. Chairman, our efforts today are about working to get our country on a more sustainable fiscal trajectory. This amendment would increase spending and would certainly be counterproductive to these efforts. We could debate and argue about whether this is actually a policy change. This is an improvement, less clear maybe that it's a complete policy change from the last one, which would, of course, violate our purposes today. But, Mr. Chairman, we are in almost $37 trillion in debt, and we have to look at realistic ways to bring down spending, and the underlying committee print does exactly that. This amendment goes the opposite direction. It actually would undo those savings and increase spending, and so for that reason, I oppose this amendment and urge all my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields back. Is there
Mr.
further
Chairman?
debate?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah.
Mr. Lynch?
Yeah. I appreciate the concern about the debt, but let's be real. This whole exercise of reconciliation is to allow this tax cut to add $4 trillion more. So after you're done, it won't be 37, it'll be 41 at least, probably 42. So this whole exercise about, laying off federal employees and cutting Medicaid, Medicare is a farce. And as far as a method of, lowering the debt, because you're going to turn around. This happened before. You did this before with the first time we did these tax cuts. So you're making all these cuts. There's not enough of them anyway to even justify what you're talking about. And then you're going to pile another $4 trillion on the American people. So come on. Let's be serious about this. That is a ridiculous statement that you're concerned about the debt, because you're going to add to it. You know you are. You're all going to vote for it. So all this happy talk about, you're concerned about the debt. You're not concerned about the debt. You're afraid of the president. And you won't oppose him. And you're going to damage the financial strength of this country by piling another $4 trillion in debt. And while you're doing it, you're going after some of the most vulnerable people in our society with your cuts. It's never been an American tradition to punch down at the most vulnerable people in our society. And yet here we have the Republican Party in the House and the Senate with a Republican president, and they're punching down by cutting the benefits and health care for wounded veterans all over this country. Wounded veterans, and you're cutting 80,000 employees from the VA. You know what's going to happen is the waits are going to be longer and longer for medical care for those veterans. We have a backlog right now of 250,000 cases at the VA. And you're cutting our ability. And veterans' benefits are special, right? They're special because they are obligations incurred and owed for courageous service previously rendered. Every single veteran laying in a hospital bed in any VA hospital in this country is owed those benefits, is owed that treatment. They served. By definition, every one of them honorably served to get those benefits. And now Trump just laid off 2,400, so they're gone. And now he's pledging to lay off another 80,000. He wants to shrink the footprint of the VA, probably close some hospitals. So that's just the veterans. Then he goes after seniors. He's cutting Medicaid. Every single senior in this country in a nursing home is relying on Medicaid for part of their care. He's closing, so you got seniors. Then he's closing Head Start and cutting food and school lunches for kids that qualify for lunch programs in this country. Those are the most, you talk about wounded veterans, senior citizens who can't care for themselves, and children. That's who you're going after. It's despicable. It's obscene, and all for the purpose of this tax cut. Adding $4 billion to the national debt that you say you're worried about. You're not worried about it. You weren't worried about it when it went from, 33 to 37 when you did the last tax cut. You're causing some serious damage to our credibility across the globe. People are worried about America now. They're worried about our president. They think he's gone gangster. He's supporting Russia against Ukraine. He wouldn't even call out Russia for starting the war. Said Ukraine started it. He's so sideways, it's not even funny. And yet, he's got enough henchmen around him to say, yes, you're all afraid. You're all afraid of him. Well, we're not afraid. Democrats aren't afraid. And if we get this House back, there'll be hell to pay, believe me. And I long for that day. I long for that day. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there additional debate? There's no further debate.
Green
The
from
question-
Texas, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Green is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I strike the last word, and I yield to Mr. Sherman. Thank you.
I want to respond to what Mr. Huizenga said. I'm not going to speak in my own voice. I'm going to speak in the voice of Mike Oxley, who voted for every Republican tax cut and would have voted for this one too. And I'm not going to talk about Democratic and Republican fiscal objectives. I was here to co-sponsor Sarbanes-Oxley, which provided the mechanism we have to have auditors audited. And Mr. Huizenga, you have it completely wrong when you say the effect of on the deficit. Because right now, the PCAOB audits 200 audit firms. It does 750,000 hours of inspection with 900 individual audits. Its average inspector has 22 years of experience. Those people don't come cheap. And Republicans are not proposing to cut that in any way. The work goes on. So who's going to pay for it? Under the present system, as created by Mr. Oxley, it's paid for by a special fee on big corporations. Under this bill, it's entirely paid for by the general fund of the United States, thereby adding to the deficit. Now, if you imagine that they'll do a little bit less work, which of course would endanger our capital markets, then it might be a little less money. But right now, the cost to the general fund is zero. The cost to American taxpayers is zero. The entire cost is borne by the big corporations who pay a fee that is legitimate because it is for their benefit, for the benefit of their investors. So how can somebody make a impassioned speech saying that the general fund has too large a deficit and then argue for something that imposes all of these costs of the 750,000 hours of inspection on the cost of American taxpayers? So we have a system. It works. It shouldn't be cut. And for God's sakes, it should be paid for by those who benefit. Who benefits? Ultimately, the giant corporations and their investors. Who shouldn't be paying for it? Constituents in your districts that happen to own no stock. So, what I hear in this room is general rhetoric, both from my side and the other side, about how wonderful the tax bill is, how wonderful different approaches are. Let's talk about the PCAOB. Let's talk about the system to pay for auditing the auditors and put aside all these partisan differences. Realize that it was a Republican whose picture is right there, who thought that there should be a dedicated funding stream paid for by the corporations that benefit from it. And if you want to renounce that, don't say that you're reducing the deficit. You're increasing the deficit by the full amount that the SEC decides to spend doing this work. The work isn't cheap. It now costs over $300 million a year, and that is the increase in the deficit that will occur if we fail to pass this amendment. So I just wish that accounting issues were discussed with the accountants a little bit more. And I would point out also that this committee passed overwhelmingly the Holding Chinese Companies Accountable Act and then the accelerating bill. That is working, and this would, and a failure to pass this amendment puts that all in danger. So we can check our brains at the door and just vote on a partisan basis. Every vote's the same, push, as if every vote is on the Republican tax bill, and the individual things that we're considering in the committee are an irrelevancy. But I didn't come here to just cast 50 votes saying Democrats yay, Republicans that's not why I'm in this room. And hopefully that's not why you're in the room as well. So with that, and with 2 seconds, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott's recognized. Just right there.
Yeah, I would like to yield time to Ranking Member Waters.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Scott. The American people who tuned in for this hearing or reading its transcript would be surprised to know that Republicans were very supportive of PCAOB as an independent standard setter and regulator. And so I'm very, very moved by Mr. Sherman in the way that he described that Republican support. And so what I'm going to do is take a few minutes to read some of the quotes for your information. Quote, "For the first time, the accounting profession will be regulated by an independent board. This board will set clear standards to uphold the integrity of public audits and have the authority to investigate abuses and discipline offenders." Quote, unquote. This was President George W. Bush at the signing of Sarbanes-Oxley Act, centerpiece of which was the establishment of PCAOB. Quote, another quote, "This legislation builds a strong and independent board to oversee the accounting industry. It will eliminate the climate of self-regulation that has historically guided accounting." Quote, unquote. This was the late Republican Mike Enzi, senator from the great state of Wyoming. Another quote, "PCAOB bears great responsibility for restoring and upholding integrity in the accounting industry and the financial statements of American business," unquote. This was the former Republican chairman of this very committee, the late Mike Oxley of Ohio, whose august portrait, as it was pointed out by Mr. Sherman, is hanging to my left, right next to Chairman Baucus, who also supported the PCAOB. Next, quote, "The PCAOB plays an invaluable role in our efforts to strengthen corporate America's credentials here at home and around the world," unquote. That was Republican SEC Chairman, the late William Donaldson. Further quote, "I am pleased with the bipartisan multi-agency approach to addressing these critical investor protection issues and greatly appreciate the work of Congress, the Department of the Treasury, my fellow financial regulators, the PCAOB, and the SEC staff," quote, unquote. This was Trump's SEC Chair, Jay Clayton. So let's keep going. Next, quote, "This bill builds off of the bipartisan Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act to protect investors, ensure the integrity of financial statements, and create a level playing field for issuers on U.S. exchanges," okay, unquote. Let us go further. This was my friend, Congressman Andy Barr, when he co-led the Accelerating Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act that renewed PCAOB's authority and bolstered PCAOB to now audit China-based auditors. Today's bill that disbands the PCAOB would also mean our regulators can no longer audit China. Next, quote, "It's incumbent upon this committee to highlight the indispensable roles of the PCAOB in upholding transparency, accountability, and stability with our markets, unquote. And this was my good friend, Chairman of the House Financial Services Committee's Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner, not some years or decades ago. This was at the last hearing this committee held on PCAOB just past Congress on December 12, 2023. The American people should be reminded that PCAOB does not cost a dime to taxpayers. Its job is to make sure large corporations do not lie in their financial disclosures. The PCAOB was widely supported by Congress. The act that created the PCAOB passed the House under Republican leadership with a vote of 423 to 3. It passed the Senate with a vote of 99 to 0. The record I just laid out shows Republicans supported the PCAOB, but as soon as Project 25 targeted the PCAOB, my Republican colleagues' attitudes shifted. I would be remiss not to mention that the current...
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back because I know you don't want to hear any more.
The gentlewoman does yield back. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
A recorded vote is requested.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Is there further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Sherman.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Sherman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed. Vice Chairman, do you have a motion you'd make?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to reserve a point of order, please.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order. Yeah, what time of day is it? Order on the Sherman amendment. We'll pause for it to be distributed. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherman 041. This is his first amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and we now turn to the author amendment. Mr. Sherman, for a description, you have 5 minutes.
This amendment would simply strike the language which prohibits the SEC from imposing the fee that supports the work that would be assigned to the SEC, and that is the work of auditing the auditors. Again, I'm hoping to overcome partisan knee-jerk reactions. The first question before us is, should we have the auditors audited? At pretty much, and I will yield to any Republican who has an opinion on whether we should keep doing that at pretty much the same levels that we've done it over the last 20 years. I don't see any Republican giving me a comment, yes or no. The second question is, assuming we are going to audit the auditors, do we want that cost to be, let me back up a little bit. Keep in mind, the SEC is now under Republican control. Even if my amendment passes, the exact amount of auditing of the auditors will be determined by a Republican SEC. They will not do one more audit than they think is necessary. So, assuming that the SEC is going to be auditing the auditors and assuring audit quality, the next question is, who should pay for that? I'll yield to any Republican who has an opinion on whether that should be paid for by fee on the corporations or should be paid for by the general fund. I'll point out that apparently no Republican wants me to yield to them. So what we have is a circumstance where nobody wants to engage. It is beyond question that we need audit quality. It is not seriously argued that we need less audit quality or less assurance of audit quality than we have now. There is a proposal that Democrats seem to be going along with to say that that oversight of audit quality should be done by the SEC rather than the PCAOB. So the only question is, who's going to pay for it? And is it going to have a dedicated funding stream? And I can't find anybody who wants me to yield time to address either of those issues. Stonewalling might work in this room, and you have the votes to pass whatever you want. But then you're going to have to go out and defend either why we're going to have less audit quality oversight and why whatever audit quality oversight we have is going to be paid for by taxpayers who may not benefit in the slightest in that they may not invest in the underlying corporate shares. So you can stonewall here. You can't stonewall at whatever town halls you have. This is not the biggest issue, but it will be a major issue if in the years to come audit quality suffers and we have another Enron or another WorldCom. And so let it be clear, if you vote against this amendment and 2 or 3 years from now a gap in audit quality causes a catastrophic corporate meltdown that doesn't just affect the company involved. Yes, I told you how much money was lost by the investors in WorldCom and Enron. But the market as a whole sold for a lower multiple than it would have. Every company in the country had a harder time raising capital because every investor in the world had to wonder whether they could rely on the financial statements that were issued. And after 20-some years of fighting to get that back, you put it all at risk. You will not comment. I offer to yield. When there is the meltdown, they may replay this tape. And those of you who have no opinion will have to opine then. But we need audit quality insurance, and the corporations ought to pay for it, and you ought to vote for this amendment.
Does the gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
I do not. I will withdraw.
Is there further debate?
I move to strike the last word.
Ranking member strikes the last word. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The PCAOB was widely supported by Congress. The act that created the PCAOB passed the House under Republican leadership with a vote again of 423 to 3, and it passed the Senate again with a vote of 99 to 0. The record we just laid out shows Republicans supported the PCAOB, but as soon as Project 2025 targeted the PCAOB, my Republican colleagues' attitudes shifted. I would be remiss not to mention that the current chair of the PCAOB, Ms. Erica Williams, is intelligent, strong, and is a true public servant and, of course, the first black woman to lead the PCAOB. What she accomplished with China is something none of her predecessors were able to achieve. We should be celebrating that success, not dismantling it. And I yield back the balance of my time. I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'll just point out, we're fighting in the world to get capital to come to the United States. This bill may not save a single penny in that they may conduct the same level of auditing of the audit work papers at the same cost, in which case you think, well, nothing's happened. But because you're telling the world that there's no assured system, American capital markets look a little worse. Our ability to attract capital in the world is a little impaired. And you're up against investment opportunities in Europe and Asia. So you don't save a single penny if you're still going to have those 750,000 hours of work done. Second, you're going to have your constituents pay for it instead of the corporations. So the same amount of money may be spent. Your constituents now get to pay for it. There's no assured system. So all American stocks are selling at just a little less of a multiple. And Asian stocks and European stocks have a better chance to compete for world capital. I don't know why you're doing this. It certainly increases the deficit by an amount equal to whatever the SEC decides to spend on auditing the auditors. So
Will the gentleman
I will yield back to the gentlelady.
Well, thank you very much. And actually, I'd like a little colloquy with you. As I recall, the SEC was never funded adequately. Our cop on the block, we were always fighting to try and get proper funding so that they could do their job. So are we sharing with our members here that now that they are now being asked to come up with the funds that are needed to fund another responsibility that is being placed on them? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. Unless the appropriation to the SEC is increased by nearly $400 million, the SEC will either have to not audit the auditors or they'll have to not do something else. And I hate to give political advice to my Republican colleagues, but a few in my party came up with a slogan, and that slogan was defund the police. It did not work for us. I do not recommend it. And I don't recommend it whether you're talking about those who police the streets or the suites.
Wow.
People want to be safe from the corporate meltdown that we saw with Enron and WorldCom. And if you make them less safe, while increasing the deficit by hundreds of millions of dollars, you will have a difficult time defending that. Not that it is my job to give you political advice. So I will yield back to the gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman, and I appreciate the work that you have done, the information that you have shared. I appreciate the fact that no one can leave here not understanding what we have laid out about the PCAOB and what is being determined, I guess, by Trump, who seems not to know very much about government, not very much about the SEC or anything else, and who is imposing this huge responsibility on an agency that is not even funded well to do the job that it is constitutionally, I suppose, given the responsibility for. Thank you.
Woman yields back. Is there further debate? The gentlewoman from Michigan.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address Ms. Presley's personal attack on myself prior to the break. Mr. Chairman, earlier today, when Ms. Presley knew I was conducting other official business as the highest-ranking elected woman in the House of Representatives, she took advantage of an opportunity to score cheap political points. I'm in Congress to serve the people of my district, and I am always available to my constituents and my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans. Ms. Presley has never contacted me. She had an opportunity to let me know about this outreach, but she chose not to. The right thing to do in this body is to work with each other to actually help constituents. That's the core of our job. Instead, Ms. Presley weaponized this mother's pain to score cheap political points and get airtime on the Rachel Maddow show. This, unfortunately, is very common now for some of my colleagues on the left. They keep fueling misinformation. But here's the truth. The people of Michigan have suffered for decades under the weight of extreme liberal policies. Democrats shipped manufacturing jobs overseas, and elitists from Boston snarkily mock our tradesmen and farmers. My constituents sent me to DC to fight for them and preserve their health care. And that is exactly what I am here to do. And you know what? I would fight for Congresswoman Presley's constituents too. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on this amendment? Is there further debate on this amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment?
Ms. Presley, move distracted last word and tell us. Tell us.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized. I'm sorry, Massachusetts, beg your pardon.
Yes. Does that mean you're voting no? Will you be voting no? That's really what your constituent cares to know.
You need to address the chair, Ms. Presley.
Mr. Chair, the letter that I shared was from a constituent who contacted me because they felt that they would be met with deafening silence and an unsympathetic audience. Those are the facts. And so if you are concerned, you should be less concerned about what I brought here and more about the content of what that mother, who is a hospice nurse, raising an autistic child, what she said. So don't worry about what happened in here. Listen to what she said. And so, yeah. So I would urge all of my colleagues to be people of conscience and to vote no, because your constituents and the majority of the people in this country do not support what you are being complicit in. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on this amendment? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Sherman. The amendment offered by Mr. Sherman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed
Request
to.
a recorded vote.
Mr. Sherman moves for a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number of hands having been raised, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Seeing no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately vote on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we will consider the question to transmit the measure. We will recess briefly so the clerk can prepare the votes. We will reconvene at 7:45. The committee stands in recess. The committee will reconvene. A quorum being present, the committee will come to order. I'd like to start before we commence our votes. I'd like to call on the ranking member who has a special recognition she'd like to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to recognize Aaliyah Fierro, the Minorities Director of Housing and Insurance, whose last day is today. Aaliyah first started on the committee as a fellow and worked her way up to eventually becoming my top housing staffer. Aaliyah was one of our first hires when I became chairwoman, and bringing her on board was a no-brainer. She's smart, she's fierce, she's dedicated, and she knows housing programs like the back of her hand. Aaliyah is an advocate for the least of these, for the homeless, for those struggling to afford their rent, for those who want to become homeowners, and for those who simply want and deserve a better life. Aaliyah's work on housing is rooted in her strong values, and those values are the result of her upbringing. Aaliyah started her education as a student at Head Start, an important program of which Aaliyah should be its poster child. Because of Head Start, Aaliyah went to college and received a master's degree from an Ivy League university. Our country, our government, and our Congress needs more Aaliyahs, and I'm sad to see her go, but I thank her for her hard work up through and including today's marathon markup. Thank you, Aaliyah. We wish you the very best.
Aaliyah, let me add on behalf of the majority, our thanks for your service to the People's House and for the collaboration over the years, and wish you the very, very best for your career ahead. The committee will now take the postponed votes on the pending amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print. Members will vote electronically. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. And the code on that, clerk, is EHVS amendment. EHVS amendment. The clerk will open the vote.
The fuck is she talking? The only number that was given in the meeting.
Richie, how's your device working there, pard? We don't have Caston, we don't have Gottheimer, we don't have Himes. Monica De La Cruz, don't have hers. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters, H.C.R.A. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Vasquez. This is Vasquez 021. The clerk will open the vote.
What's happening? Ranking Member Waters? What's happening?
Try again. Aim it right down here. Yeah, right there. You got it. Yep. Is there any member, is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 29.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. This is 029. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams. This is the Home CDBG amendment. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Licardo. This is 014. The clerk will open the vote. Aim right down by the clerk right there. Right down on the table where that blue light's kind of flashing. Right where the clerk is sitting right here.
I'm trying to get it. For some reason, it's not. Let's see what's
Check.
happening.
See.
I got it on. The little blue light. I'm doing the blue
Yep.
light.
Can you see something in the LCD display?
Oh, my God.
Check that one, Ed. Check her device. There we go. Okay. Is there any member who hasn't voted, wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. This is Pedersen 029. Clerk will open the vote.
All right.
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Licardo. This is 018. Stand by, that says Waters. Check that. This is the Licardo Amendment 018. There we are. Open the vote. Is Here we go. Stand by. So, is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is G02. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. This is 024. The clerk will open the vote.
I think something must be slipping. I'm trying to catch the blue light. Right there?
There you go.
But then I did it with this.
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. It's G01. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted, wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Foster 027. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Foster 028. The clerk will open the vote. They did, yeah. Is there any member who hasn't voted, wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Foster 029. The clerk will open the vote. Ms. Patterson? Could I ask everybody to try to keep your voices down so the clerk and the transcription can be recorded? Thank you so much. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo. This is 013. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. This is G10. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams. This is G11. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. This is G04. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. This is G05. Clerk will open the vote. Mr. Flood? Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. This is G09. The clerk will open the vote. Mr. Green? Yep. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley. This is G07. Clerk will open the vote. Fitz? Is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 31.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley. It's G08. Clerk will open the vote. There you go. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 31.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Let me remind you again to please lower your conversations. Thank you. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley. This is G18. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley. This is G19. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is L01. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is L02. The clerk will open the vote. There you go. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Foster 030. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, G16. The clerk may open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. This is G13. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen. This is G12. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo. This is G15. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote, and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. This is Bynum 8. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are
Clerk will report.
22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. This is, yes, 50,201. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, G17. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is Waters 08. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. This is Sherman 41. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. I move the committee now do transmit the recommendations. I move now the committee do transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including minority, additional, supplemental, or dissenting views to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025, H.Con.Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote requested.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. We will now take that recorded vote on the motion to transmit the recommendation of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including minority, additional, supplemental, or dissenting views to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025, H.Con.Res 14, and consistent with the Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 22.
A majority having voted in favor of the motion, the committee print is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the committee print. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. No further business. The committee stands adjourned.